Especially on Hinge profiles, you got your political views. You put like conservative, you put like reform, anything far right.
I don't want to watch Tabernacle, actually.
They look at you differently.
When you see the liberal woman over here, I mean, just being a man, they're going to look at you and think you're racist or whatever, because that's just the assumptions they make. But a lot of
These cats don't.
men will probably just be afraid to go to talk.
Well, it
They're
finally
that big.
happened. I watched
These
an
days,
entire
you
episode
can
of
just
the
say
Joe
hello to
Rogan
them,
Experience for a video I made, and now my YouTube
Happening. What the fuck was that?
algorithm is convinced I'd like another 1,000 Rogan clips, please. Oh, and can they have that shitty TikTok backing track?
Christ was born of a virgin mother. What else is born without a mother?
What?
AI. AI is born without a mother.
Perfect. I mostly ignored them, but when Joe Rogan's episode with Mel Gibson came across my feed, I just knew I had to see what Mel had been up to lately.
The Yule cat. Eh.
Well, it finally happened. I watched an entire episode of the Joe Rogan Experience for a video I made, and now my YouTube algorithm is convinced I'd like another 1,000 Rogan clips,
yeah,
please.
you'll look-
Oh, and can they have that
How the fuck
shitty
you do
TikTok
that?
backing track?
Christ was born of a virgin mother. What else is born without a mother?
What?
AI. AI is born without a mother.
Perfect. I mostly ignored them, but when Joe Rogan's episode with Mel Gibson came across my feed, I just knew I had to see what Mel had been up to lately. And folks, it did not disappoint.
I look at all sorts of stuff like that, like, the icebergs melting and the water overflowing.
It's not.
Ever have a glass full of ice and watched it melt? Did you ever see the glass flow over?
No.
Takes up less room,
Yeah.
Now, I was bummed to see Mel Gibson dusting off a tired old climate denial talking point in front of an agreeing
Wait,
Joe Rogan. But who cares, right? No one is going to Mel Gibson for their climate information. This is not something that I need to get worked up about. Except right after Mel got done with the whole Ice Cube thing, Joe jumps in with something far more interesting.
Did you see the Washington Post article that they published recently about temperature change on Earth?
No.
Well, there's a what they've realized is over the last, X amount of thousands of years that the temperature on Earth is plummeting.
Yeah, Joe is referencing a recent article from the Washington Post all about how climate scientists think the Earth is actually in a cooling period.
Impressive,
He
yeah.
then pulls up the graph, and in front of 11 million YouTube viewers and millions of other podcast listeners, he describes what the article says about the Earth's temperature trend.
Scientists have captured Earth's climate over the last 485 million years. Here's a surprising place we stand now. Look at the dip at the end.
Whoa.
That's where we are.
Yeah,
That's reality.
And here's the thing. Joe Rogan gets almost everything about this study wrong. Yeah, it's almost impressive how incorrect he's able to be about an article that he's looking directly at. It's also an incredible example of how climate misinformation sneaks into extremely popular media and then gets absorbed by the brains of millions of Americans. Hi, I'm Raleigh Williams, a guy with a climate science and policy degree and a YouTube algorithm that will never be the same again. And this is a video about climate misinformation on Joe Rogan. Welcome to Climate Town.
That's not.
So I honestly hadn't thought of Mel Gibson in a while, so if you need a reminder, the Gibson Greatest Hits album goes like this. In the 80s and 90s, he was a pretty awesome movie star.
Give me back my son! You want him? Yes!
But in 2006, he got arrested for drunk driving and said some anti-Semitic shit to the cop that arrested him. Then in 2010, some audio recordings of Gibson saying some racist shit surfaced. He got dropped by his management, and then he was in timeout for 6 years, where he got sober, said he was sorry, and then directed Hacksaw Ridge in 2016, and now he's back.
It is kind of.
Anyway, Mel Gibson had just directed the movie Flight Risk with Mark Wahlberg, and he went on Joe Rogan's podcast to promote it and generally just talk about whatever comes up. And after about an hour and 15 minutes, we get this.
You know, the icebergs melting and the water overflowing.
It's not.
Ever have a glass full of ice and watched it melt? Did you ever see the glass flow over?
No.
And I'm not going to waste your time re-debunking this climate myth. A ton of people have already done that.
Here's a glass of ice water. Hey, that ice isn't making the water overflow because it's already in the water. But imagine there's a whole bunch of other ice that's not in the water. It's on the land. You know, the part where the water isn't. And then when temperatures rise and the land ice melts enough to fall in, oh, it's everywhere! It's everywhere! Do you understand?
But the Mel Gibson Ice Cube gotcha bullshit just got Joe Rogan all fired up, and he gives it to the climate crisis with both barrels.
The hot greenhouse, whatever. I don't
Well, there's a lot of horse that's involved in climate change for sure. I've studied that, and I've had many discussions over the last 4 years. Did you see the Washington Post article that they published recently about temperature change on Earth?
No.
What they've realized is over the last, X amount of thousands of years that the temperature on Earth is plummeting.
Ice
There it
age,
is.
Yeah.
Scientists have captured Earth's climate over the last 485 million years. Here's a surprising place we stand now. Look at the dip at the end.
Whoa.
That's where we are.
Yeah,
That's reality. It's never a straight line. Way before human beings had ever existed. There's always this rise and fall. And this idea that the whole thing is based on carbon emissions from human beings is total bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It's not true. We might be having an effect, but we're having a small effect, a very small effect.
Well,
And the more I dug into what I thought was just a
Take a
little
sword.
podcast moment, the more interesting it became. Just to get us on the same page, let's quickly establish 3 things
Wait, what?
that modern climate science agrees on. Number 1, there is a set of greenhouse gases that affect the temperature of the Earth based on their concentration. One of the big ones is CO2, and if there's more CO2 in the atmosphere, the average temperature of Earth will be higher. They're like blankets on a bed. A few is fine, but too many, and you're gonna cook yourself. We used to argue about the effect of CO2 a lot, but as we've studied our climate more and also seen what happens as we jack our current CO2 concentration up, there's not a lot of debate on this. Number 2, the current level of CO2 is going up. Here's the graph, here's the trend, it's going up. And because of number 1, that'll lead to higher global average temperatures. And again, we don't have to guess, it's already happening. And number 3, and this is the big one, if the Earth's temperature changes very fast, it could be devastating for anything that's adapted to living on Earth at that particular moment in time. Especially for humans who want to continue living in houses like this and having hobbies like this. We built most of our major cities near the current water supply, we plant our crops where they grow, and we've generally settled into expectations of some consistency in the Earth around us. So yes, people are worried about climate change.
And then there's also this fear that they love to pump into people about climate change, that they terrify the shit out of young people, that we're going to destroy the world and climate change, you must act now. What's the new thing? Is it climate change? Why am I yelling? Climate change? Okay,
wait, no, it's
climate
wrong.
change. When global warming happens, oh no, you got to move out of Malibu. You going to be okay?
But the thing people are worried about is the change part of climate change. And it's not just the scale, it's how fast the change happens. 10 degrees over 40 million years? Who gives a shit? I don't know what kind of people are gonna be around in the year 40,000,2025, but they'll have a nice long time to evolve and figure that shit out. 10 degrees over 40 years, buddy, we're so fucked I can't even bleep that word out. So when we look at this graph, people who talk about the climate crisis only really care about this part way over here, and not having this part look like this part. This part is actually very informative. When temperatures rose 10 degrees Celsius in 50,000 years, there was a mass extinction that killed almost everything that was adapted to living on Earth at that time. Seems like something to avoid. And if we were to plot the rate of climate change that murdered 90% of all species on Earth, it would look like this. And if you've ever seen a Climate Town video before, you probably guessed it, the rate of climate change we're currently experiencing is approximately here. Yeah, it's like 50 times worse than one of the worst mass extinction events that has ever happened to the planet. And 50 times is probably underestimating our current rate of change. But at this moment, you might be asking yourself, why should you trust me? I mean, Joe Rogan's source is the Washington Post, plus he's studied this stuff.
There's a lot of horse shit that's involved in climate change for sure. I've studied that, and I've had many discussions over the last 4 years.
I don't know exactly where or what he has studied about climate change, but he's definitely been having a lot of discussions about it.
See, here's the thing, this climate change narrative, this is a really goofy thing that people on the left are talking about. This is because of climate change. When there's global warming, you just move to where it's not so warm, and that's what people have done forever.
The climate apocalypse narrative is a social contagion that's driven by power-mad psychopaths who are hell-bent on using fear and compulsion to make sure everyone steps in line so that they can continue with their acquisition of undeserved power.
And I'm just some hack on YouTube. I mean, technically I have a master's degree in this stuff, but I'm still paying it off, so it couldn't have been that good of an investment. But I do have a secret weapon, and it's actually the secret to this entire YouTube channel. I read the article he pulled up. That's right, below the headline and the graph at the top, there's an entire fucking article. And almost every counterpoint to Joe Rogan's argument is just stuff I read in the article he's talking about. So when Joe says,
this idea that the whole thing is based on carbon emissions from human beings is total bullshit. Mm-hmm. It's not true.
That's in direct conflict with the article he's referencing that says carbon dioxide is really that master dial. That's an important message in terms of understanding why emissions from fossil fuels are a problem today. And then when Joe says,
this is the most important thing for anybody that's really freaked out about climate change. There's no static temperature of Earth ever.
We can compare that to this other quote from his new favorite article that says, we should be worried about human warming because it's so fast. We're changing Earth's temperature at a rate that exceeds anything we know about. And just to be clear, these are not random quotes from a reporter at the Washington Post. These are from Dr. Jessica Tierney, one of the authors of the study that generated the graph we've been spending the last 10 minutes talking about. No one is saying that the Earth's climate was stable until humans came along. We've known for a long time that the temperature of the Earth has changed over millions of years and has even been much hotter than it is today. And just one more for you. Here's a quote from the lead author of that study, Dr. Emily Judd. Even though climate has been warmer, humans haven't lived in a warmer climate, and there are a lot of consequences that humans face during this. Climate changes are usually driven by events over millions of years. That's what we're seeing in this graph. We're talking about entire continents moving across the Earth and forming land bridges between previously disconnected places. Planets could get closer together or further apart. We think the Grand Canyon only started forming around 6 million years ago, a time frame that's almost impossible to find on a graph at this scale. Human beings have only been around for a couple 100,000 years. That is 1 pixel on this image. And I know he says he's studied this stuff.
I've studied that.
But trying to draw a conclusion about human-caused climate change just by looking at this graph is a lot like trying to tell me what color someone's garage door is by looking at this picture of their house. The impact that industrialized humans have had on the temperature of the Earth over the past 200 years, the thing people are actually worried about, is represented by 1/1000th of this pixel right here. So let's use a more zoomed in graph to see what there is to see. Yeah, in less than 200 years, we've already warmed the planet by 1.5 degrees Celsius. And by the way, 200 years is generous. They were still trying to drink oil as a health tonic in Pennsylvania 200 years ago. Modern emissions are absolutely insane, and they are not slowing down yet. So if we look at a graph of Earth's CO2 levels over the past 800,000 years, that spike in temperature starts making a lot more sense. Here's hundreds of thousands of years of natural CO2 levels, here's the start of the Industrial Revolution, and here's where we are now. About 50% higher than we've been for 800,000 years. Now, these graphs were not in the article, so you can't fault Joe for not seeing them in the Washington Post. They are, however, from NASA, and eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed that Joe is wearing a NASA shirt during the interview. So, a little bit of cosmic irony. But to Joe's credit, this is an interesting graph. From the perspective of 485 million years, the Earth is currently in a relatively cool phase. At its hottest, the Earth's average temperature might have been almost 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Sea levels were hundreds of feet higher than they are today. It's f***ing crazy. But when I see the graph, I don't see a climate change hoax. I see an Earth that is susceptible to having its climate changed. The global temperature is malleable, and a few major events have already caused massive changes over relatively short periods of time. There also don't appear to be physical guardrails that stop the Earth from reaching extremely high temperatures. Yes, the climate is always changing, but one, fucking climate scientists are the ones who told you that in the first place, and two, the rate of this particular change happening right now is unprecedented in 485 million years. So that's probably something we should pay attention to. But maybe I'm being too hard on Joe Rogan. I mean, maybe he saw the graph, mentioned it offhandedly to Mel Gibson, and then never thought about it again. Totally possible. Whoa, looks like we're building up to a big reveal. I promise it's gonna be good. But first, here at Climate Town, we really do have an official phone number that we give out to people who join the Patreon page, and we really do answer it. But then I started to get a ton of calls from spammers. And I thought, you know what? If spammers are gonna go through the trouble of joining my Patreon page, the least I can do is hear them out about my car's extended warranty. But it turns out they weren't patrons at all. They were something far worse. People on the internet are constantly collecting your personal information and selling that information to companies who use it to pester you with annoying advertisements. And it's not just your name and phone number. They're collecting your social security number, health information, shopping habits, home address, the list goes on. Luckily, there's Thgemed. Thgemed is a service that will wrangle these data brokers for you, forcing them to take you off their highly profitable lists. It's a tedious and annoying process that takes a ton of time, but Thgemed knows all the ins and outs for getting your data out of the hands of people who misuse it. They'll even give you a dashboard where you can see the hundreds of lists your information is on and where they are in the process of getting your info taken off of them. They also include a handy counter to show you how much time you're saving by not having to do this yourself. They'll also keep you off the lists so you can keep being a person who goes on the internet without getting your information re-stolen by the same data brokers. And I hate to be the one to tell you this, but there are also things called people search sites where anyone can go and look you up and see what information is floating around. Thgemed's also able to get a lot of your information off of those lists, which is really great, especially if you're not trying to advertise the exact location of where you sleep every night. So if you want to protect your data and free up your office phone line for calls where we, oh that's right, the big reveal. Was this just a one-off thing? To answer that question, I took a trip to the Roganverse to see if I could find another example of Joe Rogan misusing that Washington Post graph, and I couldn't find another one, because I found 5.
The inconvenient actual climate data that the Washington Post printed that showed that over the last 50 million years, we're in a decline. Meanwhile, the Washington Post, unfortunately, for a lot of people, posted like a graph of global temperatures over time. We're in a cooling stage. See if you find the Washington Post climate study. They found that we're in a massive cooling period. I'm sure you saw that Washington Post study. Did you see the Washington Post piece that they wrote?
And each time, he seems convinced that the Washington Post has published a climate expose that's going to send climate advocates packing.
And this was like a very inconvenient discovery, but they had to report the data, and kudos to them for doing that.
6 times he brings up this article. He brings it up with Jordan Peterson. He brings it up with these dudes. He even shows it to Bernie Sanders. And every time he has the same bizarre takeaway. Climate advocates don't know what they're talking about because look at this graph. Look at this graph! Never in my life have I seen someone so obsessed with an article they don't seem to have read. And I know Joe Rogan has always considered himself a just asking questions kind of guy, but he's got a massive and powerful platform here. Apparently, Joe Rogan can influence the outcomes of presidential elections.
I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
He is not just some dude no one's listening to. So when he consistently repeats the same weird lie 6 times,
the temperature on Earth is plummeting. We're in a massive cooling period. We're in a cooling stage. We're in a decline. We're in a cooling period. We're in a cooling period.
That's not good. And he's not both sidesing this either. When right-wingers come on the show, out comes the graph, and they're all into it. And when Bernie Sanders comes on the show to talk about how serious the climate crisis is, Joe Rogan shuts down Bernie by bringing up an article that actually agrees with Bernie's position. Joe even cuts him off to imply climate scientists are corrupt.
You know, the scientists who are out there, I think.
I know, but there's a lot of money involved in that too, Bernie. That's part of the problem. There's a lot of money involved in this whole climate change emergency issue, and there's a lot of control.
To the millions of people who listened to that particular episode, the takeaway is that Joe Rogan just destroyed Bernie Sanders with facts.
And Joe Rogan also schooled Bernie, the socialist with 3 houses, the climate change warrior who takes private jets around the country.
Joe Rogan came at him with actual facts that you're not going to hear on corporate news. And he pushed back at him, and Bernie immediately tried to pivot. And he's pivoting. That's what he's doing. That's what this is called.
Bernie Sanders brings up climate change, and then Joe Rogan literally rips his nuts off.
The issue is that they have talking points that don't know what they're talking about, and that's why they don't want to come on these shows.
And that climate change isn't really anything to worry about. And just before we forget how opposite Joe's interpretation is, here's one last quote from Dr. Emily Judd. I've seen quite a bit of misinformation crop up surrounding our paper, particularly the claim that we humans have nothing to worry about with respect to climate change, since the Earth has been warmer for much of the last 500 million years. I cannot stress enough how reductive and problematic this viewpoint is. But why did I single out the Mel Gibson episode? Is it because I wanted to play a bunch of clips of Mel Gibson acting his ass off in the Lethal Weapon movies? Of course not, because I haven't played any.
Do you really want to jump? Do you want to?
Yeah, you want to see crazy? I'll tell you. It ain't worth it, man. Go.
Or maybe I just wanted to play a clip from this Diane Sawyer interview.
Give me back my son! Hello! You want him? Yes! You want him?
Daddy! Sorry about that. This Diane Sawyer interview.
And then, as the officer arrested him, a tirade against Jews.
I mean, I said horrible things to him. And he was pretty patient.
If the police officer had been
That's
black,
not He turned his tone. Yes.
what would you have said?
But no, that's not it. This is it.
Mel, I am so sorry to be talking to you under these circumstances. I'm looking at video of the ruins of what was once your home.
The literal day they were recording this podcast, Mel Gibson's house in Los Angeles burned down in the Palisades fire. Now, I want to be clear, climate change was not the only thing that burned Mel Gibson's house down, but according to disaster experts, climate scientists, the US government, and firefighters, climate change was a significant contributor in what would go on to be one of the most destructive fires in recorded California history. Yes, there have always been fires, and yes, managing our forests and making our homes more fire resistant is a real thing that we should really do, but climate change essentially stacks the deck for fires, allowing them to burn longer and hotter, and in parts of the year when there used to be more consistent rainfall. Firefighters used to be able to use the temperature drop at night to get control of fires, but that is increasingly not working, and the thing that has changed is the climate. The best way I've heard it described is with baseball and steroid enthusiast Barry Bonds. In 2001, he hit an insane 73 home runs.
A floater to Bonds, and it is out of here!
Now, obviously that record was steroid assisted, but he also hit a ton of home runs before taking steroids. He looked like this when he'd hit 400. The man can hit home runs without performance-enhancing drugs. So it's impossible to say whether this particular home run
And he hits one high. He hits one deep. McCovey Cove out of here.
Wow, he crushed that. Okay, that one is probably the steroids, but it was impossible to tell whether any given home run he hit in the early 2000s was because of the steroids or because of his baseball skills. But when taken in aggregate, obviously something changed between this season, and that thing is probably the steroids. The climate is basically on the juice, and the result is still fires, just with way veinier forearms. So I'm not saying Mel Gibson deserved to have his house burned down for talking shit about the climate crisis. I'm just saying that you don't have to believe in climate change to be affected by it. Now, Mel Gibson's response to the disaster was to go on Fox News to talk about conspiracy theories about reservoirs and arsonists, and generally everything but climate change.
It just seemed a little convenient that there was no water. The residents in Corral Canyon caught an arsonist up there. Do they want the state empty? I don't know. It's kind of like an acid trip.
But then again, Mel Gibson is very wealthy. He's gonna be fine. Well, not fine maybe, but he's gonna keep being Mel Gibson.
You really are crazy.
I'm hungry.
He even knew his house was in danger while he was talking to Joe Rogan, and this was his response.
I mean, look at the fires in LA, you know. I mean, what's that gonna do? It's gonna give me a new house.
Okay, that's a pretty zen response. Some people can just afford to rebuild their house and continue living life as normal. But with an increasing number of people unable to afford even the basic necessities, the risks climate change poses to the general population are getting worse in a hurry. So I guess if there is a moral to this story, it's that the media landscape has drastically changed, and people are getting more and more of their news from podcasters like Joe Rogan. It doesn't even feel like the news anymore. It feels like you've got a bunch of unbelievably smart, well-connected best friends who are having all the right conversations to help you fill out your vision of the world. And compared to watching f***ing Dan Rather talk about exports, it is a much more fun and convenient way to be, gigantic air quotes, informed. But here's the thing. Podcasts are not news. They're basically the most entertaining version of a conversation you'd overhear on the street, or at a random bar, or at the ass end of a fold-out table on Thanksgiving. If some dude on the subway starts popping off about how climate change isn't real, you're probably not absorbing that. But if you listen to 30 hours of someone talking, your brain starts to think, hey, maybe this person is a friend of mine, I like them, and it becomes a lot harder to recognize when they are talking out of their asses. Podcasters generally are not fact-checking and reporting, they are trying to fill hours of dead air. And that requires them to speak at length about stuff they don't really know anything about.
Christ is going to come back, AI's coming.
Whoa,
right?
did you come up with that?
Yes. Yeah.
That's fucking awesome.
Right? It seems like it.
That's awesome.
Right? If you think that God is going to return, well, wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
That completely makes sense.
And a few of them have gotten so good that they can sound extremely convincing, even though the graph that they're pulling up says the fucking opposite of what they think it says. And to be clear, I'm not trying to cure Joe Rogan! Ayahuasca and beef jerky! That's enough of that. If I could completely alter the path of Joe Rogan's life with a climate comedy YouTube video, I don't know, I probably wouldn't have student loan debt. All I really wanted to do was look at the way climate information got distorted and spread to millions of people on this one single episode. And that was just the climate science part. Joe Rogan and Mel Gibson talked for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and in that time, they hit all of these topics. And I don't think they're necessarily wrong on all these things. They get into topics I know nothing about.
Australopithecus,
right.
or some of the other human-like creatures that never made it, like Denisovans, Neanderthals.
Yeah. Well, they've got something called Zinjanthropus. You remember him?
No.
But I do find it hard to believe they're experts on all this after listening to their 3-minute run on climate change, which didn't even survive a scroll through the article they picked out themselves. So I guess what I'm saying is be more vigilant about the information you are
never gonna
ingesting.
need a hammer again.
We've gone from a few news channels to a few 100,000 podcasts and influencers and TikTokers and YouTube pages. And as AI-generated slop enters the chat, being on your guard against bullshit is more important than ever. And if you're listening to a podcaster talk about a bunch of different topics, just imagine you're overhearing that conversation at your favorite dive bar at closing time. I'm not saying everything they're saying is wrong, but you might want to do some fact checking in the morning. Well, I hope you enjoyed our little look at podcast misinformation. I wish podcasters being wrong about stuff didn't massively affect our government's ability to combat the climate crisis, but sadly, it kinda does. And just to pull back the curtain, here at Climate Town, we are a small and dedicated group of writers, researchers, and producers, and we are doing our best to bring you exhaustively researched, accurate information for completely free. And the thing that makes it all possible is our Patreon community. People just like you, and maybe even you specifically, watch our videos, like what we do, and decide to throw us a couple bucks a month so we can keep making them. It's honestly a very cool and awesome thing people do. We are a real live media company, and your support allows us to keep the lights on, track down the right experts, check our sources, and deliver you accurate information that stands the test of time and doesn't crumble upon a 3-second fact check. Yes, our Patreon community gets access to
Long before 1917, small groups of Russian revolutionaries
Quack, 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 quack.
What? We're live. We're live now.
What does an idiot would tell me? Okay.
Okay, don't get pissed off, man. Do your mantra. Do your stupid goddamn mantra, man. Humra. Okay, it's not working. Okay, just be pissed off. It's okay to be pissed off sometimes, okay? Hey, guys, welcome back. Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah, all this crap, man. I am sorry. I wanted to give you something special for the holidays. I spent an inordinate amount of money on this. It didn't work out. So I'm empty-handed, man, on this. Go to the clip.
So I'm sorry about that, guys.
Another Christmas, empty-handed. I'm so sorry.
I think that thing's a scam.
They got me on that one, okay.
We'll be right back.
Despite the devastating loss of Charlie Kirk, my incredible husband at UVU, Caleb has persisted with the same gift. Grit. It has been a long day.
Okay, is that AI? Whoa. It's Adam Friedland made it. Adam Friedland made an appearance. Let me crop in on that.
It's just too French.
Okay.
Okay, my guys.
Okay, my beautiful guys and gals.
I like women, not men.
You know, we're wrapping up at the end of the year and all that kind of stupid, dumb stuff, you know? And to me, this is just me, you know, I'm a flame carrier. I'm carrying the flame. I'm out here with that flame, like, so I wanted to continue that, what would it be, tradition, 3-month-old tradition of carrying the flame. By taking a look at this thing, what is the thing? What is the thing called? Hold on, I can't read. It's as small in the corner. America Festival. America Fest. America. Huh? And a tragic event happened. A guy is gone, and to honor his legacy, a bunch of people got on a ridiculous stage with fireworks and sparks and smoke and $1 million+ LED screen to fight with each other for clicks, views, and money in honor of him. Let's break on.
You're a little baby.
Turning Point USA, you can do it! Ah, man, come on. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Rob Schneider. Cut your meat. I really do wonder how many times Rob Schneider gets stopped, in LA or whatever, at whatever stupid place he goes to in LA. He gets stopped on the sidewalk. Rob, say it.
Rob, say it.
I've said it 250,000 times just in the past 2 years. Rob! I swear to God, Rob, say it, or you get that and this. Okay, calm down. You can do it, You can do it! Okay, a lot of this crap is gonna get just lost on the internet because if people watch this, they comment on it, they're like, oh, this guy told this guy to shut up. This guy called this guy an idiot. To honor the passing of one of our greats, to really honor this legend amongst men, what we're gonna do is have this ridiculous looking stupid thing with smoke and sparks, a stupid looking reflective floor and trap beats and all this. We're gonna do that. We're gonna accidentally call him a grifter, his wife. Right.
Caleb has persisted with the same gift.
And we're all gonna attack each other in a cutthroat pursuit of views and clicks. I mean, honestly, it is torch carrying. This is how the torch should be carried.
I deserve more views. No, I do.
That guy is a
pendejo.
Oh my God, oh Jesus in heaven, I love you so much. I hope that this is how I'm honored. They have some memorial. Everybody gets up to give a speech. They're all YouTube uploaders. They're like, I should be the one of having views right now. I hope that's how I'm honored when I pass. But anyway, Rob Schneider gets up there. And, it's exactly what you expect. Rob Schneider seems like a guy who maybe has a little too much time on his hands. He's just collecting a bunch of Happy Madison money. He's like, what do I do? What am I supposed to do all day? And he's just getting confused and lost on YouTube. Like, that's basically what's going on. It seems like maybe 75% of his view of the world and political stuff is women's sports. So that's pretty much it. But I was kind of surprised by the very beginning of his little speech here, maybe a minute of it. Because some of the old SNL comedy writing must have leaked in or something. Check this out.
But thankfully, we finally have a president who understands the real threat to world peace, Venezuela. Venezuela. It's kind of next to Argentina, I think. I'm not exactly sure, but it's definitely below Mexico. Probably. Like all Americans, I pride myself on not being very good at geology, or it's so important to demonstrate our military superiority by blowing up small single-engine boats off the coast of Venezuela, wherever that country is. I'll tell you. But anyway, Epstein. All right.
I mean, oh man, this is exactly what I would do if I just had a bunch of royalty checks coming in. I didn't really have to do anything. Just wandering around wearing a hat all day, I would do some kind of really long, intricate prank of some kind, And when he started this, I was like, oh, interesting. What is Rob Schneider doing some kind of subversive thing here? Because he is, I guess, kind of openly mocking these people, I guess. Because this whole organization exists now to just, I don't know, get Republicans elected. And this is their policy. This is both of the parties' policy to just start wars all the time. So he's kind of mocking that. But then he immediately goes into something about, transgender people and Charlie Kirk was awesome. I was like, okay, Rob Schneider appears to be figuring out what the hell he's talking about on stage. But there we go. We'll start off with that. The best moment, the somewhat actually interesting moment of this thing. Accidentally, some subversive comedy snuck through. Some piece of I don't know, Robert Schmeigel or whatever is lodged in the back of Rob Schneider's head.
When your dog starts doing your taxes and you're like, wait, it's not supposed to work this way.
Yeah, you've been drinking, man.
To hear calls for deplatforming and denouncing people at a Charlie Kirk event, I'm like, what? This is hilarious. Yeah. That's on YouTube. You're terrible. You're a moron. Sniffing. World arrives.
This is hilarious. Easy, man.
This is hilarious.
You cannot tell another human being to shut up, even shut up racist, because you don't own him.
Oh, right. Okay,
He
sorry.
is an independent, autonomous person created by God as an individual. Okay, so that's where that belief comes.
God bless you.
It's crazy.
Calm down, man. None
so
of that
as you think through, like, what should this movement be, and what side should you take on the conservative civil war? Whoa!
Stop, man.
You already know the answer. You're on the side of America first. And if they can't tell you why it's America first, you just won the argument, because they don't have one. Shut up, Nazi is no different from shut up, racist.
I didn't
It's
say
a little more
anything.
annoying, actually.
I'm America last, actually. Let's check the comments real quick. This is my favorite kind of comment, just a minor grievance. This is like the most common kind of YouTube comment where it's like, the sound is weird in this thing. Or like, what was that weird cut? Fix that. That's like 50% of YouTube comments, but here we go. I could do without that moving hypnotic background. Okay, just a little minor grievance about the background there. Okay, so this is this whole thing, man. I mean, these are the people who are what would you call this crap, man? Like the figureheads of the American government or something, you know? And they're doing this thing, it's getting a bunch of attention, but it's incoherent and ridiculous, and the Royal Gemstones ass set makes it even worse and stupider. But basically, it's like Ben Shapiro gets out there and he has like a manic, panic attack on stage. He's like,
So no, Tucker Carlson, it is not an excuse to go silent on Candace's targeting of TPUSA. If Candace Owens decides to spend every day since the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Look at you, and I just think you are such a little worm. Truly, Ben Shapiro, fuck you and the midget horse that you rode in on. The men who have to keep applauding what you do like you're a 4-year-old to make you feel good. But the rest of the world can't stand you. You're obnoxious.
You're obnoxious. You're obnoxious.
hold on, let me get one of my co-hosts. Can you give an example of what it sounds like? Oh yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me. No, face again. You gotta face the camera. So that's that. This guy Ben Shapiro, he gets up, he does that, and then this guy. I remember there was some old interview with Ben Shapiro where he's like,
"I was bullied. I was mercilessly bullied when I was a kid."
And it's like now he's just like getting even more bullying.
You're obnoxious.
He's getting like the worst kind of public bullying. I mean, because he's a con artist, so he deserves criticism, but because it's these kind of people, it's like, he's just getting publicly.
You're obnoxious.
And the thing, I listened to this whole Tucker Carlson thing. How long is this dumb thing? It's 40 minutes of this. And it's just like mostly incoherent ramblings, It's like white people we're the real victims, and JD Vance is awesome, and all this just dumb crap, But he does seem like a normal person. He is able to like imitate how a normal person would behave, sort of, unlike. No, man. He comes off as semi-conversational. He's not just standing on stage reading from a paper, reading a pre-written thing like.
The pitfall, here's the trap, is becoming hateful yourself.
Exactly.
And I sincerely believe that this is a spiritual battle. And I'm not saying everyone who disagrees with me is on the side of evil. I don't think that. I think I'm often wrong. I know that I am.
No, you're not.
But I do think that fundamentally, this is light versus darkness. I do. And darkness is characterized by rage and division and chaos and confusion.
Yep.
And God is characterized by the opposite of those things.
God bless you on that.
And I've noticed this. There are attempts.
This is great. I love this. I love when people use religion in the most like immediate, kind of self-serving, self-aggrandizing way, this guy, Ben Shapiro, he just got up on stage, called me a moron. What this really is about is good versus evil. This is about good versus evil, and that guy's a little evil puke. That's in the Bible. This is Bible stuff, man. This is not just petty backstabbery and click goblinry. This is about good and evil, man. This is not just about two media monsters competing for audience and money and and attention and all this crap. This is ancient war. It's a gladiator type, gladiator adjacent, but also spiritual. It's also Joseph Campbell type crap. He was always talking about the hero's journey. And in this case, I'm the hero. I'm on a journey, and demons and little sewer creatures who go pep, 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 get in your way of the heroicism that you're doing. And I'm not naming any names, and this is just a generality. People do this all the time. They just project what they already think onto their like religion to sort of make it a giant thing. I'm really in a quest. I'm involved in an all-encompassing quest. And this is a good and evil, light and darkness, the forces of justice and truth and righteousness against demons and all this crap. And what I'm actually talking about is someone who took a parking spot that I wanted that was really close to the entrance of the IKEA.
And you are seeing now, you are seeing now a very intense effort to convince you otherwise. Oh, it's fine. They deserved it. Really, did their children deserve it? If a man commits a crime, do we kill his kids? I don't care if it's in Minneapolis or Gaza City. No, we don't.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You watch this stuff and it's just like unlistenable. This is mostly, I watched a bunch of this. It's just unlistenable, boring crap. Meaningless, boring crap. Just junk, And it's like, we've been seeing all these videos, people uploading these videos. They're like, oh my God, there's a civil war on this side. This like half of the country. There's a civil war. Oh, shit, man. God damn it. There's a civil war amongst these groups. And, it does look like that if you watch this. It's like the guy goes up. And then these other people come out and they go, that guy's a moron. That guy's a little twerp. I gave him a wedgie, that guy. And he was asking for it. If we're being completely real on this. But then you listen to like the other side, you listen to Tucker Carlson, it's just like, it's also meaningless crap, Because like ostensibly or whatever, this whole split, the split on this side is about Israel, And Tucker Carlson makes this, if you just listen to it, it's kind of a compelling, on the surface, it's kind of compelling. He's like, it's wrong to just bomb civilians. That's sick. That's wrong also. And it would seem like this would kind of affect this audience. It's like, that's ungodly, that's unchristian, we don't do that. But then like, this is everything Tucker Carlson in the same speech. He's like, Trump is awesome, JD Vance is awesome, America #1 is the best. America first, other countries suck, yada, yada, yada. And it's like, if you read about this stuff at all, like Israel is basically a creation of the British and the United States. Okay. And if you read more about it, it's kind of like a military and surveillance laboratory and a yada, yada, yada. It's all wrapped up in military industrial complex stuff and all this crap that we know about. So it's the same old crap. It's like a Steve Bannon type crap where he's like, oh, the working class, da, 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 da. But it doesn't go anywhere. It really doesn't go anywhere. It seems like a real cutting critique, but it ultimately leads nowhere, So then what this really is, this civil war is like, what's the most efficient way to con people? What's the most efficient way to trick our audience? That's what this war is really about.
So I actually, I have to tell you.
No, you don't.
Ben came across as the more mature guy here.
And handsome.
But it's like you're married to Ben, but you're attracted to Charlie. Yeah. I don't know if that makes sense or not. It's like Ben is the husband, but Charlie's the guy you follow and you're like, dude, Charlie's a freaking, not Charlie, what do you call it? Tucker is, I just kind of like him. You're attracted to Tucker, but you're married to Ben, okay? Because Ben is what? Boom, 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 boom. I get that. In regards to, Tucker, he got 45 minutes. Ben got 20. Okay. I think Ben probably donated his time. I think both of them probably donated their time.
So, Rob, when I look at this, what I'm seeing here, the other guy, I forgot his name, Rob, is my side boyfriend.
Cut your meat, cut your meat, cut your meat.
Toilet poop.
We are at Amfest. Merry Christmas.
Oh, hell yeah. How many views on this?
Okay. This is getting some views equals news. If it ain't got views, then it's toilets. If you ain't getting views, then you need to
cut your meat.
That's what we say here. Please spread the message far and wide to the mountaintops. So God bless that. This is another guy who came on stage to like pyrotechnics and trap beats. Russell Brand. Oh, now Russell Brand to spread his amazing message to spread his amazing and profound message, which is basically live, laugh, and love, and we need a Christian nation.
He said, Christianity has not been tried and found wanting.
God bless you.
It has been found difficult and left untried. We have not yet tried to create the Christian nation that America may yet become. As an Englishman, as a visitor, I pray that you're able to do it. I pray that you can build a Christian America to be a shining city on a hill, an exemplar for the...
All right, having a bit of the... Are we? Okay, so that's Russ there, you know. I don't know. You know, I think like most people, I've always found Russell Brand as like a mildly... Come on, that's not nice. This is not nice. This is not me saying this. This is some other guy that I heard, a mean guy. And I want to actually send a message to that guy. Shut up, man. You know, this guy said Russell Brand is like a mildly irritating, but ultimately harmless kind of goofball or whatever. But Russell Brand has amazingly found a way to be more annoying. More annoying and more irritating, which is whatever this is. How long does this go on? 46 minutes. Of whatever the hell this is.
Well, to you, mate, I say.
This
one is for the poison.
This one is for the
toilets
that need to
cut your meat.
Okay, this is so cool, man. This is pretty cool. What is this thing called? I already forgot what this stupid thing is called. America Fest. America Fest. For some reason, Nicki Minaj is there. Okay. But I thought this was funny. Nicki Minaj comes on stage. She's on stage for what, 30 minutes, talking to Erica Kirk, in discussion with Erica Kirk. I like that she comes on stage with her bag. She's got her bag on her shoulder. And I picture she's in the bag, like the green room or whatever. You know, she's like, I'm not leaving my bag here with Russell Brand. Russell Brand roaming around.
My bag doesn't seem safe back here.
Russell Brand, Rob Schneider. I'll just hold on to my bag. You can leave it, Nikki. Yeah, I'll keep it. I'll hold on to it. No problem.
Well.
Yeah?
I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president. He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys.
Oh, beat the bad guys. Okay.
And to win.
That's great, Nikki. Well, why did you bring your bag on stage? Oh, I don't know. I saw Rob Schneider roaming around back there. I don't want to come back to the green room and see that my phone has been unlocked.
Our vice president, he makes me, well, I love both of them, but they're both
hard to pick.
Powerful men.
Right.
Smart, strong, all of that.
Handsome.
But you relate to. I can relate to them. When I hear them speak, I know that they're one of us. Like, I know that they're...
Whoa. It's just relatable. We're all in a bunch of pictures hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein and Mick Jagger and Bill Clinton and, you know, it's relatable. Wait, where are you guys going? Some confusing comments here. What is this is probably the most confusing. We aren't mad, but we know Satanism when we see it. Nicki Minaj is a character. She's quite the character. I remember she used to do these like live streams on Instagram or something. She used to do these live streams where just people would be like, oh, that's Nicki Minaj. Just like live streams in her house with terrible lighting, you know, whatever. She would do these live streams and I watched one of them and I was like, she seems pissed off. What is she so pissed off about? She's like talking about how somebody wronged her and how she was pissed off. And she seemed to be in a high amount of turmoil and being pissed off. She seems to be drawn toward being pissed off and pissing others off or something. But I remember watching this live stream where she was all like, getting all upset, all upset about something. Some other rapper or something, she was pissed off at them or who knows what the hell it was. But I remember watching that and I'm thinking like, basically your life is like you get to goof around. You get to goof around and you get paid, no exaggeration, $400 million trillion bazillion $1 million. And you like live in a mansion and stuff. It's like, what are you so pissed off about? But now she's doing this. And I think that even she might be a little confused as to what the hell's going on here.
Ooh, dip, 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 dip.
Guys, sorry, I'm getting an incoming dip. Dip, 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 dip. I'm getting an incoming dip. Dip, 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 dip. So sorry about that, guys. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Much like when that guy came and he said something to George W. Bush when he was at that school. This is basically an exact same similar parallel situation where it's just been brought to my attention that we have an update. We have an update on the YouTube shorts I've been watching.
Hello and welcome to the beautiful segment known as High Rise Pool Watch 2025 to, what is it, 26, where we look at high-rise pools breaking, AI slop of that.
It's breaking, hold on! I'm slipping. Somebody help!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, that's right, guys. We have an update. We have an urgent and important and life-changing, life-altering update on High Rise Glass Pool Watch 2025 to 26. If you're not familiar with this segment, which God only knows why you're not, how you're this out of the loop.
I mean, what else are you doing?
Explain yourself. This is a segment where I spread my knowledge of what I've learned from watching hours and hours. This is true. I was watching, I think I watched maybe like 200 oh no, of these. It's these AI, terribly AI generated YouTube shorts that have like millions of views, where it's people in a high-rise glass pool, infinity pool, and it like breaks. I'm like Candace Owens up in this MF because this is just opening a whole world. Like there must be trillions of these shorts, because I watched at least 200,000 of them last night. I kind of lost track of time. I was just watching these and I looked at the clock. I was like, oh, it's 5 a.m. I've been watching these for 5 hours. Okay, so by now you should be familiar with the story here. These people are absolutely amazed at the idea of being in a pool that's high up. And they always say the same thing. They're like, I could see the whole city from here. I could see the whole city from here. And then it starts breaking. But check this out. Let's see if we can crop in on this right here. I'm sorry, what's going on there? It's a guy whose head appears to be on backwards, and then a half lady. So there's many things that you need to be aware of when you go into these high-rise glass pools that we all do every weekend. If you see this, say something. If you see something like this, say something. Also, a lot of people, that seems dangerous, just hanging over the edge there. Oh my god, what's happening? Check this guy's reaction right here. So this glass pool is breaking. Somebody just fell over the edge. Check this guy. Hey, kind of uninterested in the whole thing.
Oh no! Back! Go! It's cracking! Move! Oh my god! Go to the steps! Hurry! It's still spreading! It's leaking! Just get out! Come on, come on.
Okay, so yeah, you know, as a huge fan, as maybe the biggest fan of the glass pool, what is it? High-rise glass pool breaking subgenre of AI trash. To the film directors who are typing in this movie, please check them first, you know? Please check them that what you end up with makes sense, you know? You know, make sure when the glass breaks, they're just not walking around under the water, you know, kind of minding their own business. Oh no, the glass broke. I guess I'll walk around underwater like it's not water.
Man, this view's unreal. It's like swimming.
Oh no! Be careful!
Oh my, it's cracking! Look out! He's falling! That caught him! He's alive! We're coming down! Man, this view's unreal.
Okay, yeah, there you go. I think this is like the peak. I think I might be done as a fan of this genre because I think that's the peak one right there. I think that's the best one. They're in one of these high-rise glass pools that inevitably breaks because they all break, you know? You know, the thing's breaking, but he keeps hanging out in it, and then he falls through. It's unexplained how he falls through, but there's a net. Oh, there's just a net there. This thing breaks so much. This high-rise glass pool breaks so much that they just have a net there when people fall out. Hopefully they'll catch one of them. Well, anyway, guys, there we go. Happy holidays, happy Hanukkah, love you. Hope you
cut your meat.
Hope you do some of this and a little bit of this.
Talk to you next time. Bye-bye.
Oh, it's that time of the year, the end of the year, where I look back. Let me look back real quick. Let me look at some of this crap. Oh, it's all bad things that I felt, and it's all stupid things. Anyway, guys, if you want to do a not stupid thing, please subscribe on Patreon, because you're missing episodes every single week. You're missing like half the episodes every single GD week. So how do you solve this major problem? Click the link in the description and it take you right there. And you can subscribe for as little as $2 per month. Whoa, $2 per month, that's forgettable, man. Anyway, click the link in the description and I will see you there. Oh, I didn't like that attitude. Let me.
Okay, I'm never gonna come up here.
Thanks to Good Idea Creations, home of independent book publisher Hungry Minds, for supporting PBS. There's a really powerful and sometimes dangerous idea that's taken root in pop culture. The idea of the alpha male. For decades, the idea of the all-powerful alpha male has dominated media. We've been told that in animals and in human society, the toughest,
It is evolutional.
the most aggressive top dog gets the power, the resources, the mates.
Biological.
Told to stop being beta, to be the fearless leader of the pack. Take the red pill, and you can be an alpha too.
The only alpha they respond to is me.
The alpha male is an idea that was born in real studies of animal behavior and biology in the lives and conflicts of social animals. Few scientific concepts have been so thoroughly absorbed by popular culture, but this idea has been so hugely misinterpreted and disconnected from what the science actually says, which is part of why I, as a biologist and as a man, want to address it. Because the real story of how animals wield power and influence and how social success actually plays out in the animal kingdom, even in our closest relatives, can teach us a lot about how to be better humans. But to do that, we have to find the truth. This is the real science of alphas. Hey smart people, Joe here. Imagine a wolf pack, deadly and powerful predators, and at the helm, the alpha wolf. Aggressive, teeth-bared, maintaining power through force and strength. That's complete. To figure out why our idea of alphas is wrong, we have to actually go back and understand where it comes from. The alpha male is a surprisingly recent concept. People only began to widely use this term around 1970. But to understand what happened here, we have to go back here. The roots of the whole alpha idea start in the early 1900s, and this young Norwegian scientist, Thorleif Skjelderup Ebbe, that might be the most Norwegian name ever. Anyway, when he's like 9 or 10 years old, he starts doing scientific observations of his pet chickens, and he realizes that there's politics happening in a chicken coop. He writes a paper about how some chickens always peck certain other chickens, and certain other chickens are always just the ones getting pecked. There was a social order where different chickens ranked one above the other according to status, what scientists call a dominance hierarchy. If you've ever heard someone use the term pecking order, this is the origin of that term. So you can only have a hierarchy, this ranking of status, in animals that live in groups and are social. So it's worth having a short detour to ask, why are some animals social in the first place? Animals can group together for a lot of different reasons that aren't necessarily social. Zebras and wildebeest might get together, but that's not because they're being social with each other. It's just that that's where the grass is. So when does a group of animals become social? For that to happen, the individuals in a species who are selfish and non-social, they have to end up doing worse than the individuals who cooperate. Maybe working together helps them collect more resources. Maybe it's being better able to defend each other against predators. But in the end, natural selection decides that cooperating and being social is an advantage. The social animals reproduce more, and so that species becomes more social. Not quite every social animal creates one of those ladders of social status, a dominance hierarchy, but they are surprisingly widespread. From puppies to meerkats to geese, they're everywhere. But there was one special animal that made the idea of top dog famous. So in the 1940s, this Swiss scientist named Rudolf Schenkel wants to understand more about wolf social lives, like how does a wolf pack even work? The problem is, in the 1940s, wolves are basically extinct in the wild. Why? If you guessed because we killed them, you are right. The only wolves that Schenkel can find are at the zoo in Basel, Switzerland. So he spends years watching these wolves, and in 1947 writes this paper. On page 11, he writes that the top male and top female pair defend their social position by incessant control and repression of all types of competition within the same sex. And right here, in this handwritten note, he calls them alpha animals. This is it. This is where the concept of alpha males and alpha females is born. I have to say, it's very cool to find like the actual paper where someone writes something down like this for the first time. But it wasn't until 20 or so years later that the term alpha male enters popular culture, thanks to this best-selling book, The Wolf, by this guy.
My name is Dave Meach. I've been studying wolves since 1958. So Schenkel just figured, well, a pack is a bunch of wolves. And when I published my 1970 book, which ended up being a bestseller, in that book, I cited his studies and indicated that the top-ranking member of a pack was an alpha male and the top-ranking female was the alpha female. So I have been either credited or blamed for perhaps promoting that idea.
Now, Meach's book contains basically everything we knew about wolves at that time. And because it's so popular, it launches the alpha male concept into culture. And that idea, the alpha male, it lands in this world that's full of industry, corporate ladders, sports, political drama, military conflict, and a generation who had very loudly been questioning all of those hierarchies. As the alpha male concept begins to get attention, there was just one problem. Schenkel's whole idea of alpha wolves dominating by force and conflict was fundamentally flawed.
Rudolf Schenkel knew they lived in packs but didn't know what a pack was. So he put a bunch of wolves from various zoos and captive situations together and made his own artificial pack, thinking it was an actual pack like you'd find in the wild, which it wasn't.
But around this time, wild wolf populations are starting to recover. So Meach continues observing wild wolves and discovers something that completely flips the script.
It became apparent to me that a wolf pack was actually a family. That idea of wolves fighting to get to the top of a dominance hierarchy was actually not valid.
This was a huge shift in our understanding of wolves. A pack is not a hierarchy of dominance and conflict and power struggles. Wolf packs are simply families, and the alpha male and female are just the parents. Throwing a bunch of unrelated wolves together in a cage is basically the wolf equivalent of prison culture. So, of course they used aggression and violence to gain dominance. I don't think we would look at human prisons and say, that's what we want to model human nature off of, right? In a natural pack, there's no battle for the throne. Young wolves don't challenge the parents for dominance. They just leave when they grow up and they go start their own packs. Labeling parents as alphas makes no sense. I mean, at the very least, it doesn't help us understand wolves better. I mean, do we call a doe an alpha deer just because she has a fawn? Would you call your dad or mom the alpha of the family?
Why are we actually giving such a, quote, power to these individuals by calling them alphas when all they are is, parents of the pups?
And it turns out that the alpha male wasn't even always the one leading the pack. When the pups are young and being nursed by the female, the male brings her food. He attends to her.
So during those first 8 or 9 weeks or so of the pup's life, the female is clearly dominant to that male.
And this even extends to hunting and protection.
When a muskox came up to a den of pups while I was studying them, it was really the female that tended to be the most protective of the pups.
Meach and other biologists tried to correct the record with this new science. But this is a case where that book and its outdated image of a wolf pack had already morphed into a cultural meme that was beyond their control. In 1982, Dutch primatologist Frans de Waal published the book Chimpanzee Politics. De Waal's idea was that if we wanted to look at other animals to learn about dominance and hierarchies and maybe how they apply to humans, we should look at our closest relative. Chimpanzee Politics explored how chimpanzees angle for power and influence. It became an instant classic, pouring gas on the fire of the popular idea of the alpha male. Former Speaker of the US House, Newt Gingrich, even handed out copies of it in Congress. That explains a lot. From that point to today, when people talk about an alpha male, they usually mean a kind of bully, someone who's loud, aggressive, always dominating, constantly proving he's the boss. But this completely gets the science wrong again.
It's a complete mess, sort of. If you look at YouTube or whatever, there isn't a lot of good information out there about dominance or alpha males. Almost none of that material is grounded in our understanding based in animal behavior.
Aaron studies the social lives and emotions of chimpanzees and other apes.
I think what interests me most about chimpanzees is their similarity to humans. They are one of our closest living relatives. Chimpanzees and bonobos are the two animals that are more similar to humans than any other species.
How similar? Well, chimps and their cousins, bonobos, they share about 98.7% of their DNA with humans, and they share 99.6% of their DNA with each other.
A lot of the reason that chimpanzees are useful for studying human behavior is that we are apes.
Like all other primates, chimpanzees live in groups with deep social connections. A chimp community can range from just around a dozen to over 100 individuals. Male chimps will stay in a group their whole life. They stay close to mom until they're about 10. Then they join the older males and do guy stuff. Female chimps typically leave the group they grew up with when they're teenagers. They join another group and spend the rest of their life there. Now, wolf packs, remember, are really just families, but
so with chimpanzees, they seem to have a really clear dominance hierarchy, especially among the adult males. And all the adult male chimpanzees in a community have a sense of where they fall relative to other adult males.
This dominance sort of takes shape through charging, chasing, and slapping each other, kind of like a game of chimpanzee playground tag.
It's usually the threat of force. Chimpanzees do
hierarchy.
That's not how it's meant to be used in animal behavior. It's not a personality trait, it's a relationship. And it doesn't necessarily relate to other behaviors like leadership. In chimpanzees, the alpha is not the leader. He's just the highest ranking male. You have other chimps who might be leaders, for example, and protecting the group and going on these territorial excursions. And I think that primatologists sort of got focused on dominance because it was something that we could measure pretty easily.
One of the remarkable things about chimpanzees is that they form these really strong and enduring social bonds with other chimps.
If I were to think about what makes a successful male chimpanzee, it wouldn't be, are you the alpha? And it wouldn't necessarily be, are you even high ranking? Although that might help. It would really be about, do you have a friend? Are you connected to other individuals in the community? If a female doesn't leave at adolescence and she stays in her community, sometimes she'll stay in sort of the neighborhood that she grew up in, and she can develop a really strong relationship with her mother throughout adulthood. These are like the strongest relationships you see in chimpanzees. They're often inseparable, really amazing to watch. The second strongest relationship in adult chimpanzees is between adult male chimpanzees, where they have these friendly, cooperative relationships. They spend time traveling together, sitting together, grooming with each other, and sometimes they last over 5 or even over 10 years. If you have a friendship that lasts 5 or 10 years, I mean, that's longer than many marriages in humans.
Scientists think these friendships between male chimpanzees most closely resemble the pair bonds that we see between human mates.
Like a lot of primatologists notice, okay, they study these strong same-sex relationships between male primates. You see this in some other species too, and sometimes they call these bromances, but I think they're romances. Just call them what they are, they're romances.
Becoming an alpha male chimpanzee is not only about being strong and powerful. The most influential males also have to be generous. They show empathy, they resolve conflict, they bring food to other chimpanzees. They'll play with the babies. They'll engage with the females. Male chimpanzees spend a lot of time building goodwill and favor with a lot of other chimps when they're trying to move up the hierarchy. And we can't overlook bonobos. They're just as closely related to us as chimps are. In bonobo societies, the dominant individual is often a female. And among bonobos, conflict isn't resolved with strength or aggression. They resolve conflict with sex. So yes, tons of animals construct these social ranking systems, but this simplistic view of dominance by aggression and strength and control is pulled from bad science, and our closest relatives prove that is not the only way, or even the best way, to gain influence and power. Ultimately, the very scientists who introduced the idea of the alpha male being this king of aggression and dominance, being the top wolf, has had to fight for decades to get the actual truth out there.
Not just interesting, but frustrating. I keep having to answer questions about things that I published in 1970, which are not right, you know. I think mainly as a result of the publicity that was coming out about this whole alpha business. And that's when I thought, I really should try to get this thing out of print.
Today, the very book that birthed the idea of the alpha male in popular culture is no longer being printed because the author had enough humility to know that the science had to be corrected.
I think that it's very important for any scientist to reflect on their own work, and we correct ourselves. If we don't, someone else does.
I mean, one interesting thing about humans, we love to look at other animals to sort of understand our behavior, but we can also study humans to understand humans. And people who study humans across cultures and in a range of cultures identify that, okay, humans aren't really doing like the dominance that we think about when we think about chimpanzee males and threats of aggression. Humans don't really do that.
For humans, what seems to matter more than dominance is this idea of prestige.
It's not your ability to threaten others and intimidate others. That doesn't actually get you power in a lot of human cultures. What gets you power is knowledge, expertise, and actually your ability to share that.
It's really worth asking why this misunderstanding about alpha males is so popular in so many aspects of our society. What unmet need is this misinformed idea filling?
The conversation about the alpha, I think, is sort of a facade for a conversation about our relationships more broadly. And I think in primatology, in animal behavior, and in popular culture, in high schools and on YouTube and stuff, it's all sort of circling around the importance of relationships, the importance of feeling a sense of belonging.
The idea of the alpha male in human society must be considered very carefully.
What seems undeniable today is that our needs as hypersocial primates who evolved around connection and bonding with others, those needs are not being met.
It's all about finding ways we can connect more. I think that's a really serious, it's a really pressing concern. How do we connect?
Really, what this makes me think about is what lessons should and shouldn't we take from the animal kingdom? I mean, it would be a little weird if we were modeling human societies and behaviors and norms off of lobsters or whatever. I mean, we last shared a common ancestor with them like 350 million years ago. But we are extremely closely related to chimpanzees. It makes more sense that we would look to our closest relatives to find a reflection of ourselves. And when we do, we should try to be honest and accurate with what we see. But I think we should be really cautious about taking any lessons or models for behavior from other animals.
A man acting like an ape.
Because every other species on Earth took its own evolutionary journey to get where it is and how it is. And our path is special and unique to us. Because yes, the reality is chimpanzee alpha males are much more about cooperation and empathy compared to most people's concept of alpha male. But chimps also do a lot of things that we definitely don't want to model. Like they regularly eat the flesh of other chimpanzees after battle.
You see that like a lot of
that is not a behavior I think
like,
we should
like,
adopt. There is absolutely a biological basis to why we act the way we act. So you cannot understand humans if you don't pay attention to biology. And chimps are the closest other species we have to study. But so are bonobos. And they have basically invented a female-led society based on love and pleasure. I think the most important point to remember in this whole alpha conversation is this. We have this very unique and special ability to think about and choose what we want to be and how we want to behave. I'm not sure a wolf could say that, or even a chimpanzee could, for that matter. This is an immense privilege that our species has, and we should choose wisely. Not just what is best for ourselves, but maybe, just maybe, what is also best for the rest of our social species at the same time. Stay curious. Once more, we'd like to thank Good Idea Creations, home of independent book publisher Hungry Minds, for supporting PBS. Their flagship publication, the book, The Ultimate Guide to Rebuilding Civilization is a hand-illustrated journey into the art of starting over, exploring how we'd rebuild society if the modern world disappeared tomorrow. With more than 180 topics covering science, art, engineering, and more, it's both a guide to re-establishing a world we often take for granted and a celebration of human ingenuity. You can learn more at the link in the description. Thank you so much for watching this video. Deep dive videos like this
Here we go again.
Okay. I think this is going to be like a Star Wars thing, and this is actually going to end up being the...
Wait, is this...
Holy shnikes, do I have some breaking news for you guys. I have such important breaking news that I'm currently doing a show before the show. So that's right, we have a full show coming later with a zillion stories, but before I got to that, I had to do a whole separate mini show on these new bombshell leaks that came out. This is, as far as the Epstein files go, this is like the biggest thing we've seen yet. So first, let's start with this. Shout out to CoffeeZilla and Dropsite News because they got this before anybody else. They accidentally leaked new Epstein files. This is like, you want to talk about Bush League. You want to talk about people having no idea what the hell they're doing. You want to talk about Keystone Cops. I mean, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Pam Bondi and all these idiots at the DOJ and the FBI. I mean, this is humiliating. China is laughing at us. Other countries are laughing at us. So let's take a look at this. Then I have other just colossal bombshells for you. Here we go.
The FBI just accidentally released 11,000 Jeffrey Epstein files that they hadn't publicly put out yet, but we got access to them. And at the end of this video, I'm going to show you how to access them. Here's what that looks like. It's volume 8 of the files, but you can see right now that they've only released 7 data sets. And so myself, the guys at Jmail, and the guys at Dropsite, we've been investigating this. I partnered with them to kind of look at some of these files, and they got access to volume 8 early. You would just type it in the URL. It wasn't like indexed.
Okay, that is literally insane. So Ryan Grimm says, breaking, we've made the 8th volume of the Epstein files searchable. DOJ may have accidentally made them public. So all you have to do is change like volume 7 to volume 8 in the URL and it pops up. Like, what? This is something that, like, this is a mistake that a middle schooler would make. Holy cow.
Type it in the URL. It wasn't, like, indexable on search, but you could just type in the specific URL and it would just come up. You could download the entire zip file, and that's what we did. We've been looking through it. I want to go over some of it because I believe some of what we've seen directly contradicts the FBI's earlier statement that, oh, there's no evidence, or we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. That's what they told us, right? They said, we've already looked through the files. You don't need to see the files back in July. Of course, all the pressure has made them now start releasing some of this stuff. And we believe that this was slated for release, but remember, they weren't going to release all the files yet. They had to hold some back. Well, we believe that these 11,000 files are part of what they held back, because clearly they aren't out, and clearly they were ready, because a lot of these are redacted. I mean, already you can see we found several files that were, once again, over 100 pages of redacted information. So it was all ready to be released. It's unclear why it wasn't. But let me caveat before we get into the material that this is a breaking story, and as such, I'm sure there's going to be some pieces of information that we are interpreting or trying to interpret live, and because of that, I want to warn you to withhold your judgment on some of this stuff until we get more evidence. I'm sure the president's going to be asked about some of this stuff. I'm sure Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, they're going to get asked about this because it is extremely damning, I think, what we see in some of this. Specifically, I want to draw your attention immediately to the 10 co-conspirators that are mentioned in some of these emails in 2019. Now, this is just alarming stuff, because prior to this, remember that all we really had was Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the only people who have ever faced any charges at all. Ghislaine Maxwell, the only one who actually faced consequences, right? But in 2019, apparently there were 10 co-conspirators. Now, the people who were sending this to and from have been blacked out, but at the bottom we see that this is the Violent Crime Section, Crimes Against Human Trafficking Unit.
Holy cow. So in other words, the feds knew. They knew. They understood this wasn't just... The story that we've been told is like, well, Jeffrey Epstein was just a lone fredophile. And like, Ghislaine would traffic girls, but it would just be to him. And it's like, actually, no, that's not what's happening here. This is an international human trafficking ring. That's what this is. And so now you know it wasn't even just Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein. There are 10 co-conspirators. And you might be saying, well, what the hell? Why don't we know about them? Probably because they're very powerful people. You know, billionaires are implicated in this, and like foreign governments are implicated in this, and names that the public already knows are implicated in this. So Trump is trying to protect them. He's trying to protect the billionaire pedophile cabal.
And we can see that of the 10 co-conspirators, 3 have been located in Florida, served grand jury subpoenas, 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, 1 in Connecticut were served. 4 out of the 10 are outstanding with attempts having been made. What is a wealthy businessman in Ohio? A lead is being sent to CV, and the remaining 3 are currently out of pocket. This is stunning stuff. Previously, we did not know how many co-conspirators were suspected of, or I'm not aware of anything like that. And additionally, some of the details on this are revealed later because we see this subject line. It says co-conspirators at the top, and it says blank does not need to head out. We made contact with blank last night in New York City, blank last night in New York. Contact was made with blank, blank, and blank. By the way, I love how these potential co-conspirators are people who are being blacked out. Like, why? I thought the whole point of this was you couldn't redact people for personal information reasons or for public embarrassment. You could only redact on the basis of it being a victim, and I'm not sure how these people could possibly be victims here.
Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redactions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not.
But anyways, you can see that it says...
I just covered that guy's interview yesterday, and I told you, lie after lie after lie after lie. Here he is caught again, red-handed in a brazen lie.
Attempts were made to blank and Brunel, that's Jean-Luc Brunel, the famous who's now dead. Blank is confirmed to live in New York, was away for the holiday weekend. We did not have...
Yeah, so by the way, Jean-Luc Brunel, like I told you, John Casablancas, Jean-Luc Brunel, these are all notorious pedophiles who were part of this human trafficking ring, who ran like teenage modeling agencies and were very close with Epstein and were involved in the worst of the crimes.
Have a good address, but an attempt was made in New York. Attempts are made to Maxwell today. Blank, you get it. Like, it's already, all the people they suspected this whole time are redacted, of course. And they say, I do not know about Ohio contacting Wexner. Now, that's a reference to Les Wexner, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. This is huge. We've long suspected that he was, of course, one of the co-conspirators. And obviously, the fact the FBI suspected it isn't a 100% proof confirmation, but clearly they were serving grand jury subpoenas. I mean, that must be who they're talking about, one wealthy businessman in Ohio, because later it's confirmed by this whole idea of Ohio contacting Wexner. And you can see at the bottom, this is from the FBI New York. When you get a chance, give me an update on the status of the 10 co-conspirators. This is really bad to know that we knew as early as 2019 the right people to target, and yet our FBI, who's had evidence of this the entire time, or leads on it, has declined to prosecute, right? Because this is what the FBI now tells us. Oh, don't bother. Don't worry about it. That's what they wanted us to believe in July. Fast forward to December, we find out there's 10 guys that they knew about since like 6 years ago. You know, it's insane.
So again, just stop and think about this. There isn't one Jeffrey Epstein. There isn't even 2 if you count Ghislaine Maxwell as a Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay.
There are at least 10 Jeffrey Epsteins. I've even seen some speculation that the actual number goes as high as 20. But this was a sophisticated blackmail operation.
Even over here, we see that in one of the lawsuits, I believe this is with Maxwell, the government actually wanted to refer to people at trial as co-conspirators of the defendant, aka Maxwell, for the purposes of a rule, and then they say Jeffrey Epstein, and then there are 2 names listed there who are going to be listed as co-conspirators. Again, who are those people? We were told that the only co-conspirator now is Maxwell, and if you don't believe that, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. But back in 2020, this was an idea not just promulgated by wackos, it was promulgated by who? The FBI themselves, the Department of Justice. Look at this. Co-conspirator question transcript. This is from USA NYS. They say, question, when Jeffrey Epstein died, a lot of people asked, who's next? Is the government going to hold people who are accused of helping him recruit these girls? Are they going to hold them accountable? And then the answer is, well, I'll note that the original charges against Jeffrey Epstein contained a conspiracy charge, and we allege that there were conspirators involved. Jeffrey Epstein couldn't have done what he did without the assistance of others, and I can assure you that our investigation is moving forward, except I guess not. Against everyone except for Ghislaine Maxwell, it got killed. Like, Ghislaine Maxwell was the only one who faced justice, right? Except then she got moved to Club Fed, to this nice prison, right? And by the way, that a whole interesting interview we saw happen with Todd Blanche, which is Trump's former defense lawyer. So he got grilled on Meet the Press about his relationship. Like, why did Ghislaine Maxwell go to this nicer prison immediately afterwards? And while he declines to comment on it, he says something very interesting.
Why was she moved just days after you interviewed her, Mr. Blanche?
So that's a Bureau of Prison Security issue that I will not talk about.
Did you have anything to do with it? Did you have anything to do with it?
Let me finish. First of all, I am responsible for the Bureau of Prisons. So every decision that they make lands on my desk to the extent it needs to. But just let me talk about the security issue. At the time that I met Ms. Maxwell, there was a tremendous amount of scrutiny and publicity towards her, and the institution she was in, she was suffering numerous threats against her life. So the BOP is not only responsible for putting people in jail and making sure they stay in jail, but also for their safety.
All right, so he's like, yeah, that's crazy. No, I'm not going to talk about that. But every decision lands on my desk. I mean, eventually he goes on to say that, oh, she was in so much danger. We were worried about her safety as a prisoner. I just got to say, there's a lot of concern about Ghislaine Maxwell. All of a sudden, I don't know where that came from. There's not a lot of concern about these conspirators that I guess we've swept under the rug, that we don't care about anymore since 2019. I guess we knew about them and didn't care. And what's even more concerning is our president also seems concerned with the wrong people. Like, while Todd Blanche is concerned about Ghislaine Maxwell's safety and well-being, you've got Trump concerned about the people who are going to be unfairly implicated in the Jeffrey Epstein files, rather than worrying about how to catch the people that we obviously let go through the cracks.
The victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it, but you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein many years ago.
Now, I'll be honest, he gets off track from here, but the point he was making is that those poor, innocent, bankers who were meeting with Epstein, the poor lawyers who were meeting with Epstein, like all of Epstein's friends are just caught up in this unfortunate thing. And it's just such a reversal of what previously the DOJ and FBI believed. In fact, they believed it so much that they got a federal search warrant for the SDNY, and they got it, and part of the seizable data, part of the stuff that they commanded them to seize as part of the search warrant, which, by the way, I think you need some kind of standard of evidence for. I'm not a lawyer, you guys can chime in, but you can't just get a search warrant without some kind of evidence that you believe there's a crime that's been committed. And part of it says evidence concerning the identity or location of co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, including blank and Ghislaine Maxwell. So again, who is blank? Well, they keep redacting the names of these co-conspirators uncharged, remember, and now they're saying we have no evidence to charge anybody. Clearly, they had evidence for a search warrant, and it's just completely ridiculous that some of this stuff is redacted and that we're viewing the rich and powerful people who are mentioned as the victims here.
Yeah, that's so true. The way Trump talks about it, you'd think the victims are the people who knew Jeffrey Epstein, met Jeffrey Epstein, partied with Jeffrey Epstein, did Lord knows what else with Jeffrey Epstein, did business with Jeffrey Epstein, like his human trafficking ring. You would think that those are the victims the way Trump talks about it, as opposed to the actual victims.
Remember, this is a developing story, so there's, I'm sure, going to be more evidence that comes out. I will try to keep you updated. I'm probably going to cover more of this stuff in the future because there's so much here, but I had to get this out while it was basically not public yet. I mean, I think it's eventually going to be public. When, we don't know, but you can access all of it at jmail.world. I'll leave a link in the description. They have a special drive section. The original pitch was it's like email, but you're logged in as Jeffrey Epstein. Now they've made it like the entire Google account, so you can log into his drive folder and all that kind of stuff. It's fun. It's a great UI, but more importantly, it makes it all very searchable and you can look at it. I think you'll all really enjoy it. I also wanted to give a special shout out to the Drop Site team. And finally, we just uploaded on CoffeeZilla. I don't like to upload the same day on both channels because it kind of cannibalizes views. This is such a breaking story that I decided to break my rule. But if you could go, please give that a watch. It's a really great story that we spent a lot of time on, and I'd appreciate it if you check that out as well. I'll leave that link down below.
So shout out to CoffeeZilla, man. He did some great work here. Also, the Drop Site guys did great work. I love seeing these guys team up because CoffeeZilla is like the #1 anti-scam journalist in the country. I feel very confident saying that. And also, Drop Site News is like the #1 anti-genocide outlet in the country, covering what Israel is doing, doing interviews that nobody else in mainstream media will do. So they're both phenomenal, and it's amazing to see them team up together. It really is some cool stuff. But I still got way more. I'm not even close to done. Ready for this? So, I think I touched on this yesterday, but didn't get to it. So Bill Clinton, or his spokesperson, Angela Urena, just released the following statement condemning the Trump administration and calling for the full release of the Epstein files. He also says that the Trump administration is using selective release to imply wrongdoing of others. Someone or something is being protected. Holy cow. So here we go. The Epstein Files Transparency Act imposes a clear legal duty on the U.S. Department of Justice to produce the full and complete record the public demands and deserves. However, what the Department of Justice has released so far, and the manner in which it did so, makes one thing clear. Someone or something is being protected. We do not know whom. Yeah, gee, I wonder who it is, what, or why, but we do know this. We need no such protection. Accordingly, we call on President Trump to direct Attorney General Pam Bondi to immediately release any remaining materials referring to, mentioning, or containing a photograph of Bill Clinton. This includes, without limitation, any records that may exist and are subject to disclosure under the Act, Public Law 119-38 enacted November 19, 2025, including grand jury transcripts, interview notes, photographs, and findings by the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, as referenced under the oath to Congress by President Trump's first-term Attorney General. Refusal to do so will confirm the widespread suspicion the Department of Justice's actions to date are not about transparency, but about insinuation, using selective releases to imply wrongdoing about individuals who have already been repeatedly cleared by the very same Department of Justice over many years under presidents and attorneys general of both parties. So this is Bill Clinton going, hey, look, bitch, I'm calling your bluff. I see what you're doing. You're releasing every single picture of me, unredacted, but you're redacting every picture involving Donald Trump. They accidentally posted some and pulled them right back down, right? They're trying to protect Epstein criminals, people in the Epstein class who were doing horrific things, but they're throwing the victims under the bus. They're not abiding by the spirit of the law or the letter of the law. So basically he's saying, all right, bitch, you really want to do this? Let's do this. Drop every single thing you got, because I guarantee you whatever's there is much more damning about you than it is about me. So that's what Bill Clinton is doing here. He's calling the bluff of Donald Trump. He says, look, I know what you're doing. This is him saying, you think I was born fucking yesterday? You think I don't know that you instructed the DOJ and the FBI to hide all the Republican names, to hide all the MAGA names, to hide everything about Trump, to hide everything about his billionaire donors, but to release the stuff about me? Of course that's what you did. And you know what? He's not wrong on that fact. That's exactly what's happening. So they're trying to like throw everybody off the scent of what Trump did and what MAGA did and what his billionaire donors did and what the Republicans did by saying, oh, look over here, Bill Clinton, look over here. And by the way, this like little bait and switch move, or this red herring move, works perfectly on the MAGA base because they want to be misled by Trump. They want to believe his BS. So it is kind of shocking to see Bill Clinton release this statement at this point in time, but there it is. He's basically going, all right, son, release all of it. We saw what you did. There were 16 files that you dropped that you were afraid implicated you and your donors, and then you pulled them right back down after everybody had already seen them. So you have a lot to hide. I don't have anything to hide. That's effectively what he's saying here. And remember, let's not forget, Jeffrey Epstein himself, in his own emails, remember we had the email leak recently, 23,000 emails? In his own emails, he said that Bill Clinton had never gone to Epstein Island. He said that. He said that thinking nobody would ever read it because it was his own personal private emails. Donald Trump allegedly admitted behind closed doors he knew that Bill Clinton never went to Epstein Island. So I gotta be honest, in the course of a lot of these leaks, there's a lot less there on Bill Clinton than I originally thought. I originally thought, oh, he's just as guilty as anybody else. He's guilty as sin when it comes to these people. But now when you look at it and you look at the other pieces of evidence that have come out, you go, yeah, look, there might be some dirt there, of course, but you think the dirt on Trump isn't worse than it is on Bill Clinton? It is objectively worse, and we're going to get to some more of that now. All right, here we go. This is incredible. So Ed Krasenstein posted the following. You can't make this stuff up. Listen.
I was just able to recover some of the redactions to Trump's Epstein files, and you won't believe what I just found. The Trump DOJ screwed up some of the redactions so bad that you can recover them. And I did so simply by copying and pasting the text. When I did, this is what was there. This is 100% proof that Trump tried to cover up the existence of other participants in Epstein's crimes. It says right here that they paid large sums of money to participant witnesses in order to keep them quiet, as well as their attorney's fees. This means that Trump tried to hide the fact that there's other participants and other attorneys who know about it, as well as those who helped Epstein release damaging stories and destroy evidence. This is the biggest cover-up in American history.
The biggest cover-up in American history, and you know what? He's not wrong. He's not wrong. All he did was copy and paste into Notepad, and all of the redactions went away, because we're dealing with fucking amateurs. This is what happens when you appoint podcasters to lead the FBI. This is what happens when you put Pam Bondi as the head of the Department of Justice, when her only requirement was that what? She let Trump get away with scamming people with Trump University? That's literally the case. So, holy shit. Can you believe that? They redact. I mean, this is the most amateur shit I've ever seen. They redacted it, and you could just unredact them by posting it somewhere. By posting it in Notepad. Copy and paste. That's all. All right, more. Ed Krasenstein says the following. Breaking. Some of the DOJ's redactions on the Epstein files weren't redacted correctly and can be unredacted and seen. I'll explain the process at the end of this thread. Unredacted version of below redaction. So I'm going to read through a bunch of this stuff for you here, and you don't need to understand all of the specifics, because I admit it gets a little wonky and it gets a little hard to understand. But you will get the broad strokes here. You will get what's happening. Okay, ready? It was redacted, and now it's unredacted because of what he did, and this is what we learned. Defendants Khan and Indigi controlled and directed the activities of the other entities and personal bank accounts of Epstein accounts after they were funded. One, and frequently both of them, were officers or directors of Butterfly Trust, of companies holding Epstein's real estate, as laid out below, and of the Financial Strategy Group, and it goes through like a bunch of names of different companies that Epstein owns, okay? As of October 23rd, 2007, Indiki was listed as president of the foundation. He also was a signatory on the foundation's checking accounts. Between September 2015 and June 2019, Indiki signed foundation account checks for over $400,000 made payable to young female models and actresses, including a former Russian model who received over $380,000 through monthly payments of $8,333 made over a period of more than 3.5 years until the middle of 2019. GVI versus Estate of Jeffrey Epstein, GVI's second amended complaint page. In November 2017, Indiki signed a foundation check made payable to the immigration lawyer in New York, who was involved in one or more forced marriages arranged among Epstein's victims to secure a victim's immigration status. The check's memo line references the former Russian model's last name. Okay. JSC Interiors LLC is a New York limited liability company. The articles of organization of which were filed in November 2014. The articles list JSC, who was forced and coerced to have sex with Epstein, as the company's sole owner. JSC was manipulated, exploited, and controlled by the Epstein enterprise. According to JSC's operating agreement, Khan was to be the initial manager of the company with full and complete authority, power, and discretion to do all things necessary or convenient to manage, control, and carry out the business. Khan also had signatory authority for JSC's bank accounts. GVI versus Estate of Jeffrey Epstein, GVI's second amended complaint. One of JSC's bank accounts was funded entirely with money transferred from Epstein's personal bank accounts. JSC's payroll was paid to two persons, one of whom was the listed sole owner. Khan gave conflicting reports to JSC's bank about the second person on the company's payroll and the reasons for its payments to her. Once he described her as an interior designer, which would justify the payments in light of JSC's purported line of business, but which appears to have been false. The other time, Khan described his payroll recipient as a dentist, which would not justify JSC interior payments to her, but which appears to be true. All right, we're getting there. Bear with me here. Indiki made wire transfers from another of Epstein's personal accounts with a different bank totaling almost $50,000 between November 2016 and 2019, just before Epstein's arrest, to women with Eastern European surnames, including one known to have recruited young women and girls for Epstein. Okay, now we're getting to the meat of it. Okay? GVI versus Estate of Jeffrey Epstein's, from another of Epstein's personal accounts with another different bank for which Indiki had signatory authority. Someone acting on Epstein's behalf made a total of 21 separate withdrawals, each in the amount of $1,000 on every but one business day from April 9th, 2019 to May 8th, 2019. Payments from this account totaling almost $60,000 were transferred by wire to young women, mostly at foreign beneficiary banks, in February and March 2016. So what's being said here effectively is they have this complex web of bank accounts, and Epstein had all these different people involved. But functionally what's happening here is he's buying girls from like post-Soviet bloc countries and having them come over here to effectively be prostitutes, to effectively be human trafficked, if you will. And so in order to do that and cover it up, you have to have these cover stories of, oh no, this is for interior design. Oh no, this person is a dentist or whatever. Damn. You know, he sends monies in in certain denominations, a certain amount each time. And then remember, this actually connects to something we discussed the other day, where we caught them red-handed texting about like buying and selling girls like they were fucking cars or something. And they talk about how, oh, they want $1,000 for each girl, right? Well, what does it say here? Again, the amount of $1,000 on every but one business day from April 9th, 2019 to May 8th, 2019. So this is exactly that. This is, he has his middleman, right, who facilitates basically the kidnapping and human trafficking of these girls from these other countries. And he's got this complex web of financial transactions that he uses in order to human traffic these girls and pay the middleman, pay the people that do the dirty work and bring them over. That's what this is here. And if you read through more, you can actually see, like, it gets into more of the specifics here by naming, the different companies and how things are registered. But, like, this is all the stuff that they're trying to redact. They're trying to redact the further evidence and the complex web of, like, hey, this is actually human trafficking. That's what they tried to redact. Now, the fact that they're redacting that is wildly, wildly illegal, y'all. Wildly illegal, because according to, the law, they have to, the only thing that they can really hold back is, the victims' names. That's it. Everything else they have to release. And instead, they're protecting the criminals, and they're hiding the intricate web of how this disgusting, depraved business worked. All right, but I'm still not done, bro. How about this? Get ready for this one. Revealed in dataset 8 of the Epstein Files release, which was briefly posted on the Justice Department's website today, there is a letter alleging to be sent from Jeffrey Epstein to convicted sex offender Larry Nassar. Do you remember that guy? This is the guy who was like the doctor for the U.S. women's gymnastics team, the Olympics gymnastics team, and he allegedly did all sorts of horrible, abusive things, like fingered these poor girls and stuff like that, and he ended up going to prison for it. Okay, so let's continue. The letter, which is postmarked just days after Epstein died, reads, Dear LN, as you know by now, I have taken the short route home. Good luck. We shared one thing, our love and caring for young ladies at the hope they'd reach their full potential. What? Our president shares our love of young, nubile girls.
Kind of reminds me of like a...
Huh? When a young beauty walked by, he loved to, quote, grab snatch, whereas we ended up snatching grub in the mess halls of the system. Life is unfair. Yours, J. Epstein. The letter was returned to sender. Reporting indicates that Epstein sent a letter to Nassar from prison before his fluicide. The contents of that letter were never revealed. Additional documents show that the letter was submitted for handwriting analysis, though it is unclear if investigators reached a conclusion on whether or not this was definitively written by Epstein. And then it gives the exact place of the images in the files, but it was posted, then it was unposted. Bro, they are hair on fire, scrambling, falling apart at the DOJ and the FBI because all these amateurish mistakes, accidentally releasing Batch 8 first because people figured it out, people figuring out how to get rid of the redactions and stuff. And so there was a point they posted it and unposted it. And I mean, they're cooked, bro. They are cooked. This is unbelievable. Think about what I just read to you. Our president shares our love of young, nubile girls. When a young beauty walked by, he loved to grab snatch, whereas we ended up snatching grub in the mess halls of the system. And lest you think, well, I don't know about this one, CNN already has an article out about this. I'm giving you the Midas touch part here, but CNN actually has an article out about this. So, wow. I'm at a loss for words. The worst thing you could have imagined when it came to these Epstein files and Trump's involvement, the worst thing you could conceive of, the reality is actually worse than that. It's worse than that. All right, ready? Here we go. Massive breaking. Data set 8 of the Epstein files shows that a victim stated that Trump and Epstein raped her, and that a limo driver heard Trump in the back speaking to Jeffrey about, quote, abusing girls. The victim then, quote, committed fluicide in January of 2000 after reporting the incident. Police didn't believe it was fluicide. Share this everywhere. And so, that's what this lays out in simple terms. I gave you the Cliff Notes version, but that's what this lays out here. Now comes the fighting underneath. So here's Brian Krasenstein saying, here's a full document of the FBI tip. This was released in data at 8 last night. It is also easy to confirm that there was a fluicide that took place in Oklahoma on that date. So you click this, justice.gov, Epstein files, and you see it is here. It is here. Okay? And then the replies are, you see a lot of MAGA types going, this is not accurate, and they cite something that shows like Grok says it. This person says, unverified anonymous tip to authorities based on hearsay from the caller. What about the alleged victim told him about what the alleged victim told him? Brian Krasenstein, you notoriously spread disinformation on your X account. I've never taken you seriously. Brian says full document. Anybody can confirm the woman's fluicide in 2000 in Oklahoma. And then this just goes on and on and on. And like I said, somebody's posting, I saw some people posting, Grok says it's not real. But again, I mean, you determine for yourself here. You click justice.gov/Epstein files and you see it, right? So, some of this stuff is like, I'm at a loss for words. I've been following this stuff forever. And even I'm going, holy shit, what? Come again? What are we talking about here? This is worse than the worst case scenario. All right, I got more. Mark Epstein submitted an online tip to the FBI in 2023 saying that his brother Jeffrey was murdered by Trump because he was about to name names. So this is something I had told you. Jeffrey Epstein actually was beginning to leave breadcrumbs and tell stories about Trump right before he was killed, right before he's was no longer with us. He was fluicided, right? Again, that's just a fact. I've talked about that in the past. So apparently Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, believes Trump had him killed. All right, more. So this one's fake. DOJ releases shocking fake video of Jeffrey Epstein suicide as part of file dump. So yeah, so this is the DOJ saying this was part of the file dump, but it's also fake, and we know it's fake. It's a CGI video from 5 years ago. So I don't know why this was part of the files. Is it an attempt to sort of, I don't know, leave some misinformation in there to then turn around and say, well, all the other stuff you're talking about is also misinformation. It's possible that's the reason. It's possible it's in there because they thought it was real for a brief time before realizing it wasn't. But yeah, this video is a fake video, and it was released by the FBI, and then a lot of people were posting it, not realizing it was a CGI video from 5 years ago. So very, very bizarre stuff there. Keith Edwards says, holy shit, more Epstein files were uploaded and accidentally leaked. In one email, an assistant U.S. attorney writes in 2020, quote, Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private jet many more times than previously has been reported, including during the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. Didn't want any of this to be a surprise down the road. So I didn't want any of this to be a surprise to the White House, what we have here. New batch of Epstein files shows a subpoena to Mar-a-Lago in the investigation of Ghislaine Maxwell. How intricately involved in the human trafficking was Mar-a-Lago, Trump's home? That's a legitimate and sincere question at this point in time. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor asked Ghislaine Maxwell if she had found him new inappropriate friends. Epstein files email shows. Again, I love how the right-wingers who are obsessed with Pizzagate, what they didn't realize is that these people are fucking idiots, and they say stuff like, I sure would like to grape that little girl now.
It's just not snow.
You know, they don't say like, oh, I need 7 hot dogs and 12 pizzas. No, they just say it out loud. Do you have any more new inappropriate friends for me? Chip, chip, cheerio. Like that's what this guy was saying. Jesus Christ. I'm happy he lost his royal titles. Scoop, former Harvard president Lawrence Summers was once designated as a successor executor in Jeffrey Epstein's will, positioning him to potentially oversee Epstein's estate, according to a copy disclosed by the Department of Justice on Monday. So is he one of the 10 co-conspirators who was involved with the ring? That's the question. All right, latest Epstein files dump shows creepy photos of temple with dinghy mattresses, zodiac signs on Fredophile Island. Very bizarre. We already talked about how this temple was super fucking weird. But, you know, now they talk about how there's zodiac signs involved in it. It's like some weird occult type shit. Super strange, man. It really is. Like, it is mind-boggling. How about this? New Epstein files. Epstein feared returning to cell where he got strangled. Said, quote, I don't know what happened. On July 23rd, 2019, Jeffrey Epstein was found unconscious in his cell at MCC New York with neck injuries, snoring loudly and unresponsive. Medical staff documented a circular line of arrhythmia at the base of the neck, along with other marks of friction and bruising on his knee. Epstein told prison staff he didn't remember what happened, but was afraid to return to the special housing unit, saying it was where he had gotten marks on his neck and does not know why it happened. So it sounds like he was drugged and then assaulted, right? He said he had only slept 30 minutes a night for 5 days due to noise and stress. His cellmate, ex-cop Nicholas Tartaglione, had reportedly been harassing him, and Epstein claimed, quote, he tried to kill me. Staff noted Tartaglione had been aggressive and was seen mocking Epstein with a string around his neck. Despite these signs, the incident was labeled a possible suicide attempt. Very, very sketchy. Very sketchy. All right, and you also have the same report here. New Epstein files, Trump accused in 1995, grape claim, victim later found dead, and he talks about, we just talked about that story ourselves. All right, more, here we go. Wow, Bannon's phone revealed photos of Trump and Maxwell in 2021 after he was president. This is decades after he claimed to be cut off from them while he had access to sensitive details about their case. You have got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Feds flag photo of Steve Bannon and Ghislaine Maxwell that was found on Bannon's phone in 2021. Not clear when photo was taken, and the photo itself is redacted, which it should not be according to the law. It should not be redacted. And then we have this from WAPO. New files show prison officials planned to house Epstein in a cell with Caesar Sayoc, a fanatical supporter of Trump, who in 2019 was sentenced to 20 years in prison after he mailed explosive devices to prominent Democrats and media figures. So this guy tried to kill Democrats for Trump. And what they were trying to do is put this guy in the cell with Jeffrey Epstein. Gee, I wonder why Donald Trump would want a murderous Trump supporter to be in a cell alone with Jeffrey Epstein, a guy who has all the blackmail and dirt in the world on him. That's a tough one to figure out. Why would you want somebody who would like to murder for you in your name, do your dirty work for you. Why would you want that guy in the cell with the guy who has immense amounts of blackmail on you and knows where every single body is buried? Metaphorically and also potentially literally in this instance. So, wow, guys. Wow. Again, this is just, I am at a loss for words. I am astonished at what we just learned. From the incompetence and the ineptitude, from the redactions that you can unredact by posting them on Notepad and doing copy and paste, from, you know, the accidental releasing of the files where all you had to do was change the URL to 8 instead of 7, and then boom, it comes out and you can get, you know, a look at what the next batch is. From the posting to unposting multiple times. Accidentally posting pictures of Trump, then pulling them down, then accidentally posting something else, pulling it down. They do not know what the hell they're doing. This is amateur hour. This is Keystone Cops. This is why you don't put Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and Dan Bongino in charge of anything. They are not fit to run an Arby's, never mind the DOJ and the FBI. And these unredacted Epstein files, man, holy shit, are we in for something. So anyway, like I said, we got a full show coming later today, but I had to give you a pre-show to the show. I had to give you a mini show before the full show because this required its own podcast, its own segment, its own breakdown, because it is just too spicy to leave alone. But wild stuff, man. I got my eyes on these Epstein files. I'll continue to give you any other updates.
Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
You're not even allowed to say Merry Christmas anymore. They came to me and they said, sir, we have a problem. And the problem is they don't allow you to say Merry Christmas anymore. So I said, you know what? We're going to bring it back. We're going to bring back Merry Christmas. We're going to tell the Democrats, you can be quiet because no more Happy Holidays. What does that even mean, Happy Holidays? Say Merry Christmas. We're going to do that from now on. So I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas. Thank you guys for joining me. I tried, man. I tried. You can see the backdrop is red. I tried to wear, this is like a purplish jacket. Try to get like kind of close to red, and I got the green tie. Trying to look all festive and shit. I don't have one of those little Santa hats, or else I'd wear it. I know one of the kids has it, but I don't know where they where they put it. So anyway, we're here, man. We're here. I still got a full show for you on Christmas Day. Hope you guys are out there having some awesome family time, getting some good presents and whatnot, getting some time off of work. But I do have a lot of stuff to get to. So I have an amazing Christmas present for you on Christmas. Namely, MAGA is absolutely crumbling. They are crumbling to dust, and I have the evidence to prove it. So we're going to talk about that in just a second. I'll also get into Trump's criminal billionaire sugar daddies who were just exposed. I'm talking about the ones who are funding the Epstein Memorial Ballroom. There's a lot to say about that. We have a whole list on that front. Then we'll get to later on Erica Kirk. She cannot stop humiliating herself. She cannot stop making people suspicious. The way that she's acted since Charlie Kirk was killed is just absolutely disturbing stuff. And then also later on, we have a video that is incredibly disturbing, and I will ask the question, is Narco Rubio coked to the gills like a frat boy? That is the question, and you will have to answer that question. And then also, Hunter Biden finally snaps on Jared Kushner's corruption. So, great stuff. Again, that's from that Sean Ryan podcast. I sort of teased that a little bit yesterday. But you guys know the deal, man. Everybody do me a huge favor and subscribe to the channel. That helps out big time and costs you nothing at all. You can also click that bell icon for me. If you're gonna do a Christmas present for your boy, click that bell icon so you get a notification every single time we drop a video, because I don't trust that YouTube algorithm. I know they don't love politics. I know they could snuff us out or put us on a worse tier for the algorithm. So hook a brother up with that, and you'll get all the videos delivered right to you as soon as they drop. You can also support the show on Patreon, $2 a month, $5 a month. All that goes a very long way. Remember, this is real independent media. It's real. I've never had a conversation with an advertiser, never done an ad read. I've never talked to a billionaire or a PAC or anything like that, and I never will. I want to stay true to our founding principles, and we're going to do that. You can also support Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack, and go subscribe to Corin's World so you can see the live Kyle and Corin podcast every Monday night. And I will say that would also be an awesome Christmas present for Corn if you go ahead and subscribe to him today. So, all right, without any further ado, y'all, let's go ahead and jump right in, Ski. So, let's start with this one. This came out on December.
Especially on Hinge profiles, you've got your political views. You put like conservative, you put like reform, and anything far right. They look at you differently.
When you see the liberal woman over here, I mean, just being a man, they're going to look at you and think you're racist or whatever, because that's just the assumptions they make. But a lot of men will probably just be afraid to go talk to women, because these days, you can just say hello to a woman and they can blow it out of proportion. They can do many things.
But it was Durham University that had the first Reform UK Student Society, and its leader is now the Vice President of Students for Reform. So, tell me what the reaction is like after Students for Reform.
Hey, wait, did I already have two?
The reaction over Twitter was a mixed and varied one. Rather funnily enough, even some people turning me into a meme of sorts.
So Gen Z conservatives are probably one of the most unhinged political groups. I would actually say calling them conservatives is not accurate, because so many of them are just open fascists. And you saw that like Turning Point conference recently, right? And you saw a bit of a split between like younger people who were like more open with their far right views, like supporters of Nick Fuentes, and maybe like older establishment conservatives like Ben Shapiro and stuff. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if you're in the camp of Nick Fuentes or Ben Shapiro. You're pretty much far right no matter what side of that debate you support, because it pretty much just revolves around Israel. So the group that generally oppose Israel are the group that openly support fascism, and the group that support Israel are people who believe in like Western chauvinism and Western chauvinist fascism, and Israel is a part of that. But anyway, I've covered a few Gen Z conservatives in the UK, and I'm going to talk about this a bit more. We had that like Politics Joe interview with Reform supporters at university. Like I think they were members of a Reform society, and they were talking about women basically not liking them.
General rights, especially on campus and all that, does make dating difficult in my opinion.
Especially on Hinge profiles, you've got your political views. You put like conservative, you put like reform, and anything far right. They look at you differently.
When you see the liberal woman over here, I mean, just being a man, they're going to look at you and think you're racist or whatever, because that's just the assumptions they make.
I understand freedom of speech, but I don't want to interact with anyone that I think is a racist.
With the way culture works, a lot of men, I mean, I can speak for myself, but a lot of men will probably just be afraid to go talk to women, because these days, you can just say hello to a woman and they can blow it out of proportion. They can do many things.
Women are very sort of like, if one thing's wrong, if they have like one red flag, then women won't date them, which is, all good.
Reform UK's like as a society, I don't think they should be like banned, but I think that it's perfectly justified for the rest of us to maybe socially isolate them a little bit.
So you wouldn't be going on a date anytime soon with her?
Definitely not. No.
God, no.
A few weeks ago I was on Hinge, and obviously you go through it and you can see your political views. I don't think I can name one time I saw a single woman that said conservative. Everyone is either liberal or they put nothing. Well, it's moderate. Moderate is fine, but it's always liberal. And immediately I'm going to say no to that, because with my views, it's...
I've talked about this a lot, and yes, we see statistically that Gen Z women and Gen Z men are going apart more on political views, but that also says a lot about how radical they're becoming, because when I was in university, I don't think people really gave a shit too much about politics. I know that might sound bizarre to say, but because of just the age we lived in, I went to university in 2014, right? Just the age of politics we lived in, if someone supported like the Tories or Labour or Lib Dem, like people just didn't really take it like that seriously. I know they all kind of just felt the same at that period, and that's weird because obviously there is a uniparty now in the UK as well, where all the parties feel the same apart from like the Green Party. But at the same time, back then, people still thought you were weird if you supported like Nigel Farage, right? So you take that to like 2025 and you can understand why so many people won't date like open fascists, even though they've become like more popular and more mainstream. And there was actually like another interview they did recently with one of the leaders of a Reform student union at a university. And this guy was a Portuguese immigrant. Like, he came to the UK as an immigrant when he was like 9 or 10, and now he's leading like the fascist society at a university.
So tell me what the reaction is like
after Students for Reform launched. Well, damn.
The reaction over Twitter was a mixed and varied one. Rather funnily enough, even some people turning me into a meme of sorts, making comparatives of myself to a variety of quirky characters like Dr. Ivo Robotnik and Sonic. They have really got no clue who I am, what I do, or who I believe in. I moved here 9 years ago, and now that I'm able to make contributions politically to this country, I feel obliged to uplift this nation because it's given me lots. It's given me an education, a home, friends, and I feel I should give back to this country for that. I do think Reform is the right place to go to give back and to help with what this country is giving.
We're going to talk about this today because City Journal, you might have seen this article, I'll link it in the description. You can read the whole thing. They basically did some sort of group interview with a bunch of Gen Z Republicans in America. And the answers here are pretty interesting because a lot of them aren't Nick Fuentes fans. There is one of them who is, and he's probably the worst. But it just gives you an insight into how delusional Gen Z conservatives still are, but also how even like the more moderate ones are becoming more radicalized. So it is a good article. It's by Jesse Arm and it's titled "Everyone Wants to Know What Gen Z Republicans Think and We Asked Them." So last week we gathered 20 right-leaning Zoomers in a Nashville conference room for a Manhattan Institute focus group. They were mostly Trump voters, overwhelmingly Christian, a mix of college and non-college, ranging from late teens to 20-somethings, edging into 30. The thrust of our discussion was a bit different from what you see online. They were not, for the most part, crushed by economic conditions. Their concerns about housing costs and the economy sounded more like talking points. They had flexibility and mobility and felt little urgency to look themselves into the life milestones they say they want. Even in a highly religious room, many were less likely to be sprinting towards marriage and family, and more likely to be disappointed by the dating market. Their genuine source of economic discomfort was health insurance, and several participants described going uninsured, avoiding care, or feeling as if they were one accident away from financial chaos. So they have like little profiles of the people, like a sketch and a bit of a background about them. Let's get into the bit we were talking about. So let's start with women's rights. So there's a few female participants in this, and I want to talk about this. So the moderator says, "What do the women here think about feminism? Hate it, and it shouldn't be here. I think true feminism could work." And one other saying, "Should women be able to vote? Yes, but should we be demoralizing ourselves as women and our true values? I used to work and now I'm a stay-at-home mum, and there was a time that was really frowned upon, and I really think that's sad. I think that the family culture and values have been diminished in our country." The moderator asking, "How's the dating market?" George saying, "You go on great dates and then it ends like 5 months. No one wants to stick through the uneven phase." Sophie saying, "I go to a lot of weddings." Bryce saying, "I was invited to a wedding last year and it was too early, so I slept in and skipped it." Andrew, who's a groiper, saying, "I know a lot of guys who are pretty successful, who are in pretty good shape and successful, and they have a hard time finding a good Christian woman. I'm successful, I do pretty well, I make almost $100,000 a year, I'm only 20, so it isn't a top of the mind concern for me, but I do see a lot of good Christian women. I see a lot of tattoos, I don't like that, and I see a lot of promiscuity with women, and I don't like that either. I see a lot of feminism too, I see a lot of bossy women, I look at my mother and I see a very traditional conservative women, and I don't see that in other women around." Obviously, Andrew's talking about how he doesn't really care, but he's so successful and he should be getting more women, basically, and he doesn't like how modern women basically shun conservative values. But then this is funny, this is in the conservative focus group, so moderator, "Does anyone think women should not be allowed to vote?" Only Andrew raises his hand. "I just feel like women are very emotional and that politics is a man's discipline. I seriously believe it. My mother actually believes this too, and I know some other women who believe that. I just feel like I've never seen a woman who truly understands politics."
That's how
I'm
you
not
know
liking
this
how
guy.
much this guy talks about his mother in these answers. Sophie saying, "Yeah, that might be your issue, finding a good quality girl. Have you ever thought about the fact that a woman's emotions are a beautiful thing and they might compliment a man, and that yes, maybe we make different decisions because of emotions, but if it was just men there would be no reasoning. I think it's a beautiful thing to have both sides." No, I don't agree with Andrew on this. Yes, women are more emotional, but the policies affect them too. We exist as one just as we do in marriage. Andrew saying, "I just don't think it aligns with politics. I think politics is a different discipline than what the female mind is designed for." There you can see how a lot of this like conservative fear-mongering about the male loneliness epidemic, how men also can't find dates and stuff. And then you have some people like this who are saying, well, my mother is traditionally conservative and she agrees with me that women shouldn't be able to vote, and women don't understand politics because they're too emotional, and women don't like high value men, they're too promiscuous, and they have tattoos and shit, right? And far right men wonder why women hate them. These Zoomer
And if you
conservatives
think I'm wrong,
are just
I'll have
having their
you know.
brains absolutely rotted by Nick Fuentes. But here's more questions. How is the country doing currently, and why? This is the best question at exposing just like the conservative brain rot. Like, they're so out of touch with like what is even happening in the country. So one guy saying, Grant, improving. I think there's a major culture shift that has happened, and that's the main reason I would say there's an improvement. I think the economy has improved as well, but the culture shift towards an America first type mindset, more of a Christian mindset, that sort of thing is a major shift back to where I feel things used to be, and I think that's an amazing major improvement. So just to bounce off that answer quickly, this is why I said bringing back atheism is really important, because in my video arguing that putting forward atheist arguments is important, as I said, for a lot of people, religion overrules everything. Like, overrules class, overrules economic conditions, overrules material conditions. So this Grant guy is basically saying the country is getting better because there's more Christian nationalism. So how do you even appeal to someone like that who is so indoctrinated in this religion? They'll reject the economic argument. He's saying, well, the economy's doing better. Of course it's fucking not, but he doesn't even care about that part, really. He just cares about the conservative resurgence in terms of cultural stuff, right? So Alex saying it's improving, the economy's settling, the overall financial cost of things is improving, supply chains are starting to get back on track, and jobs and stuff like that. Like the guy was saying at the start, it just feels like talking points for a lot of these people because they don't really care. I feel like people have woken up with Christianity. I feel like that's a big part of people's lives now. It was Charlie Kirk. I feel like when people started to actually wake up. My aunt, she was a big non-believer, and when all that stuff happened, she got encouraged to go to church, and now she's going every Sunday. Again, just completely out of touch and probably just recycling talking points. Atticus saying, this guy's 25. I would say it's improving mainly because we're undoing a bunch of damage. Specifically, I see that in the healthcare world. We're spending more money on healthcare and energy and food combined. Obviously, subsidies are going up, but that's because we're trying to weed out the third-party payment system, which is causing people like me, at least age-wise, to pay so much for healthcare, and we don't even end up using it. Like, what is this guy even talking about? Just so brainwashed. Like, how could you even make the argument that the Trump administration is improving healthcare? It just isn't based in reality at all. And that's why these conservative propagandists just melt people's brains so bad, in that he knows there's a problem with healthcare. All these people know there's a problem with healthcare. And their first thought isn't like, oh, like, Trump is actually making it way worse. They don't even understand that, and they would never advocate for universal healthcare, even though they know it would benefit them, because their brains are so melted by this conservative media they listen to. So now they talk about Nick Fuentes. So who's heard of Nick Fuentes? 13 put their hands up. What do you think of him? I think it's hilarious. I agree with a lot of his points. He definitely doesn't care about how it's going to be reacted to, which I respect, but I also think it can be kind of dangerous. I think I read earlier that he's not planning on running for political office, which is a good thing. There's a lot of baggage. I just think he's funny, and through that humor, he's saying a lot of things that I align with. He said that all blacks should be in jail on Piers Morgan's, and I'm like, oh my god, this guy's kind of a psycho. Ali saying, at its core, I believe a lot of what he says, but I think the delivery is poor. Like, I feel that way about Trump, but he's America first. He's not anti-helping other countries, but he's like, we can't be putting our country at risk because of it. So I just think that general mindset is what I agree with. Atticus saying, I dig him. He knows his market. He's not trying to please everyone. He's definitely going after the more shock value of some of his stuff. But as far as general beliefs or values, I sort of agree. Andrew saying, who's his biggest fan? Personally, I think a lot of time he's joking. He says a lot of things for shock value and notoriety, and he does collaborations with black people. Bryce saying, I think he's very dangerous for our side of things. The right's being accused of being racist and invalidating women's issues and things like that. It's why the left keeps drawing people in. Whether it gets clipped or taken seriously, the very fact that you make light of it makes us all look bad. This one is bizarre though. Ethan saying, he likes to stir the pot, and so he tends to dive back into the polarization of politics that I think we should steer away from. He has some interesting opinions, I think, specifically about race. Even the people who don't particularly like his style and stuff are all saying, yeah, he has some interesting things about like race realism and being like a total Nazi. And I just find it so interesting that all these Republicans who have like different takes on different things, they all kind of like him. Like, none of them are saying, yeah, like all this shit he said is actually really bad. It is also interesting, I also find, that a lot of them don't hate him for being anti-Israel as well. It just shows how much they're shifting, probably because they're listening to people like him as a political authority. So before we get into some like more like outright Nazi shit, let's just listen to this one as well. So what is broken in the American economy? Atticus saying, healthcare. We're busting our asses just to pay rent and healthcare that we don't even use. I agree with that 100%. I've got kids. I can't pay that. I can't pay for insurance. I haven't had insurance since I quit a job. So I don't know what I'm going to do if I have an accident. I'm just going to be in debt. Yeah, I don't have insurance, and I've been in hospitalizations. I don't think that guy, Luigi Mangione, went about it in the right way, but I can see where his frustrations were. Capitalism, as a system as a whole, is better than other economic systems. For example, socialism, which a lot of our peers would probably advocate for on the left-leaning side. And I think that simply doesn't work. So I find that interesting how that is just the end of that conversation, in that it's like, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do if I have an accident. I'm just going to be a slave to debt for the rest of my life. But capitalism is still the best and socialism is bad. It is sad because I obviously know this as a leftist. Lots of people, you don't have to feel like terrible for individuals, especially some of these people who have absolutely terrible opinions, but they're just so brainwashed by conservative propaganda, they can't even articulate really where their problems are coming from. Like, they say healthcare, and then at the same time they say Trump's doing good on healthcare while knowing it's an absolute scam. And if you suggested to these people universal healthcare, they'd probably reject it because that is scary socialism. And that is how it's so hard to often like wade through this capitalist propaganda, because everyone fundamentally has the same basic needs, and a lot of us have the same problems, especially generationally, like Zoomers and Zillennials and stuff. We all face very similar problems. And whenever I talk to people about politics, especially if I might get the vibe they're more conservative, I always focus a conversation on stuff like this, and we always agree on it, right? We always agree on it. But then that's why the right loves culture war stuff and loves whipping up culture war stuff and even stuff about Christianity, because it's such a distraction that people get so invested in that, but where a lot of them wouldn't ever entertain voting based on economic interests. They just vote based on culture war stuff. But now let's get into like more very concerning stuff. What do you think of Adolf Hitler? Ashley saying, I think he was a great leader, to be honest. I think what he was going for was terrible, but I think he showed very strong leadership values. Andrew, again, the Groiper, I'm in favor of a strong executive. I think we should have a stronger executive branch. I don't think we should be killing people, but I do think we should have a strong executive. I feel like one of Trump's biggest problems is all these little courts. They want to throw up little blockages against everything. So I'm very pro-strong executive. I support strong leaders, strong men. I support national sovereignty, and Hitler was a nationalist. He was like, we have to take Germany back for Germans, and I feel like we should do that in America. We should take America back for our native population. So I'm not an expert on Hitler by any means, but as far as nationalism is concerned, I'm all for that. It's very concerning people think like this, but is it surprising a Nick Fuentes fan thinks like this? No. But this is the crazy part. The myth about Hitler being like a great leader, okay, that is a pretty common myth that has actually existed for a long time, because the Nazis got rehabilitated by the West after World War II because they needed to get like allied nations on side with West Germany to fight against the Soviet Union and communists. But then Bryce says here, I myself am Jewish ancestrally. I'm Christian by faith. I've read Mein Kampf. The end conclusions that he came to, absolutely abominable, but I strangely understood where he was coming from. As far as wanting to improve the national state of Germany, he made all of those people suffer, and I want to do ungodly things to people who do things like that. So thankfully, one of them was sane. But yeah, it's absolutely insane. These people, just like Hitler, they don't even talk about like how many people he killed. Like, don't talk about that. Don't talk about obviously all the terrible leadership qualities of Hitler. How the whole German Nazi economy was completely propped up on just theft of territory and theft of assets from within Germany and then throughout Europe as well. It's just so insane to me that they have any admiration for this guy. But I think, again, that shows a problem that history about World War II isn't taught properly, and the revisionist propaganda pushed out by the West after World War II about the Nazis has just become more and more common, especially as you're further removed from it generationally, where you don't even know people who fought in World War II anymore, especially people talking in this. So you just have this view of Hitler as someone who was a strong leader who rebuilt Germany and shit like that, and you don't even really know about the horrors. Like, how many people saying this would actually know the dates for World War II? I'd actually be surprised if most of them knew it. What do you think of Jewish people? They've got Hollywood on lock. Don't they own like a ton of the media and like just kind of everything? No different than black people, Asian people, or any other people here today. I don't really know why there's a single issue about Jewish people. Andrew saying, I would say a force for evil. I don't see why we support Israel. I think Israel is a very evil state. Gaza, killing all these people, And the only reason we really support them is because they're the biggest donors. We have AIPAC, and they are all Jewish-run organizations. Let me clarify, Andrew, you think Jewish people are a force for evil? Yes, sir, it doesn't bother me if it's true. Those slurs, if you're racist or whatever, that just rolls off my back. This is my country, my people, and we've been here since the American Revolution, so I say what I want to. Again, this guy was also calling himself like a native, so this guy is just like a total Nazi, but it is concerning that people just also say, like, don't Jews just like control the media? And he feels comfortable enough like saying this, and other people saying they've got like Hollywood on lock. It just shows you, for all the talk from the ADL that the left are all anti-Semites because we support Palestine, that conservatives are always the real anti-Semites. They're the ones who actually believe in Nazi conspiracy theories and actually want fascism, and they actually do want to hurt Jewish people, where the left are focused on Israel, right? This one country, this one state, and we're pro-Palestine because of the crimes of Israel. We don't give a shit about what ethnic identity or religion is doing these terrible things, but this is the actual problem of anti-Semitism. This is the rising anti-Semitism, and while some of them care about Israel, you can see through the far-right domination of conservative politics, a lot of them just say shit like this anyway, like really casually. Well, that interview was really interesting, but it's just like, what is depressing about that is you can see, like, most of them all have maybe the same economic concerns when it comes to healthcare. As the author of this discussion said, a lot of them don't seem like they're actually materially on hard times or anything like that, but just because of who's capitalizing on their sentiment, it's like the Nazis, right? It's like actually far-right people in American politics are steering the conversation away from stuff to do with like capitalism and the economic loot and the looting of America by the 1%, by Doge, by Silicon Valley and stuff, and they're steering it away to actually America's doing great because conservatism and Christian fascism is rising, and Trump is actually doing good things on healthcare. It just shows you the power of these podcasts, because what you're reading there and hearing me read, it literally is just so clearly from the mouth of Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, and Joe Rogan, right? I feel like with a lot of left-wing people, you don't necessarily know where they're getting their opinions from or if they've come to their conclusion themselves. But whenever I talk to a conservative, it feels like, especially as someone who's very online as well, it feels like I can always just hear a conservative podcaster talking to me through this person, because they just don't really have the critical thinking skills to think for themselves enough to actually give proper opinions about politics. And for a lot of conservatives, I feel like they don't even treat politics as something serious in terms of like their own personal views. It's just like a bit of a game to them. And I get this vibe a lot of this discussion. But anyway, that is it for the video. Very concerning that Gen Z conservatives are going even further right, but it's still interesting to read that. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and if you made it this far, thank you for watching.
Pretty cool. Wow.
Joe Rogan, ostensibly the working class hero,
the everyman,
and who is he empathizing with? Well, of course, it's Elon Musk, right? Like, he doesn't say like, we need to tax more so that we can, I don't know, provide universal childcare or universal pre-K or
Okay. Oh, awesome.
Welcome, everyone, to a special breaking edition of Breaking Points. We are joined now by the one and only CoffeeZilla, who has been working at all hours with our own Ryan Grimm, going through, Epstein emails, documents, and all of that. Ryan, tell us a little bit about what you guys have been digging into.
Yeah, so also a little background on this unusual collab. So I think, Stephen, I reached out to you because you were about to do a version of Jmail, I think. So Jmail, which at Dropsite we're working with them, it's jmail.world. You can also find it through dropsitenews.com. Like, they're basically taking as many emails as they could find and making them searchable in like a Gmail format. It's actually brilliant. So then we started working with them because we had lots of other data sets. We had emails from the House Oversight Committee. We also had Ehud Barak's emails, etc. So loading those in there too. I'd heard you were doing them. Like, let's combine forces. And so you've been working with us, sifting through stuff for a while now. And last night, somebody on our team, basically figured out that that the DOJ had uploaded. You correct me if I'm getting the tech right here. So they had uploaded the 8th tranche of the Epstein files, but had not made it indexed yet. But you could find it by just monkeying around with the URL. So we were able to find it, and then the Jmail team, made it searchable. They subsequently took it down. DOJ put it back up. DOJ has now put up a new version. Anyway, you can find all the different versions over at Jmail. A lot of interesting takeaways. First, I had never seen before the federal investigators talking about 10 co-conspirators. The only one that was prosecuted was Ghislaine Maxwell. So that's one co-conspirator.
It's stunning. I mean, it's truly stunning. Like you said, I mean, they just didn't password protect the data volume. I mean, this is kind of a embarrassing oversight. And so we got to look at it, as you said. I was also trying to put together my own sort of way to pull together all this data, and then we basically got together with the Jmail team. They're kind of the tech guys behind it. But the 10 co-conspirators is the part that blows a hole, in the July 25th memo saying we have no evidence to charge uncharged third parties. But 6 years ago, they apparently had evidence to put grand jury subpoenas out to at least 3 of them. They're talking about 10 of them. Les Wexner's implicated. I mean, where did this go? And why don't we see the part that I was frustrated by is if you're going to show us that you suspected 10 co-conspirators and you didn't charge them, then we should see in your data where you cleared them, right? Where you said, hey, we don't have any evidence to actually go after these people. We don't see that. We just see, hey, you had 10 suspects and you only went after one of them, which is Ghislaine. I mean, that's where this started for me, and yeah, it just went from there.
And if you guys could also explain a little bit about because this stuff is interesting too. If you could explain a bit about how this is the document dump from the DOJ, but also, Ryan, I know you have those DDoS emails. They're right now what you're doing with building these inboxes is kind of combining all of these different streams of Epstein documents that you have access to, right? Maybe if you could walk us through a little bit of exactly what's being pieced together here, I think that might be helpful too.
Actually, you go ahead and take that one. I'll be right back while you explain it.
Yeah, sure. So basically how it worked is that there's been so many different data dumps from different sources. On the one hand, you've got the House Oversight, who are putting out files that the DOJ is not putting out. Then you've got data leaks from early Yahoo days. There's been data dumps of Jeffrey Epstein emails that was first reported on by, I think, Bloomberg, and then DropSite got some, and they started putting those out. And it's just kind of fragmented the universe of information on Epstein, and that's why a lot of people, myself included, kind of had the same idea at the same time of let's find a place to put all of this together. Even the court documents, a lot of those aren't in, the DOJ's kind of document dump. And so there needed to be kind of an independent place where you can pull it all together.
Now that I made that,
and have one searchable database. That's the other problem, is these tools are really bad. I mean, when the DOJ released their new volumes of data, people were searching names and it wasn't coming up, but those names were in the files. Even their search functionality was not working at a basic level. And so, yeah, that's basically what this endeavor was to do, is to combine all the data together so that we can really open source it to the public in a way that's useful. Because if you just give a bunch of data that's not processed, it doesn't have context, it's kind of a disaster. And that's what we're seeing. I mean, the fallout of this, it's worth kind of reflecting on, Emily, where we started with this. When we started, obviously they ran on, we're going to release the Epstein files. Then they gave us the phase 1 tranche, which was a lot of reused data. Then they said they're going to have phase 2. Then they said phase 2 is not coming. There is no data. Then it turns out Jason Leopold obviously found that there was what they called a transparency project in March that we never found out about until his FOIA request, and he sued the government to get it. So credit to him for that. But and then on top of that, they called it the transparency project was also called the special redaction project. That's a lot of what we're seeing now was the fruit of this special redaction project, obviously because we have the House Oversight Committee pushing to get those files to the public now, and obviously that's now became law, and they were supposed to comply with it December 19th, although they withheld a bunch of data. And this volume 8, like, one of the questions that's in my head is, had we not figured out that you could just download it from the internet, when would we have gotten this? Clearly it was ready. We got the same files that they released, you know, a few hours later in the panic of it. But when was this going to go out? Were they going to hold on to it for a few weeks? You know, hold on to this postcard from, you know, ostensibly Jeffrey Epstein. We can talk about that. But all these kind of incendiary things, where they're just going to hold on to it for, and why?
Right. And I want to pause on that because we'll wait for Ryan to get back to talk about the answer to that question. May be more and more, let's say, evidence tying Donald Trump to Jeffrey Epstein in escalatory ways, meaning, well, sexually and all of that. So there's a postcard that was found, and we're going to pause and wait for Ryan to get back because I do have one more question on this, which is if you could speak a little bit to the redactions, because you mentioned this, Ryan mentioned this, the incompetence from the DOJ, I think is worth talking about, as you just alluded to. Tell us a little bit about how people realized basically that they could copy the text, paste it into a separate document. And we have, honestly, victims. There was a Jane Doe who talked to the New York Times and said they're horrified because their name is unredacted in these documents. But there are also going to be other people uncovered as the redactions are peeled away by copy and paste, right?
That's right. Well, it's some of the redactions, to be clear. So the way you sanitize a PDF, there's a way to do it where you just put a black bar and you sanitize it and you can't remove that. There's also a way where the metadata of that text is still there, and so you can literally copy and paste it. So some of the files, yes, you're right. They just were basically unveiled by a simple copy paste job. Some people have falsely believed you can do that with every file. That's not the case, but it's just some of them. And you're right. I mean, the mantra of this admin has been, we are not releasing stuff because we're going to be so careful about protecting the victims. But it's like, not only does that not seem to be 100% true, also, there are clearly other people they're protecting. Going back to that 10 co-conspirator email, a lot of those names are redacted. Then you have Todd Blanche saying on Meet the Press, we did not redact any names that were not for the purpose, or that were for the purpose of just embarrassment or like political reasons or whatever. It's only victims. But are you saying that the 10 co-conspirators, like eight of them that were redacted, were actually victims? Like, how does that make sense? You cannot square those things.
All right, so let's then turn to the Trump of it all.
Yeah. And
Ryan, did you just share something on the screen?
Yeah. So here are the redacted co-conspirators that you're talking about here. The only one that they didn't redact here, it says Wexner, Epstein investigator Russell cleared to participate. And then, so here, of the 10 co-conspirators, 3 have been located in Florida and served grand jury subpoenas, 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, and 1 in Connecticut. Connecticut may be Steve Hoffenberg. That's where he was living toward the end of his life. He was who knows? They had a falling out, so I'm not sure if that could be him. He's no longer alive. That one is a wealthy businessman in Ohio, which appears to be a reference to Les Wexner, unless he had some other wealthy businessman friends in Ohio.
Later they talk about, just real quick, later they talk about some of these people specifically, and they bring up Wexner in Ohio. So it's almost certain that that's the co-conspirator they're talking about, unless there's 2 in Ohio. But they definitely were looking at Wexner. Ryan, I don't know if you feel the same way. It feels to me like they redacted the names that were not publicly known before this drop, and they didn't redact the names that were politically sort of fine to kind of leave out in the cold and to kind of expose that the public kind of already suspected. It's also true of people who've already died, like Jean-Luc Brunel, famous pedophile. He's dead, so they leave him unredacted, right? Wexner, obviously the connections have been there forever, so they leave him unredacted. These other guys maybe weren't previously known. This does feel like the admin is running cover for those people to not expose them. You can say that's right or wrong because they haven't brought charges, but that's not what the bill says. I mean, that's not what the Transparency Act says, right?
Right, and that goes to people's one of the theories that people had of why is Trump, why does he care so much about this? Not just his name in there, but people would say, well, he has a lot of friends and allies that are in there.
Okay.
And so this would support that idea that the Department of Justice and Trump have been trying to protect, people's names who have been in there. Like there was one case where they did release Trump's name, but it was in a situation where that particular document had already been, published somewhere else. So that fits your theory. But it's like, all right, stuff, we'll grab onto as much transparency, credibility as we can by releasing things that are already released, but try to make sure that we don't add to any new information. Although with this latest tranche, they appear to have significantly added to what we know.
It's incredible. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel. I feel like I got the first real glimpse at why the administration has been acting the way they're acting. I have been puzzled by this the entire time. I have been baffled by the way they are handling this. After last night, I finally see a glimpse at what they might be thinking about. I think it's a good time to talk about the postcard, the Larry Nassar alleged, and I think it's important to say that because there are a lot of questions about this postcard, and there's going to continue to be a lot of questions. I think there's a lot of reasons to doubt it, actually. But either way, this administration understands optics. And when you have a postcard, let's just read it off. I don't know if we can. When you have a postcard that says what this says, you know how people are going to feel about this.
Yeah, it's really funny. At minimum.
And I actually
not the word.
I just want to just on this question about being a bit careful with this. I also just want to mention, as we were talking, I found that the Associated Press actually reported this back in 2023. And their reporting here is 2 weeks before ending his life, Jeffrey Epstein sat in the corner of his Manhattan jail cell with his hands over his ears, desperate to muffle the sound of a toilet that wouldn't stop running. Epstein was agitated and unable to sleep, and it goes on sort of describing his final days. But this goes to show that the Associated Press
what the fuck?
had this Nassar email. Here it is.
Well, they knew there was a message, right? But they didn't have the actual thing.
They're describing what we're seeing here. It says, it appeared he mailed it out and was returned back to him. This is according to an investigator who found the letter. I'm not sure if I should open it or if we should hand it to anyone, he told a prison official. So anyway, that's all. Just to say that
that's the important line. The letter itself was not turned over to the AP. So they knew about the existence of a letter, but they didn't.
Can you go back to the letter contents real quick? It's important to read this. He goes, as you know by now, I've taken the short route home. Good luck. We shared one thing, our love and caring for young ladies and the hope they'd reach their full potential. Our president also shares our love of young, nubile girls. When a young beauty walked by, he loved to grab, snatch. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm just reading it. Whereas we ended up snatching grub in the mess halls of the system. Life is unfair. Yours, J. Epstein. Now, this is like, I think regardless of, we're going to talk about, does it seem authentic, does it not? But the fact this existed in the files would make you not want to release it, even if you knew 100% it was fake. Because you know, like, Trump knows how optics work, and he knows this is a disaster, just no matter what. If
that's what I'm missing.
Looks like a pedophile sent you a letter, or sent a letter to another guy who's a pedophile and blames you, or kind of implicates you at the very end of his life, that always is going to seem bad. Now, I just want to note a few things from this letter. Do you have the part where it stamps the letter? Like, there's a part with the postcard piece of it, because that's an important part, because it's actually date stamped August 13th, 2019, which is 3 days after his death. Now, there's some things to think about here. He could have, it stamps when they process the letter, which means it could have been written. He dies immediately afterwards, and as it's going through the system to get sent, they stamp it 3 days later. But one problem that I also see is that, it's also worth, there we go. I think we have it up now. Can you rotate that? So we can see what it looks like. Because Okay, there it is. If you see Nova 2220 in the top of that thing, top middle area, that references, I believe, a Virginia mailing center. So what's weird about this is that it should be stamped New York City. This is part of why I'm a little skeptical of this at the moment. Is why is it date stamped after his death? Why does it seem to have been processed by a Virginia facility? All of this kind of makes me have serious questions about this email. Now, that's not to say, or not email, postcard. Now, that's not to say it couldn't be, whatever, but I just think people are going to rush because it's politically one side or the other, right? You either love this or you hate this. I think people should be careful in rushing to conclusions and just understand that this is it's obviously incendiary, whatever, but there are reasons to kind of have questions about this.
And another way that this could be fabricated and still wind up in the files is, tell me if my thought process is wrong here. Let's say you sent it from this, Northern Virginia mailing center, but you put the return address of MCC, Metropolitan Correctional. So when it gets returned to MCC rather than back, to whoever sent it. And then it winds up in his collection of papers, and then somebody sees it and tells the AP about it and says, hey, in his papers here, we have a letter. We don't know what the letter says, but we have a letter that he apparently sent that was returned to Nasser. So I think that would, to me, that is a completely plausible scenario where somebody saw him die and was like, this would be really funny if I wrote a letter from him to Nasser, who's the other super famous pedophile at the moment, and linked them all to Trump.
Famous pedophile.
By virtue of the return address, it winds up in the files. But then to your point, Stephen, if you're Trump, you're like, oh God, this is not this is not good.
Not
even
anymore,
if
because now
believe it's fake.
And the only thing I was going to add is from that original AP report, it has this line from an investigator saying it appeared he mailed it out and it was returned back to him. I'm not sure if I should open it or we should hand it over to anyone. The only reason I bring that up is just to say at the time you have an investigator who appears to say, or who is saying, it appears that Epstein himself did this, and then that gets into the media through a document dump. So people can take that with the massive grain of salt that I think Ryan just appropriately applied here, which is there are a million different ways. And as I've been going through the files, I can see why. I mean, it's obvious. This was always a cope from the Trump administration, but it's a cope. It's a successful cope because it's a good point, which is that there are going to be things that get released that are going to send people down a million different rabbit holes needlessly because it was evidence that was collected and then brought to the DOJ's Epstein files, quote unquote, and was dismissed. And you don't necessarily see them showing the work as to how they dismissed this, and the other thing. So yeah, I think it's possible that's the case here.
And I also think
I think
it would have some MCC jail markings. I would think mail that a prisoner sends out is going to get read and marked. Unless he has his attorney send.
Right. They also did a handwriting analysis, though. I mean, I think we need to ultimately look at what they concluded as well, because that is really telling. The fact that it's handwritten actually gives you a lot of clues.
Right.
You have a bunch of writings of Jeffrey Epstein. Match up the letters. I mean, there's specific tells and there's forensic analysis you can do to easily at least debunk it. To say nothing of confirm it, because there are some weird things here. I do think it's a funny Sophie's choice for conspiracy theorists where the postcard implicates Epstein killing himself, which obviously a lot of people say, well, he didn't, for sure. They believe 100% he didn't. But then on the other hand, you have the same postcard with this, very explicit implicating of Trump. Do you believe the postcard? Do you not? Do you insist that he was killed, or do you think, it's definitely an interesting, it's an interesting one. I don't know what to make of it. I think the hardest part about it is it was sent so quickly after his death. I think that's gonna fuel theories for years. I mean, because you could technically have it dated afterwards, it's just within the window of being maybe possible. Although, like I said, there's a lot of I guess problems with the theory as well.
Yeah, it was September 19th they asked for this handwriting analysis. but I don't think we've found yet the results of it.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's public yet. Which they should. They need to ultimately publish that, regardless of what it says. Nobody's at this point, and this is part of the problem with how they've rolled it out. There's such low trust on this issue. They've shot all their credibility. It's gone. Nobody will believe anything if you don't release it. So it's like when this handwriting analysis comes, like you say you sent it in, if you do not have those records, it's going to be a disaster because people are just going to say, well, it would have proved X or Y or whatever you want to believe.
And now as I'm Googling, I'm seeing like media is like running with this. Like People.com's headline is Jeffrey Epstein wrote a parent note to Larry Nassar. It's like, But you're right. Like if you're this sloppy about how you're releasing it, like, and you're just leaving it up to the public, it's going to get, not that the public is less trustworthy necessarily than these goons.
Well, but it's just
Ryan,
that you could collect any number of random scraps, as you do when you're investigating things, and anyway.
Yeah, but this definitely feels like the thing that they were kind of trying to be like, we do not want this out. This is so bad. I mean, there definitely could be more. I'm not saying there isn't, but this
how about
feels like
this?
the first thing that makes sense. Yeah, this is another one for sure. U.S. attorney, assistant U.S. attorney, saying that Trump was on more flight records than previously reported, specifically mentioning that, he was on flights where some of the people present, well, one, it was during a time period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. And then on the second to last sentence, on the two other flights, two of the passengers, respectively, were women who would be possible witnesses in a Maxwell case. That's also really bad. I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
What do you make of it?
Yeah, that is bad. The Department of Justice saying Trump flew on the plane more than they thought, and crucially at the moment where they're, investigating Maxwell for trafficking, and eventually convicting her of it. And okay, who are these two witnesses? What would they say about Trump? That they're not saying that anything happened on that flight. They're just saying he was there, but there were victims on the plane. And also it goes to this, like, I think it so far clears the bar for what people want our public officials to be doing. Like, even if you did not assault these two girls while you're on this plane, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing so many times on this plane called the Lolita Express at a time when these later to be convicted sex traffickers are trafficking women around, and that two of the victims are on the plane? Like, I think the public is done with, nothing happened. It's like, what are you doing there? It's gross.
Well, I think the question is, did nothing happen with everybody? I mean, how's that what I've been saying from the beginning is, I think it's definitely possible that a lot of the people in these files did nothing. I just don't believe all of them did nothing. Right. And that's what I refuse to believe. And when you see there's 10 co-conspirators, you go, where are the charges for the other people? And actually, you see this interesting, I would almost call it a counter reaction to all the clamoring for more evidence. The fact that there's such little that's been done in charging new co-conspirators. There's been a new thread of reporting that's like, well, there's nothing. This is just all a big to do about nothing. There's a big nothing burger. And there's been some journalists who've now been very vocal about saying, you guys are crazy. He just was trafficking by himself. This was his own personal interest and nobody else was involved. So I think the public doesn't buy the side of it where it's like all of these guys are innocent. And also it gives credence to the idea of, well, there's these 10 co-conspirators. Where are the charges? Like, okay, you say you're not involved, but at least go after the people who were. Clearly you have enough leads to get grand jury subpoenas. They got a search warrant for evidence of a co-conspirator. You have to have there's a bar of evidence to get that search warrant. You've got to go talk to a judge. You've got to get their approval. I mean, how did that lead nowhere? And if it did lead nowhere, tell the public exactly how that happened.
Yeah, and we're still missing a lot of that. The affidavits that accompany the warrant would be, explosive. The federal indictment still. We haven't seen the details of it, nor have we seen the affidavits that accompany it. And that's the stuff that, I think that Trump very much does not want out, because they are charges, they're allegations, and the public will treat them as kind of settled fact. Whereas, but it could be a lot of bad stuff in there. These are things that the federal prosecutors allege, and we're so used to the news covering what federal prosecutors allege that's what people will naturally do. We as reporters often say, don't take federal allegations as fact. These are allegations; they need to be proven. The public takes them as fact, and federal prosecutors love to just basically make sure that people believe that they are fact. So they're kind of caught in a vice of their own creation here. So that's why I think they're trying to keep those documents. Like, there's no evidence that there are these 10 co-conspirators, but the fact that federal prosecutors, like, they haven't presented the evidence yet, but the fact that federal prosecutors believe there were 10 co-conspirators, that's news, and it's huge news. And now we want to know why they believe that.
Which we should mention on this point, we were talking about how random stuff that you would hope investigators are scraping into this broader probe would at least be looking at. That would include this bizarre video, Ryan, that you all flagged initially.
Oh, right.
Because you were changing the URL. Right. Tell us a little bit about this, because I think it gives us some insight into the process and into what the contents of this larger dump.
Yeah, so basically, somebody seems to have fabricated a video of Epstein in his cell and then sent it to federal investigators, or somebody sent it to federal investigators, and then through that, it wound up in the files, which then were released. And so you get this video released without context of Epstein in his cell seeming to be like choking or something. But yeah, so
well, I want to jump in here. That is their choice to release this without context. I think it's a huge strategic mistake to just dump these files and let the public like just run with it, because if you know something that we don't know, like, why wouldn't you provide some commentary about what it is? Instead of just trying to let the just
and Emily, click on that DOJ link. I think
they
took it down.
Yeah, they.
Oh, click on that one.
There you go.
That was where the video was. What happens when you pull that up?
What do you mean? What happens when I pull what up?
If you that justice.gov link.
Oh.
What happens?
Sorry. It's right here.
Yeah. So yeah, they took it down. So they took this video down.
Just a complete mess. A complete mess. I wanted to bring up, by the way, what did y'all make of, the prosecutors were clearly getting frustrated with Prince Andrew, who is one of the people obviously being both looked at, but also he was at the time trying to clear his name with some PR. So he releases to the public, hey, I'm cooperating with federal investigators. Investigators send each other like these links to the Sun, and basically they're reporting on it, and they're like, this guy's not cooperating with us. He's not doing an interview. They reached out to him, and they started leaking on their own terms, like, no, this guy's not cooperating with us. You have a back and forth between Prince Andrew's lawyer and the U.S. government, where the Prince Andrew's lawyer is like, you guys said it was going to be confidential, and they're like, you lied to the public. I mean, it's kind of fascinating to see this jockeying for public narrative, right, between people who are clearly, on the one hand, Prince Andrew's a person of interest. On the other hand, Prince Andrew's trying to get out in front of the story. Obviously, he's been stripped of his title now. Do you think we know everything there is to know about... Like, do you think we know everything the Crown knows about Prince Andrew's involvement with Epstein? Or do you think they just did it out of an abundance of caution? Or do you think there is, like, proven allegations somewhere buried in here that we haven't seen yet?
I would suspect that they also have enormous numbers of private allegations that are separate from this. That's probably true. Because, when they first started reporting on this, I had been separately doing reporting on Prince Andrew and his relationship with this shady bank that was doing work with the UAE, and people were telling me his widely known nickname was Randy Andy, and so like, I think when the Epstein stuff came in, it was more like, yeah, okay, this tracks. And then he gave that absolutely debacle of an interview where he's like, yeah, I don't sweat. None of this can be true because I don't sweat. So it was just this like unending.
You couldn't look more guilty at that point.
Yeah, I'm sure you don't sweat. So I think that's my suspicion, that the family just kind of knew, like, his name's Randy Andy, and he's always like running around with like inappropriately aged young women or older girls, and so they're like, this is just too much for us. That's my suspicion. So I don't know if they even need to know more than is in this document.
Might be losing you a bit, Ryan.
Oh, well. Oh, sorry. Well, that's about all I got.
Before we wrap, I just wanted to get your final thoughts on this, and maybe also just from the perspective of somebody who's been in the knee deep in all of this for days, with the new documents being in some cases like 72 hours. We've had actually a little bit more at this point because it's Wednesday and we started getting them on Friday, but you're also connecting the bigger pieces of the puzzle. I always say my perspective on what's going to happen with Epstein is the government's not going to accidentally or intentionally release a smoking gun document. In all likelihood, any document, whether it's a picture or an email that contains a smoking gun, is already gone. It's been destroyed, deleted, and it's certainly not going to get released to the public accidentally. Although with this DOJ, that possibility seems to be higher because there's a level of incompetence to all of it. It looks like, to me, another evidence or another example of JFK syndrome, where we get a steady drip over the course of decades of documents that are released and personal testimonies of people involved, and the public then has 900 pieces of 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle, and there's always going to be 10 that are missing. And so over the course of decades, as the years go on, the picture becomes more and more clear, but you can never be definitively certain of what happened. That's what I feel like what the Epstein investigation, at least publicly, is going to end up, and that's what I think it's becoming. So I'm curious for your position on that, having, just as you still are, been in the weeds of all of this for days.
I think that's right. I think it's absolutely going to become the next JFK. I think people are going to be talking about this for decades. I think they're going to data drip it out, like you said. I think there's, given their evasiveness, nobody trusts that they wouldn't kind of keep back a few files, right? Under the guise of some rolling production or ongoing investigations, or we had to redact it for XYZ.
Like the Epstein file.
Are we heading for an economic crash, one caused by the AI, artificial intelligence bubble? Well, there's no better person to speak to, because the vast majority of economists, I'm afraid to say, did not see the 2008 financial crash coming. It was a massive shock to the vast majority of the profession, as well as politicians. There was an exception, though, and the exception is joining me today as Dr. Steve Keen, who is an incredible economist, but also honorary professor at UCL and amongst his other hats, lots of other hats. Great to see you, Professor Steve Keen, I should say. How you doing?
Good to be back again. We've spoken once before, Owen, almost a decade ago, so it's good to be back in touch again.
Oof. Blimey.
We did. Yeah.
A lot has happened. I know, I remember.
Yeah,
but
like lots of grey hair for me. Yeah.
I just want to let's start, because we'll talk about AI and a possible looming crash. But you, as I've said, you predicted the 2008 financial crash. Why did you see that coming? And what was it you saw in advance that other people did not see?
Well, the fundamental thing I saw is the role of credit in causing both booms and busts in capitalism. And the reason the mainstream doesn't see this is that they have a model of banking, which is a myth. It's called loanable funds. And what they pretend is that banks don't actually lend money. Instead, what banks do is they act like intermediaries. You probably know this joke. Most people don't get it, but I call the conventional model of banking the Ashley-Madison theory of banking. You get the reference? No.
I don't. Hit me with it.
Oh, Ashley Madison, I don't know if it still exists, but it was a website that let married people fuck other married people that they weren't actually married to, okay? And so Ashley Madison didn't actually fuck you, but they introduced somebody else who would fuck you, and they charged a fee, okay? Now, that's fundamentally the model of banking that neoclassicals have, that banks don't actually lend money, but they enable a person who saves money to lend to somebody else who borrows money. And what that means is if the saver lends money, they've got less spending power, but the borrower has more. And if the borrower pays the debt back, the borrower's got less spending power, but the saver's got more. So basically it cancels out and you can ignore credit. That is complete bullshit. Pardon me being technical here, but that's what they've stuck with as a theory of banking right from when the theory first formed 150 years ago. Neoclassical economics began in the 1870s. And the reason is they don't want to include money in the system because they have a sort of barter model of capitalism. And if you bring in that money is actually creation of money actually adds to demand, then that disturbs their entire intellectual apple cart. And it's a bit like trying to get Catholics to believe that Mary wasn't a virgin, you know. It's just too big a step for them. So they ignore the real world. They ignore critics like me who've been saying this case for virtually actually more than a century. The first person to make it in the academic literature is Joseph Schumpeter, and I'll be talking about him in relation to the AI bubble. But Schumpeter, Irving Fisher, Hyman Minsky, a whole range of non-orthodox economists are saying banks lend money, fact one, and when they lend money, that adds to aggregate demand and income. And I've proven that analytically, and that's what I was looking at. So the conventional economists completely ignore private debt, and they ignore the change in private debt, and the change in private debt is credit. And that's what I can prove logically, but also show empirically, adds to aggregate demand and income. So when credit is positive, you get a boom. If credit goes negative, you get a serious downturn. And that's what happened in 2007. The mainstream had no idea what was happening because they ignored the data, even though their institutions collected.
So you've got slides here, haven't you, to prove this?
Yeah.
We love slides.
Yeah.
Should we work on some slides?
Yeah, bring up
I'm
that.
excited.
There we go. So this is my Ravel software, which is it's now a commercial program for analyzing data as well as analyzing economics. And this is the level of private debt and government debt in America. Pardon, it's moving too quickly there. I'll scroll a different way. But you can see the number that all the mainstream economists focus on is government debt. And you can see government debt began at about 100% of GDP after World War II, and then trended down most of the time until the global financial crisis when it rose. But the reason it rose was the global financial crisis, because when you look at the change in private debt, that's what I call credit, and that's graphed down here, the increase in credit reached the level of credit, which is newly borrowed money that people borrow to spend. Nobody borrows for the sheer pleasure of being in debt. So you borrow the money, you borrow it to spend, and that added 15% of demand over and above GDP at the peak of the subprime bubble in 2006, 2007, and then it fell to minus 5%. And that's the first time since World War II that credit went negative. So that was what caused the boom beforehand and the crash of the global financial crisis. And when you look at the correlation this has with credit with unemployment, which of course is a product of the level of economic activity, it's absolutely ludicrous. So I'm showing the data for the whole post-war period there. But if I zoom in and take a look at what happened from a period that neoclassical economists called the Great Moderation, when they were patting themselves in the back for the fall in economic volatility and so on, if I then calculate that and show the correlation coefficient, I'm just going to zoom out so I can show the correlation here. That's over here, okay? The correlation between 1990 and 2015 of credit with unemployment was minus 0.92. Now that's pretty much saying one is the mirror image of the other. If credit's going up, unemployment falls. If credit's going down, unemployment rises. I saw the level of private debt in 2005 and thought this ratio of private debt to GDP simply cannot continue rising. When it changes direction, it'll be the biggest fall in credit since the Great Depression because the level of private debt has never been higher. than it was in 2007, and that's going to cause a downturn. That's why I warned about it. Neoclassicals completely ignored it. Bang, it happened. And then, of course, I became public enemy #1 to that mob.
Well, I mean, what do you mean by that, public enemy #1? What kind of response?
Yeah, before the crisis, people like me, I mean, economics always generates heretics because the actual belief system that neoclassical economists have is a complete fantasy, but it's a very seductive fantasy. It describes capitalism as the best possible social system. But at some point, people will, a minority will say, this is just crazy, and they'll flip over to another approach. A lot of them flip over to being Austrians, which is in some ways even weirder than neoclassical. Some flip over to being Marxists, but quite a number flip over to being post-Keynesians, which is my school of thought, basically because they say we're driven by realism. So there's always a few of us, and even economic departments like Harvard have somebody who's a critic of the mainstream. And what happens normally is the mainstream, very confident, walk around, and they're all think alike, and they see this person who's a critic and say, oh, we'll give them a couple of classes in, they can be a tutor in microeconomics and stuff like that. Pretty much ignore you and laugh about you over coffee. Then when it came along and the crisis was actually spotted by people like me and not by them, we became, oh, that bastard down there is embarrassing and it's in public, let's sack him. And so rather than economics growing because people like me pointed out the crisis and warned of it, I'd say, oh, thanks very much. Say, you asshole, you're embarrassing us in public, we're going to get rid of you.
I'm just going to say, because it reminds me, I mean, it's a very different topic, obviously, altogether, but since Israel's genocide in Gaza, I often said they will never forgive us. They will never forgive us for being right about Gaza.
Exactly, the same sort of thing,
In terms of AI then, so, a lot of people go, look, we've heard this all before. A new technology comes around, you get the Luddites, yes, there's change, jobs are destroyed, but also jobs are created in their place.
Hard for them to have
personal
much tension in
computing, when that arose, that and the internet, that destroyed jobs, but it also created different jobs. That's just the way of the world. The personal computer didn't cause an economic crash. The internet didn't cause, you did get the dot-com bubble, to be fair. So but I mean, what do you say to that? This is scaremongering that always happens when you get a technological revolution.
Well, partly it's because the mainstream neoclassical economists can't really explain technological change. They have their theories about it, which are very, very hard for them to validate because everything's about equilibrium for them. And what you've got when you have a technological change like the telecommunications in the 1990s or the internet in the 80s or that sort of thing, that disturbs the equilibrium. And the person who spoke best about how technological change disturbs an equilibrium was Schumpeter. And Joseph Schumpeter, one of the most brilliant books in economics, in my opinion, called The Theory of Economic Development. Very, very short book. But he argued that in equilibrium, which is the neoclassical fantasy, there is no economic profit. You can get an accounting profit, as they call it, but you don't get a profit over and above what everybody else is earning. So he said, if you're going to make an over the top profit, a true economic profit, you've got to disturb this equilibrium. And you disturb it by finding some way to produce something more cheaply than anybody else has done before, or you bring along some new product which nobody else has produced before, those are the basic ideas. So looking at, say, for example, the spinning jenny and the Industrial Revolution in Scotland back in the 1700s, a manual spinning jenny had one worker spinning one wheel to produce yarn. The spinning jenny initially had one worker using a machine that spun 6 wheels, and so you had 6 times the output from one person. And Schumpeter said, if the cost of the machine is less than 5 workers, then it's profitable for the person to bring it in. And then if they built the machine, they've got to borrow money to do it. So borrowing the money actually increases demand. And that's where my argument with Schumpeter and I are completely aligned on banks creating money. But that adds to demand. So that causes a boom when you're first bringing in the new technology. But when the technology comes online, that then undercuts existing cost structures and causes a slump because a whole lot of old firms suddenly get beaten by the new firm that has the new technology. We can see this in AI, and you see it in the telecommunications bubble beforehand and so on. And the fascinating point that Schumpeter makes is the technology only permeates the whole of society, the whole of the economy, during a slump, because first of all, you're bringing it in, and you've got to borrow money to be able to, or raise money to be the innovator. You take, you compete workers and machinery away from existing businesses, so you cause a boom, and everybody benefits in the boom. Even sushi shops benefited from the telecommunications bubble in the 1990s. But then when the product comes out, it starts to undercut existing businesses and causes a slump. And then in the slump, that's when the technology permeates. So back in the 1990s, for example, we had all this laying of optical fiber in the States, massive amounts of optical fiber laid for the telecommunications internet backbones. But so much that there's so much more was laid than it was actually necessary, that about 90% of it, I think from memory, was called dark fiber. The reason being that to make optical fiber work, you've got to have lasers as well as the cable. And so much of it wasn't worth adding the lasers, so it sat there dormant. But then in 2000, as well as the subprime bubble occurring then, which sort of counteracted the slump when the telecommunications bubble burst. During that period, that's when it became really cheap to use this dark fiber to suddenly increase the amount of data you could transfer. So it all permeated during the slump. And I think there's definitely that classical side to the AI bubble. Everybody and their dog is producing AI around the world. That investment's causing a huge amount of monetary demand. That's boosting the economy right now. When the AI finally settles down and whatever usage of it becomes a standard part of basic commerce, 90% of the firms that produced it are going to go bankrupt. It will also undercut so many things which used to be expensive. So, you can do diagnosis, for example, medical diagnosis. I reckon AIs will do a better job of that than 95% of doctors. So it'll take business away from doctors. The internet searches and things like that, it'll take money away from other services. So that's going to cause the standard downturn, and that's conventional. So I do expect a recession from the AI once it's fully integrated into the economy and undercuts so many other. And for example, graphic designers are going to lose their jobs and things like that. Okay? So that's the boom and bust cycle. And as you say, that often means that new industries arise and that makes up for the slump. The big difference about AI is that it's quite feasible that robotics could eliminate so many working class jobs, unskilled working class jobs in assembly and manufacturing and so on. And it can also eliminate so many jobs in clerical positions, because so much clerical work can also be done by the AIs. Now, that's not just a cyclical, that's systemic, because the working class has only benefited from the growth in capitalism over time by the fact that labor was necessary to various parts of the manufacturing process. Take that away, and the number of people that are needed for employment could fall by 50% or more. And then that means suddenly there's a phase change in capitalism. And unless you find another way to give those people income, we're going to end up in the Hunger Games. So I think it really is an epochal change.
But because that's the other thing, I'll just ask you to expand on that, because that's obviously
this is like the fundamental,
slightly dystopian proposition for people to have to chew over. I mean, just in terms of a potential looming crash, what are the kind of mechanics of
so many jobs and service oriented? Value, a new kind of generation. Retro arcade. That leaks product. Bureaucracy. Governmental. Corporate governance. But anyway, once roles brand new kinds of, like, it's basically are dying. Island. Alternative to that.
Of that in terms of how you could see that unfolding, what kind of length of time, you know, because at the moment people have already seen turbulence, for example, on the stock markets. We've seen people, you know, various I guess public figures talk about in a way that you didn't before the financial crisis. There's been some talk about a possible crisis, so it's kind of out there. There is some chat of some description. What would be the mechanics, kind of, you know, how would it unfold? What kind of time period, you know, could we see some sort of downturn, a recession, and how serious could it be?
I think the downturn, like this Schumpeterian downturn stage, I expect in the next year or two, because there's been such a level of overinvestment in AI. I mean, you even get to the stage where Microsoft, I think, was talking about restarting 3 Mile Island. The energy demands of these are just incredible because they're basically doing mathematics, extremely intense, large-scale mathematical operations using computers. So an enormous amount of energy is necessary for that. And the thing is, ultimately, we're likely to find that, you know, like a Chinese firms may well come up with far cheaper AI that it makes you various shortcuts and be executed on your PC rather than using a data center to actually drive it. So the cost system will be driven down dramatically, and that will eliminate so many of the large players that put in, and you know, enough money to buy a nuclear power station to run their data centers. If that ends up being unprofitable, then bang, that company is out of the game. All the people who are working for it lose their jobs, and that's one side. But on the other, if you have AI replacing clerical activities, you know, we already know that you can't talk to a human anymore. When you call up a phone company, you talk to a bot. First of all, that's going to become actually functional. At the moment, it's bloody annoying. At some point, it'll become functional, and then those jobs will disappear. And I'm getting plenty of feedback from people responding to my stuff on YouTube, saying they're starting to see it already. Hiring is declining. So I think you're going to see not just a cyclical trend for unemployment to rise, but a secular trend for it to rise. And that's going to take about maybe the next 3 to 5 years. Robotics is the really big one, because once it certainly hasn't happened yet. There was a joke a couple of days ago about Tesla's Optimus falling over during a demo of it handing out water bottles. You know, there is a lot of further, you know, development to go. But once it gets to the stage that a robot can replace an unskilled worker on a production line, then that whole source of employment disappears. And that would mean that if you can't get a job and you have American-style unemployment benefits, you're going to starve to death. So the choice is, how do we provide for these people? And the only way to do it is for the government to provide a universal basic income. And even I've been contacted by some of the you know, Silicon Valley tech gods about this, and they're saying, do you think this is likely? So they're thinking about it. Even people who are, you know, rapacious, you know, multi-billionaires at the top of this capitalist system, they're worrying that they won't actually be able to see their goods anymore because the mass market will disappear. So it is a serious issue for the nature of capitalism, and it's a point in which workers will no longer be necessary for firms to produce output. But of course, you need workers to be buying on the other side for firms to make a profit out of the goods they can produce. So it's a really significant stage in capitalism, and you know, I don't have a great deal of faith that we're going to avoid an outcome in which the vast majority of people are living hand to mouth, and that's not what capitalism was supposed to achieve.
I mean, just finally, then I've got a short-term and a long-term question. The short-term is, you know, we've already got various economic issues going on, for example, with the tariffs, trade war that Donald Trump started. So I'm just wondering how you think that interacts with this, and just in terms of the general kind of, other economic factors which are causing turmoil. But the longer one is about that society you're talking about, because I mean, you don't necessarily have to go into the politics of it, but I would observe that
It'll be like that.
the rise of various far-right movements have arisen already because of partly because of economic insecurity, because of the squeeze in wages, in living standards, the disintegration of the public realm after the financial crash, because of the response, obviously, of how a crisis of the private sector has turned into a crisis of the public sector. And what kind of, because there has to be, because the danger is as ever-growing insecurity occurs, those sorts of movements will thrive. So what are the sort of propositions that alternative movements that would prefer fascism not to be the future of the West and beyond? So it's that short term, the economic kind of, what do you think about the economic, how is this interacting with other economic issues, and the longer, no biggie, about the future society that we need given the dramatic transformation you're talking about?
I think this is one point where we're going to have the old socialism versus capitalism argument coming up again, because if you just have it simply capitalist and you either make your money out of being a capitalist or out of a worker, the working class is going to lose out of this. Because one fundamental element of my non-orthodox approach to economics is that I focus upon energy as the main system of input that causes GDP. When you look at the correlation between energy and GDP, change in energy and change in GDP, it's just off the scale. So what it basically says is, when capitalists aren't exporting workers, capitalists are exporting energy. Okay. Now, if they can, then they need workers to do that at the moment. Now, if capitalists don't need workers anymore to export the energy, then the basis of working class incomes disappears. And that then means you cannot support out of wage income more than, say, 1/3 of the population that aren't capitalists. Now, if that happens, that is social chaos, unless the society says we have to make sure that everybody has at least a standard of living that enables them to survive rather than starving. And that means in terms of how you're going to provide that, it has to be the state providing a universal basic income. And now that's a huge shift. I'm not a fan of UBI right now, because if you did it right now, all you do is inflate the price level. But if we have this transition where workers are less and less necessary to exploit the energy that we turn into GDP, then you've got to provide an income for them from another source, and that will have to be the government providing a universal basic income. If they don't do it, then we negate racism or blame the migrants for the situation rather than technological change. You can see plenty of that, of course, globally. So it's either do it well or we end up in a dystopia.
Because, I mean, that's the key point there, because the reason the far right, a big reason for the far right thriving, is that people have been encouraged to see the economic system as a zero-sum game. That because they understand the economic system's broken, but they don't think there's an alternative to the economic system, so they therefore see themselves as being in competition for ever scarcer resources, with politicians telling them that there is only a future of decline, that the pension age will always go up, that social security entitlements will go down, that public services won't be able to cut, universal public services will diminish and be cut away, and all the rest of it. So that's the problem. That's why what you're saying is so important, because if people think there is a zero-sum game, and that then they think to themselves, well, then if only we got rid of this competition, the demonized migrant, then there would be more to go round, which isn't true, because obviously migrants actually end up paying in money and contributing to the economy. So that's why this is so important. So I'm just glad you're talking about this, because it is socialism or barbarism, someone might argue.
That's a pretty good summary.
Honestly, Steve, it's such a pleasure to talk to you. Let's not do this every 10 years. So I think there's a lot, I think, to come in the coming months. And obviously, everyone do engage with, look up, obviously, Steve online, and it's at Prof Steve Keen on social media. You can obviously read his books. Do go check out his books. If you go to stevekeen.com/books, you can look at the various books that he's got. Like New Economics, for example. So you can learn, You know, I guess all of the kind of general look at economics that Steve has massively contributed. He is the man, as I said, who predicted the 2008 financial crash. So you do well to learn from him. Please like and subscribe, share the video, leave your comments, leave your thoughts. But Steve, it's such a pleasure to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Owen.
It was left to Marx to establish the fundamental importance of C, the constant capital, in economic theory. Yet Adam Smith before him, working exclusively with the categories of fixed and circulating capital, in effect transformed this fixed capital into constant capital, though he was not aware of having achieved this result. This constant capital comprises not only those means of production which wear out in the course of years, but also those which are completely absorbed by production in any one year. His very dogma that the total value is resolved into V plus S, and his arguments on this point lead Smith to distinguish between the two categories of production, living labour and inanimate means of production. On the other hand, when he tries to construe the social process of reproduction on the basis of the capitals and incomes of individuals, the fixed capital he conceives of as existing apart from these is, in fact, constant capital. Every individual capitalist uses for the production of his commodities certain material means of production such as premises, raw materials and instruments. In order to produce the aggregate of commodities in a given society, an aggregate of all material means of production used by the individual capitalists is an obvious requisite. The existence of these means of production within the society is a real fact, though they themselves exist in the form of purely private individual capitals. This is the universal absolute condition of social production in all its historical forms. Footnote. For the sake of simplicity, we shall follow general usage and speak here and in the following of annual production, though this term, strictly speaking, applies in general to agriculture only. The periods of industrial production or of the turnover of capitals need not coincide with calendar years. End of footnote. The specific capitalist form manifests itself in the fact that the material means of production function as C, as constant capital, the property of those who do not work. It is the opposite pole to proletarianized labour power, the counterpart of wage labour. The variable capital, V, is the aggregate of wages actually paid in the society in the course of a year's production. This fact, too, has real objective existence, although it manifests itself in an innumerable mass of individual wages. In every society, the amount of labour power actually engaged in production and the annual maintenance of the workers is a question of decisive importance. Where this factor takes the specific capitalist form of V, the variable capital, it follows that the means of subsistence first come to the workers in form of a wage, which is the price of the labour power they have sold to another person, the owner of the material means of production who does not work himself. Under this aspect, it is the latter's capitalist property. Further, V is an aggregate of money. That is to say, it is the means of subsistence for the workers in a form of pure value. This concept of V implies that the workers are free in a double sense, free in person and free of all means of production. It also expresses the fact that in a given society, the universal form of production is commodity production. Finally, S, the surplus value, stands for the total of all surplus values gained by the individual capitalists. Every society performs surplus labour, and even a socialist society will have to do the same. It must perform surplus labour in a threefold sense. It has to provide a quantity of labour for the maintenance of non-workers, those who are unable to work, such as children, old people, invalids, and also civil servants and the so-called liberal professions, who do not take an immediate part in the satisfaction of material wants. It has to provide a fund of social insurance against elementary disasters which may threaten the annual produce, such as bad harvests, forest fires and floods. And lastly, it must provide a fund for the purpose of increasing production, either because of an increase in the population or because higher standards of civilization lead to additional wants. It is in two respects that the capitalist character manifests itself. Surplus labour comes into being.
And
One,
adjust it?
as surplus value, i.e. in commodity form, realisable in cash, and two, as the property of non-workers, of those who own the means of production. Similarly, if we consider V plus S, these two amounts taken together, we see that they represent objective quantities of universal validity. The total of living labour that has been performed within a society in the course of 1 year. Every human society, whatever its historical form, must take note of this datum, with reference to both the results that have been achieved and the existing and available labour power. The division into V plus S is a universal phenomenon, independent of the society's particular historical form. In its capitalist form, this division shows itself not only in the qualitative peculiarities of both V and S, as already outlined, but also in their quantitative relationship. V tends to become depressed to a minimum level, just sufficient for the physiological and social existence of the worker, and S tends to increase continually at the cost of and relative to V. The predominant feature of capitalist production is expressed in this last circumstance. It is the fact that the creation and appropriation of surplus value is the real purpose of, and the incentive to, production. We have examined the relations upon which the capitalist formula of the aggregate product is based, and have found them universally valid. In every planned economy, they are made the object of conscious regulation on the part of society. In a communist society, by the community of workers and their democratic organs, and in a society based upon class rule, by the nucleus of owners and their despotic power. In a system of capitalist production, there is no such planned regulation. The aggregate of the society's capitals and the aggregate of its commodities alike consist in reality of innumerable fragments of individual capitals and individual items of merchandise taken together. Thus the question arises whether these sums themselves mean anything more in a capitalist society than a mere statistical enumeration which is, moreover, inexact and fluid. Applying the standards of society as a whole, we perceive that the completely independent and sovereign individual existence of private enterprises is only the historically conditioned form, whereas it is social interconnections that provide the foundation. Although individual capitals act in complete independence of one another, and a social regulation is completely lacking, the movement of capitals forms a homogeneous whole. This movement, too, appears in specifically capitalist forms. In every planned system of production, it is above all the relation between all labour, past and present, and the means of production, between V plus S and C according to our formula, or the relation between the aggregate of necessary consumer goods, again, in the terms of our formula V plus S, and C, which are subjected to regulation. Under capitalist conditions, on the other hand, all social labour necessary for the maintenance of the inanimate means of production and also of living labour power is treated as one entity, as capital, in contrast with the surplus labour that has been performed, i.e. with the surplus value S. The relation between these two quantities, C and V plus S, is a palpably real objective relationship of capitalist society. It is the average rate of profit. Every capital is, in fact, treated only as part of a common whole, the whole of social capital, and assigned the profit to which it is entitled, according to its size, out of the surplus value wrested from society, regardless of the quantity which this particular capital has actually created. Thus, social capital and its counterpart, the whole of social surplus value, are not merely real quantities having an objective existence, but, what is more, the relation between them, the average profit, guides and directs the whole process of exchange. This it does in three ways. 1. By the mechanism of the law of value which establishes the quantitative relations of exchange between the individual kinds of commodities independently of their specific value relationship. 2. By the social division of labour, the assignment of certain portions of capital and labour to the individual spheres of production. 3. by the development of labour productivity, which on the one hand stimulates individual capitals to engage in pioneering work for the purpose of securing a higher profit than the average, and on the other hand extends the progress that has been achieved by individuals over the whole field of production. By means of the average rate of profit, in a word, the total capital of society completely governs the seemingly independent
skip this
motions of
part,
individual
I
capitals.
like listening to it.
The formula C plus V plus S thus applies
like
to the
everything
aggregate
she's-
of commodities produced in a society under capitalism no less than to the value composition of every individual commodity. It is, however, only the value composition for which this holds good.
I've got
The
the chart.
analogy cannot be carried further. The formula is indeed perfectly exact if we regard the total product of a capitalistically producing society as the output of 1 year's labour and wish to analyse it into its respective components. The quantity C shows how much of the labour of former years has been taken over towards the product of the present year in the form of means of production. Quantities V plus S show the value components of the product created by new labour during the last year only. The relation between V and S finally shows us how the annual labour programme of society is apportioned to the two tasks of maintaining the workers and maintaining those who do not work. This analysis remains valid and correct also with regard to the reproduction of individual capital, no matter what may be the material form of the product this capital has created. All three, C, V and S, appear alike to a capitalist of the machinery industry in the form of machinery and its parts. To the owner of a music hall, they are represented by the charms of the dancers and the skill of the acrobats. So long as the product is left undifferentiated, C, V and S differ from one another only insofar as they are aliquot, components of value. This is quite sufficient for the reproduction of individual capital. As such, reproduction begins with the value form of capital, a certain amount of money that has been gained by the realization of the manufactured product. The formula C plus V plus S, then, is the given basis for the division of this amount of money. One part for the purchase of the material means of production, a second part for the purchase of labour power, and a third part in the case of simple reproduction assumed in the first instance, for the capitalist's personal consumption. In the case of expanding reproduction, Part 3 is further subdivided, only a fraction of it being devoted to the capitalist's personal consumption, the remainder to increasing his capital. In order to reproduce his capital actually, the capitalist must, of course, turn again to the commodity market with the capital he has divided in this manner, so that he can acquire the material prerequisites of production, such as raw materials, instruments, and so on. It seems a matter of course to the individual capitalist, as well as to his scientific ideologist, the vulgar economist, that he should in fact find there just those means of production and labour power he needs for his business. The position is different as regards the total production of a society. From the point of view of society as a whole, the exchange of commodities can only affect a shifting around, whereby the individual parts of the total product change hands. The material composition of the product, however, cannot be changed by this process. After this change of places, as well as before it, there can be reproduction of total capital if, and only if, there is in the total product of the preceding period. First, a sufficient quantity of means of production. Secondly, adequate provisions to maintain the same amount of labour as hitherto. And, last but not least, the goods necessary to maintain the capitalist class and its hangers-on in a manner suitable to their station. This brings us to a new plane. We are now concerned with material points of view instead of pure relations of value. It is the use form of the total social product that matters now. What the individual capitalist considers nobody else's business becomes a matter of grave concern for the totality of capitalists. Whereas it does not make the slightest difference to the individual capitalist whether he produces machinery, sugar, artificial manure, or a progressive newspaper, provided only that he can find a buyer for his commodity so that he can get back his capital plus surplus value. It matters infinitely to the total capitalist that his total product should have a definite use form. By that we mean that it must provide three essentials: the means of production to renew the labour process, simple provisions for the maintenance of the workers, and provisions of higher quality and luxury goods for the preservation of the total capitalist himself. His desire in this respect is not general and vague, but determined precisely and quantitatively. If we ask what quantities of all three categories are required by the total capitalist, the value composition of last year's total product gives us a definite estimate, as long, that is, as we confine ourselves to simple reproduction, which we have taken for our starting point. Hitherto, we have conceived of the formula C plus V plus S as a merely quantitative division of the total value, applicable alike to total capital and to individual capital, and representing the quantity of labour contained in the annual product of society. Now we see that the formula is also the basis of the material composition of the product. Obviously, the total capitalist, if he is to take up reproduction to the same extent as before, must find in his new total product as many means of production as correspond to the size of C, as many simple provisions for the workers as correspond to the sum of wages V, and as many provisions of better quality for himself and his hangers-on as correspond to S. In this way, our analysis of the value of the society's aggregate product is translated into a general recipe for this product as follows. The total C of society must be re-embodied in an equal quantity of means of production, the V in provisions for the workers, and the S in provisions for the capitalists, in order that simple reproduction may take place. Here we come up against palpable differences between the individual capitalist and the total capitalist. The manner in which the former always reproduces his constant and variable capital, as well as his surplus value, is such that all three parts are contained in the same material form within his homogeneous product. That his material form, moreover, is completely irrelevant and may have different qualities in the case of each individual capitalist. The total capitalist, for his part, reproduces every component of the value of his annual product in a different material form, C as means of production, V as provisions for the workers, and S as provisions for the capitalists. In the case of the reproduction of individual capitals, there is no discrepancy between relations of value and material points of view. Besides, it is quite clear that individual capital may concentrate on aspects of value, accepting material conditions as a law from heaven, as self-evident phenomena of commodity exchange, whereas the total capitalist has to reckon with material points of view. If the total C of society were not reproduced annually in the form of an equal amount of means of production, every individual capitalist would be doomed to search the commodity market in vain, with his C realised in cash, unable to find the requisite materials for his individual reproduction. From the point of view of reproducing the total capital, the formula C plus V plus S is inadequate. This again is proof of the fact that the concept of total capital is something real and does not merely paraphrase the concept of production. We must, however, make general distinctions in our exposition of total capital. Instead of showing it as a homogeneous whole, we must demonstrate its three main categories, and we shall not vitiate our theory if, for the sake of simplicity, we consider for the present only two departments of total capital, the production of producer goods and that of consumer goods for workers and capitalists. We have to examine each department separately, adhering to the fundamental conditions of capitalist production in each case. At the same time, we must also emphasize the mutual connections between these two departments, from the point of view of reproduction, for only if each is regarded in connection with the other do they make up the basis of the social capital as a whole. We made a start by investigating individual capital, but we must approach the demonstration of total capital and its total product in a somewhat different manner. Quantitatively, as a quantity of value, the C of society consists precisely in the total of individual constant capitals, and the same applies to the other amounts, V and S. But the outward shape of each has changed. The C of constant capitals re-emerges from the process of production as an element of value with infinitely varied facets, comprising a host of variegated objects for use. But in the total product it appears, as it were, contracted into a certain quantity of means of production. Similarly, with V and S, which in the case of the individual capitalist re-emerge as items in a most colourful jumble of commodities, being provisions in adequate quantities for the workers and capitalists. Adam Smith came very close to recognising this fact when he observed that the categories of fixed and circulating capital and of revenue in relation to the individual capitalist do not coincide with these categories in the case of society. We have come to the following conclusions. Point 1. The formula C plus V plus S serves to express the production of society viewed as a whole, as well as the production of individual capitalists. Point 2. Social production is divided into two departments, engaged in the production of producer and consumer goods respectively. Point 3. Both departments work according to capitalist methods. That is to say, they both aim at the production of surplus value, and thus the formula C plus V plus S will apply to each of them. Point 4. The two departments are interdependent and are therefore bound to display a certain quantitative relationship, namely, the one department must produce all means of production, the other all provisions for the workers and capitalists of both departments. Proceeding from this point of view, Marx devised the following diagram of capitalist reproduction. Department 1, 4000C plus 1000V plus 1000S equals 6000 means of production. Department 2, 2000C plus 500V plus 500S equals 3000 articles of consumption. The figures in this diagram express quantities of value, amounts of money, which are chosen arbitrarily, but their ratios are exact. Each department is characterized by the use form of the commodities produced. Their mutual circulation takes place as follows. Department 1 supplies the means of production for the entire productive process, for itself as well as for Department 2. From this alone it follows that for the undisturbed continuance of reproduction, for we still presume simple reproduction on the old scale, the total produce of Department 1, 6000, must have the same value as the sum of constant capitals in both departments. Department 1, 4000C, plus Department 2, 2000C. Similarly, Department 2 supplies provisions for the whole of society, for its own workers and capitalists, as well as for the workers and capitalists of Department 1. Hence it follows that for the undisturbed course of consumption and production and its renewal on the old scale, it is necessary that the total quantity of provisions supplied by Department 2 should equal in value all the incomes of the employed workers and capitalists of society. Here, Department 2, 3000 equals Department 1, 1000V plus 1000S, plus Department 2, 500V plus 500S. Here we have indeed expressed relationships of value which are the foundation not only of capitalist reproduction, but of reproduction in every society. In every producing society, whatever its social form, in the primitive small village community of the Bacchairi of Brazil, in the oikos of a Timon of Athens with its slaves, or the imperial corvée farm of Charlemagne, the labour power available for society must be distributed in such a way that means of production as well as provisions are produced in adequate quantities. The former must suffice for the immediate production of provisions as well as for the future renewal of the means of production themselves, and the provisions in their turn must suffice for the maintenance of the workers occupied in the production alike of these same provisions and of the means of production, and moreover for the maintenance of all those who do not work. In its broad outline, Marx's scheme corresponds with the universal and absolute foundation of social reproduction, with only the following specifications. Socially necessary labour appears here as value, the means of production as constant capital, the labour necessary for the maintenance of the workers as variable capital, and that necessary for the maintenance of those who do not work as surplus value. In capitalist society, however, the connections between these two great departments depend upon exchange of commodities, on the exchange of equivalents. The workers and capitalists of Department 1 can only obtain as many provisions from Department 2 as they can deliver of their own commodities, the means of production. The demand of Department 2 for means of production, on the other hand, is determined by the size of its constant capital. It follows, therefore, that the sum of the variable capital and of the surplus value in the production of producer goods, here Department 1, 1000V plus 1000S, must equal the constant capital in the production of provisions, here Department 2, 2000C. An important proviso remains to be added to the above scheme. The constant capital which has been spent by the two departments is in reality only part of the constant capital used by society. This constant capital is divided into two parts. The first is fixed capital, premises, tools, labouring cattle, which functions in a number of periods of production, in every one of which, however, only part of its value is absorbed by the product, according to the amount of its wear and tear. The second is circulating capital, such as raw materials, auxiliary semi-finished products, fuel and lighting. Its whole value is completely absorbed by the new product in every period of production. Yet only that part of the means of production is relevant for reproduction, which is actually absorbed by the production of value, without becoming less correct. An exact exposition of social circulation may disregard the remaining part of the fixed capital, which has not been absorbed by the product, though it should not completely forget it. This is easy to prove. Let us assume that the constant capital, 6,000 C, in the two departments, which is in fact absorbed by the annual product of these departments, consists of 1,500 C, fixed, and 4,500 C, circulating capital. The 1,500 C of fixed capital representing here the annual wear and tear of the premises, machinery and labouring cattle. This annual wear and tear equals, say, 10% of the total value of the fixed capital employed. Then the total social capital would really consist of 19,500 C plus 1,500 V, the constant capital in both departments being 1,500 C of fixed and 4,500 C of circulating capital. Since the term of life of the aggregate fixed capital with a 10% wear and tear is 10 years ex hypothesi, the fixed capital needs renewal only after the lapse of 10 years. Meanwhile, 1/10 of its value enters into social production in every year. If all the fixed capital of a society, with the same rate of wear and tear, were of equal durability, it would, on our assumption, need complete renewal once within 10 years. This, however, is not the case. Some of the various use forms which are part of the fixed capital may last longer and others shorter. Wear and tear and duration of life are quite different in the different kinds and individual representations of fixed capital. In consequence, fixed capital need not be renewed, reproduced in its concrete use form, all at once, but parts of it are continually renewed at various stages of social production, while other parts still function in their older form. Our assumption of a fixed capital of 15,000 C with a 10% rate of wear and tear does not mean that this must be renewed all at once every 10 years, but that an annual average renewal and replacement must be effected of a part of the total fixed social capital corresponding to 1/10 of its value. That is to say, Department 1, which has to satisfy the needs of society for means of production, must reproduce, year by year, not only all its raw and partly finished materials, etc., its circulating capital to the value of 4,500, but must also reproduce the use form of its fixed capital, premises, machinery, and the like, to the extent of 1,500, corresponding with the annual wear and tear of fixed capital. If Department 1 continues in this manner to renew 1/10 of the fixed capital in its use form every year, the result will be that every 10 years, the total fixed capital of society will have been replaced throughout by new items. Thus it follows that the reproduction of those parts disregarded so far is also completely accounted for in the above scheme. In practice, the procedure is that every capitalist sets aside from his annual production, from the realization of his commodities, a certain amount for the redemption of his fixed capital. These individual annual deductions must amount to a certain quantity of capital. Therefore, the capitalist has in fact renewed his fixed capital. That is, he has replaced it by new and more efficient items. This alternating procedure of building up annual reserves of money for the renewal of fixed capital and of the periodical employment of the accumulated amounts for the actual renewal of fixed capital varies with the individual capitalist, so that some are accumulating reserves, while others have already started their renewals. Thus, every year part of the fixed capital is actually renewed. The monetary procedure here only disguises the real process which characterises the reproduction of fixed capital. On closer observation, we see that this is as it should be. The whole of the fixed capital takes part in the process of production, for physically the mass of usable objects, premises, machinery, labouring cattle, are completely employed. It is their peculiarity as fixed capital, on the other hand, that only part of the value is absorbed in the production of value. Since in the process of reproduction, again postulating simple reproduction, all that matters is to replace in their natural form the values which have been actually used up as means of subsistence and production during a year's production. Therefore, fixed capital need only be reproduced to the extent that it has in fact been used up in the production of commodities. The remaining portion of value, embodied in the total use form of fixed capital, is of decisive importance for production as a labour process, but does not exist for the annual reproduction of society as a process of value formation. Besides, this process, which is here expressed by relations of value, applies equally to every society, even to a community which does not produce commodities. If once upon a time, for instance, say 10 years' labour of 1,000 fellaheen was required for the construction of the famous Lake Maurice and the related Nile canals, that miraculous lake which Herodotus tells us was made by hand, And if, for the maintenance of this, the most magnificent drainage system of the world, the labour of a further 100 fellahin was annually required. The figures, of course, are chosen at random. We might say that after every 100 years, the Maurice Dam and the canals were reproduced anew, although in fact the entire system was not constructed as a whole in every century. This is manifestly true. When, amid the stormy incidents of political history and alien conquests, the usual crude neglect of old monuments of culture set in, as displayed, for example, by the English in India, when the reproductional needs of ancient civilizations were understood no longer, then, in the course of time, the whole Lake Maurice, its water, dikes and canals, the 2 pyramids in its midst, the colossus upon it, and other marvellous erections, disappeared without a trace, as though they had never been built. Only 10 lines in Herodotus, a dot on Ptolemy's map of the world, traces of old cultures, and of villages and cities bear witness that at one time rich life sprang from this magnificent irrigation system, where today there are only stretches of arid desert in inner Libya, and desolate swamps along the coast. There is only one point where Marx's scheme of simple reproduction may appear unsatisfactory or incomplete in relation to constant capital, and that is when we go back to that period of production, when the total fixed capital was first created. Indeed, society possesses transformed labour amounting to more than those parts of fixed capital which are absorbed into the value of the annual product and are in turn replaced by it. In the figures of our example, the total social capital does not consist of 6,000 C plus 1,500 V, as in the diagram, but of 19,500 C plus 1,500
Oh, is this like
V.
the Lost Woods?
Though 1,500 of the fixed capital, which, on our assumption, amounts to 15,000, are annually reproduced in the form of appropriate means of production, an equal amount is also consumed by the same production each year, though the whole of the fixed capital as a use form, an aggregate of objects, has been renewed. After 10 years, society possesses in the 11th, just as in any other year, a fixed capital of 15,000, whereas it has annually achieved only 1,500 C, and its constant capital as a whole is 19,500, whereas it has created only 6,000. Obviously, since it must have created this surplus of 13,500 fixed capital by its labour, it possesses more accumulated past labour than our scheme of reproduction warrants. Even at this stage, the annual labour of society must be based on some previous annual labour that has been hoarded. This question of past labour, however, as the foundation of all present labour, brings us to the very first beginning, which is as meaningless with regard to the economic development of mankind as it is for the natural development of matter. The scheme of reproduction grasps the social process as perpetually in motion, as a link in the endless chain of events. It neither wants to demonstrate its initial origin, nor should it do so. The social reproductive process is always based on past labour. We may trace it back as far as we like. Social labour has no beginning, just as it has no end. Like the historical origin of Herodotus' Lake Maurice, the beginnings of the reproductive process in the history of civilization are lost in the twilight of legend. With the progress of techniques and with cultural development, the means of production change their form. Crude paleoliths are replaced by sharpened tools, stone implements by elegant bronze and iron, the artisan's tool by steam-driven machinery. Yet though the means of production and the social organisation of the productive process continually change their form, society already possesses for its labour process a certain amount of past labour serving as the basis for annual reproduction. Under capitalist methods of production, past labour of society, preserved in the means of production, takes the form of capital, and the question of the origin of this past labour which forms the foundation of the reproductive process becomes the question of the genesis of capital. This is much less legendary. Indeed, it is writ in letters of blood in modern history. The very fact, however, that we cannot think of simple reproduction unless we assume a hoard of past labour, surpassing in volume the labour annually performed for the maintenance of society, touches the sore spot of simple reproduction, and it shows that simple reproduction is a fiction, not only for capitalist production, but also for the progress of civilization in general.
Okay.
If we merely wish to understand this fiction properly, and to reduce it to a scheme, we must presume, as its sine qua non, results of a past productive process which cannot possibly be restricted to simple reproduction, but inexorably points towards enlarged reproduction. By way of illustration, we might compare the aggregate fixed capital of society with a railway. The durability and consequently the annual wear and tear of its various parts is very different. Parts such as viaducts and tunnels may last for centuries, steam engines for decades, but other rolling stock will be used up in a short time, in some instances in a few months. Yet it is possible to work out an average rate of wear and tear, say 30 years, so that the value of the whole is annually depreciated by 1/30th. This loss of value is now continually made good by partial reproduction of the railway, which may count as repairs, so that a coach is renewed today, part of the engine tomorrow, and a section of sleepers the day after. On our assumption then, the old railway is replaced by a new one after 30 years, a similar amount of labour being performed each year by the society so that simple reproduction takes place. But the railway can only be reproduced in this manner. It cannot be so produced. In order to make it fit for use and to make good its gradual wear and tear, the railway must have been completed in the first place, though the railway can be repaired in parts. It cannot be made fit for use piecemeal, an axle today and a coach tomorrow. Indeed, the very essence of fixed capital is always to enter into the productive process in its entirety as a material use value. In order to get this use form ready in the first place, society must apply a more concentrated amount of labour to its manufacture. In terms of our example, the labour of 30 years that is used for repairs must be compressed into, say, 2 or 3 years. During this period of manufacture, society must therefore expend an amount of labour far greater than the average. That is to say, it must have recourse to expanding reproduction. Later, when the railway is finished, it may return to simple reproduction. Though we need not visualise the aggregate fixed capital as a single coherent use object or a conglomeration of objects, which must be produced all at once. The manufacture of all the more important means of production, such as buildings, transport facilities, and agricultural structures, requires a more concentrated application of labour. And this is true for the modern railway or steamship as much as it was for the rough stone axe and the hand mill. Therefore, it is only in theory that simple reproduction can be conceived as alternating with enlarged reproduction. The latter is not only a general condition of a progressive civilization and an expanding population, but also the sine qua non for the economic form of fixed capital, or those means of production which in every society correspond to the fixed capital. Marx deals with this conflict between the formation of fixed capital and simple reproduction, but indirectly, in connection with fluctuations in the wear and tear of the fixed capital, more rapid in some years than in others. Here he emphasises the need for perpetual overproduction, i.e. enlarged reproduction, since a strict policy of simple reproduction would periodically lead to reproductive losses. In short, he regards enlarged reproduction under the aspect of an insurance fund for the fixed capital of the society, rather than in the light of the actual productive process. In quite a different context, Marx appears to endorse the opinion expressed above. In Theories on the Surplus Value, Volume 2, Part 2, analysing the conversion of revenue into capital, he speaks of the peculiar reproduction of the fixed capital, the replacement of which in itself already provides a fund for accumulation. He draws the following conclusion. The point we have in mind is as follows. Even if the aggregate capital employed in machine manufacture were just large enough to make good the annual wear and tear of the machines, many more machines could be annually produced than are required, since the wear and tear is in parts merely idealiter and must be made good realiter in natura only after a certain number of years. Capital so employed supplies each year a mass of machinery, which becomes available for and anticipates new capital investments. Let us suppose, for instance, a machine manufacturer who starts production this year. During this year, he supplies machines for £12,000. If he were merely to reproduce the machines he has manufactured, he would have to produce, during the subsequent 11 years, machines for £1,000 only, and even then, a year's production would not be consumed within the year. Still less could it be consumed if he were to employ the whole of his capital. To keep this capital working, to keep it reproducing itself every year, a new and continuous expansion of the branches of manufacture that require these machines is indispensable. This applies even more if the machine manufacturer himself accumulates. In consequence, even if the capital invested in one particular branch of production is simply being reproduced, a continuous accumulation in the other branches of production must go with it. We might take the machine manufacturer of Marx's example as illustrating the production of fixed capital. then the inference is that if society maintains simple reproduction in this sphere, employing each year a similar amount of labour for the production of fixed capital, a procedure which is of course impossible in practical life, then annual production in all other spheres must expand. But if here too simple reproduction is to be maintained, then if the fixed capital once created is to be merely renewed, only a small part of the labour employed in its creation can be expended. Or, to put it the other way round, if society is to provide for investment in fixed capital on a large scale, it must, even assuming simple reproduction, to prevail on the whole, resort periodically to enlarged reproduction. With the advance of civilization, there are changes not only in the form of the means of production, but also in the quantity of value they represent, or better, changes in the social labour stored up in them. Apart from the labour necessary for its immediate preservation, society has increasingly more labour time and labour power to spare, and it makes use of these for the manufacture of means of production on an ever-increasing scale. How does this affect the process of reproduction? How, in terms of capitalism, does society create out of its annual labour a greater amount of capital than it formerly possessed? This question touches upon enlarged reproduction, and it is not yet time to deal with it. Chapter 5. The Circulation of Money. In our study of the reproductive process, we have not so far considered the circulation of money. Here we do not refer to money as a measuring rod, an embodiment of value, because all relations of social labour have been expressed, assumed and measured in terms of money. What we have to do now is to test our diagram of simple reproduction under the aspect of money as a means of exchange. Kenne already saw that we shall only understand the social reproductive process if we assume side by side with the means of production and consumer goods a certain quantity of money. Two questions now arise. 1. By whom should the money be owned? And 2. How much of it should there be? The answer to the first question, no doubt, is that the workers receive their wages in the form of money, with which they buy consumer goods. From the point of view of society, this means merely that the workers are allocated a certain share of the fund for consumption. Every society, whatever its historical form of production, makes such allocations to its workers. It is, however, an essential characteristic of the capitalist form of production that the workers do not obtain their share directly in the form of goods, but by way of commodity exchange. Just as it is an essential feature of the capitalist mode of production that their labour power is not applied directly, as a result of a relation of personal domination, but again by way of commodity exchange. The workers selling their labour power to the owners of the means of production and purchasing freely their consumer goods. Variable capital in its money form is the expression and medium of both these transactions. Money, then, comes first into circulation by the payment of wages. The capitalist class must therefore set a certain quantity of money circulating in the first place, and this must be equal to the amount they pay in wages. The capitalists of Department 1 need 1,000 units of money, and the capitalists of Department 2 need 500 to meet their wages bill. Thus, according to our diagram, two quantities of money are circulating. Department 1, 1,000 V, and Department 2, 500 V. The workers spend the total of 1,500 on consumer goods, i.e. on the products of Department 2. In this way, labour power is maintained. That is to say, the variable capital of society is reproduced in its natural form, as the foundation of all other reproductions of capital. At the same time, the capitalists of Department 2 dispose of their aggregate product, 1,500, in the following manner. Their own workers receive 500, and the workers of Department 1 receive 1,000. This exchange gives the capitalists of Department 2 possession of 1,500 money units. 500 are their own variable capital, which has returned to them. These may start circulating again as variable capital, but for the time being they have completed their course. The other 1,000 accrue to them year by year out of the realization of 1/3 of their own products. The capitalists of Department 2 now buy means of production from the capitalists of Department 1 for these 1,000 money units, in order to renew the part of their own constant capital that has been used up. By means of this purchase, Department 2 renews in its natural form half of the constant capital Department 2C it requires. Department 1 now has in return 1,000 money units, which are nothing more than the money originally paid to its own workers. Now, after having changed hands twice, the money has returned to Department 1, to become effective later as variable capital. This completes the circulation of this quantity of money for the moment, but the circulation within society has not yet come to an end. The capitalists of Department 1 have not yet realised their surplus value to buy consumer goods for themselves. It is still contained in their product, in a form which is of no use to them. Moreover, the capitalists of Department 2 have not yet renewed the second half of their constant capital. These two acts of exchange are identical both in substance and in value, for the capitalists of Department 1 receive their goods from Department 2 in exchange for the Department 1 1000C means of production needed by the capitalists of Department 2. However, a new quantity of money is required to effect this exchange. It is true that the same money which has already completed its course might be brought into circulation again for this purpose. In theory, there could be no objection to this. In practice, however, this solution is out of the question, for the needs of the capitalists as consumers must be satisfied just as constantly as the needs of the workers. They run parallel to the process of production and must be mediated by specific quantities of money. Hence, it follows that the capitalists of both departments, that is to say, all capitalists, must have a further cash reserve in hand, in addition to the money required as variable capital, in order to realise their own surplus value in the form of consumer goods. On the other hand, before the total product is realised, and during the process of its production, certain parts of the constant capital must be bought continually. These are the circulating parts of the constant capital, such as raw and auxiliary materials, semi-finished goods, lighting, and the like. Therefore, not only must the capitalists of Department 1 have certain quantities of money in hand to satisfy their needs as consumers, but the capitalists of Department 2 must also have money to meet the requirements of their constant capital. The exchange of 1,000 Department 1, the surplus value of Department 1 contained in the means of production, against goods is thus effected by money which is advanced partly by the capitalists of Department 1 in order to satisfy their needs as consumers, and partly by the capitalists of Department 2 in order to satisfy their needs as producers. Both lots of capitalists may each advance 500 units of the money necessary for the exchange, or possibly the two departments will contribute in different proportions. At any rate, two things are certain. A. The money set aside for the purpose by both departments must suffice to effect the exchange between Department 1, 1000S, and Department 2, 1000C. B. Whatever the distribution of this money between the two departments may have been, the exchange transaction completed, each department of capitalist production must again possess the same amount of money it had earlier put into circulation. This latter maxim applies quite generally to social circulation as a whole. Once the process of circulation is concluded, money will always have returned to its point of origin. Thus, all capitalists, after universal exchange, have achieved a twofold result. First, they have exchanged products which, in their natural form, were of no use to them, against other products which, in their natural form, the capitalists require either as means of production or for their own consumption. Secondly, they have regained possession of the money which they set in circulation so as to effect these acts of exchange. This phenomenon is unintelligible from the point of view of simple commodity circulation, where commodity and money continually change places. Possession of the commodity excluding the possession of money, as money constantly usurps the place which the commodity has given up, and vice versa. Indeed, this is perfectly true with regard to every individual.
They've taken 13 grand from our Lloyd's account. Boom! Us versus the internet. That's what will be happening. No, it's not funny, really. It's sad. I have a theory that as soon as your 40th birthday comes round, you simply don't know how to use a mobile phone anymore. That's how I think things happen. And if you do, then you're an anomaly. It does amaze me how every time I see my grandpa, he's always got a problem with his emails. Every single time. He thinks I'm a genius. All I'm doing is logging him back in. He keeps pressing that sign out button, but he thinks I'm a genius. Today we're going to be looking at boomers versus the internet. Yeah, we've seen millennials. We've seen... That's it. Nice. Gen Zs are out there as well. Guilty! But now we're going to be looking at boomers, so let's see how they're coping. Why does my grumpy grampy have so many solitaire apps? People love calling their grandpa just some random shit, don't they? Why does Poopa have so many solitaire apps? Hey, why does Pumpy Lumpy do... Why does Gumpy have so many solitaire apps? How does Gampy Wamp have... Look, just stick with grandpa, guys, come on.
Whole phone, it's just solitaire.
Whoa.
Alexa, I don't know what you want me to do. Alexa, it's all solitaire.
How's that possible?
Grandpa, you don't need this many solitaire apps. Tell you what, when I was...
Well, you do, because you go on one solitaire app, an ad pops up, you got to go to the next one. And you keep things moving, Unlimited games of solitaire, no matter what, no ads. He's living ad-free, he's kind of in the future in a way. I don't think I've ever played solitaire. It's kind of sad though, it's just, there's a game made for a single person. That's it. And he loves it. Get him the New York Times app, he'll be all over that. Sometimes I just have to read my dad's text, then go about my day. Thank you, I hope so. Well, medicine for itchy skin. I'm sorry. What? Lol, I thought I was on Google. Medicine for very bad rash on penis. Oh, sorry. I thought you were Google, my bad. How did you think I was Google? To be fair, if they see a bar you can type in, 9 times out of 10 they're gonna think that's Google. So it's not their fault, to be honest. But that's one hell of a thing to be caught out for. Medicine for itchy skin, it's really bad. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were Google. You'd just be thankful that it was medicine for itchy skin he searched for, not big boobs jiggling and have oil on them. Because it could have been that.
I'm trying the microphone, and I hope this comes out right, because, I should say a period, right? I'm sorry. Wait a minute.
Do you know, it's impressive because she's discovering new things. She's discovering the voice note function, which I love, by the way. Text-to-speech. Incredible. But then she wasn't prepared for this bit here. Do you know what was really cute, actually? When I was getting a new phone recently and I was in the Apple store, and there was this genius, you know, the Apple Genius guys, they were doing a course for older people on how to use their phone, and they were all sat there learning. It was so adorable, man. It was adorable. And there was one old man at the end just going, and how do I see milkers on it? How do I get milkers up? So that ruined it slightly. But I went over, I showed him, and he stopped talking after that. He just left. To be honest, I'm just in awe about the fact her iPad got a coat on. That might be the craziest iPad thing they ever did bring out. You'll never find a boomer with a normal iPad case, or without a case at all. If you ever find a boomer without a case on their phone or their iPad, something's up. They want a case, and the bigger the better. And the more leather, the better as well. If it's a leather flip that can also store, it has a folder system in there, you could store cards, you could store receipts. That's selling like hotcakes to them.
Breathe deep.
And they have like...
Okay. Oh, what does that say? Wait a minute. I'll read it. Okay, what is it?
Now she's just reading what she said.
I read it okay. Who read it okay? Is she answering me? Is she talking back to me? No, that's you. Is it? What am I doing? Oh, hey, I tried to follow you.
I say Megan Akers is about to get the craziest message ever. About to get the most confusing message of her life. She'll be like, what the hell is that? She's having a meltdown mid-message.
Period. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. 3 feet, okay.
So now she's going back and checking. It's just not as efficient as her typing a message, because now she's going to go back and she's got to get rid of 80% of that. 80% of that is her just being like, wait, what's going on? Is that real? I don't know. What can I do? Hey, wait, now she's replying to me. Oh, okay, 3 a.m., period. What's going on? When you prank your grandma with GTA gameplay and tell her it's the news. I love these videos so much.
On the parkway. On the park. No. Oh my god. No. Oh my god.
Pure disbelief. They're showing that on the news. Oh, that is awful. They're showing that on the news. Damn, just outside Los Santos Customs. Oh my god, is that an Infernus with a spoiler on it? That's just taking people out? God damn. She's mortified.
Oh my god. Oh.
The physics isn't even realistic. The perfect landing and then carrying on. She's like, this is the problem with the world. People are going crazy. Look at this. Wow. Grandma's Donald Trump, apparently. I don't know. My grandma with her new phone.
What's wrong, baby?
I'm not seeing anything.
It's backwards.
What's wrong? Tell me instead of laughing, okay?
Baby!
She gotta be joking. Flip that thing over, please.
You're on the back.
Oh, it's backwards.
Baby! Flip it over! Huh? Flip it over.
I mean, you've got an example right there in front of you. There's like, here's one you made earlier where it's flipped the right way around. I feel like moments like this is just common sense, surely. That's actually not got anything to do with the technology. That thing is just upside down. It's like holding a book by the blurb and being like, why are the words here? That's a long title. Flip it. I've also seen those videos of people where they're like, how do you not understand how to use a phone? You had them before I did. We both experienced them as they came out. It's new to both. It's newer to me than it is to you. How do you not know how to use it? Which is kind of true. Why is it that older people don't quite understand phones when they were there when they dropped? Older people didn't just get added to the world after phones. Upgraded grandma to the iPhone. Simple mode is a sleigh. Simple mode?
Simple mode is what it's called.
That's so funny.
It's gonna be in heaven.
I kind of love that. That would be really good. I procrastinate a lot. Maybe I need to put my iPhone into simple mode, so all I've got is that. That's really clever. But then if you're always on simple mode, you'll never learn the other features. So you can never Shazam anything, and I love Shazamming.
That's insane. Magnifier, weather.
The fact that magnifier is included is hilarious. All the basic apps, and then also, if you want to make things even bigger, you can. I don't think they can get bigger than this. You will just end up with one app per page.
That's perfect.
That's so good.
Isn't it? Yes.
How do you make it simple mode?
It's
Is that
an iPhone 13? Yeah.
How do you do that? You might as well not get an iPhone 13 then. You might as well just get a much more basic model if you're going to put it into simple mode anyway. No, that's got to be a joke.
Yeah, mate, that's not a computer, by the way.
What is it?
It's just a fucking banner, lad. It's just a banner, mate.
That can't be real. There's no way he's just fingering a banner thinking he's putting his reg in. That's another one where I'm like, surely that's common sense. If you're dropping down to a knee to put your reg in, you've got to think, is this where it goes?
Yeah. Shoot.
Oh, the magic.
Oh.
But someone's not going to get one. Grandma's Christmas tree eyes.
Wow.
Another pretty Christmas tree, Ice Cube.
I think you've got to show Grandma what they really are. I'm sorry, just took a little glance at the comments. Am I the only one that think it would look good in her? What? That's, if I wasn't filming a video right now, that would be me going, that's enough for today. That's insane. Where did she even stumble across them? That's the other thing. Older people always find the strangest websites to buy from. It's like 50-50 chance whether you're going to get scammed or you're going to get butt plug ice cubes. Yeah, nailed it first time. Butt plug ice cube. Doesn't even look close to a Christmas tree. Do people use those? Surely that just melts in an instant, no? I guess you don't have to take it back out, it'll just drip out. That's gross. Nobody. Christian boomers.
Is red hot chili peppers a slang word for homosexual?
Is red hot chili peppers like they love to speak to the phone as well, which is also harder to do than type. Is red hot chili, and it's always the wildest shit, the things that other people probably shouldn't hear. Oh, is red hot chili peppers a slang word for homosexuals? Can I start using that? No, you shouldn't, Grandpa, please don't. Surely they know it's a band. I gotta be honest, guys, so far I'm in awe. I'm in awe at this. I knew these clips would be like, wow, that's funny, but I didn't think it'd be like, what? I didn't think I'd see someone pick up a phone from the back and be like, that thing ain't working. That thing's rubbish, it broken. Flip it over. It's literally shining a light onto the palm of your hand right now. Flip that over.
This is what you could end up looking like if you eat some of the raw, frozen shrimp being sent to the United States by other countries.
The world isn't real anymore. The world can't be real. This is what you could end up looking like That's me at 3 a.m. waking up a little bit thirsty. I already suffer from that. That's me when I hear people are doing a sweet treat run. Bring me. That's what that is. That's my penis. I'm gonna leave that there. I'm gonna leave that there. But no, that is my penis though. So if you're eating the raw frozen shrimp from other countries, that's what happens. That's good to, I'm gonna make note of that. I really am.
Let me tell you what I'm talking about. In late August,
Hear him out.
the FDA found that raw frozen shrimp from Indonesia was being sold in Walmart.
God damn it! No, I'm gonna hear him out because I can't get worse than that.
Label called the Great Value Label. If you eat it, how could you end up looking like the alien in the Alien?
Yeah, can you tell me?
Because the shrimp was radioactive.
Right.
I kid you not.
I kid you not, the shrimp is radioactive. That shrimp radioactive. I'm not joking. From Indonesia, radioactive shrimp being sold in Walmart. Yeah, you're gonna look like my penis. That's what you're gonna look like. Who's gonna tell him radioactivity doesn't make people look like that? Doesn't magically make you look like a penis with teeth. It doesn't. Was that really real? Or was he just rambling on? Or was that actually radioactive shrimp in Walmart? Anyone suffer from that? Anyone eat that shrimp? Anyone had some of that radioactive shrimp?
Take your hand? Yeah.
Oh, Johnny, have your camera.
We can? Oh, got a camera? Oh, you got my phone. Here. Let me do this for you.
He's in shock. He's like, what is this? That looks just like me. Who slipped Biden in here? He's not a boomer. He's Gen Z, isn't he? Granny versus VR. I love these videos because they always run into things and jump off things. Which, again, is another one where it's like, that's got to be common sense that you must know you're not really on a building. You just put a headset on in your living room and now all of a sudden you're jumping on the floor going, ah, ah, ah. Right there. Oh, God. That's got to hurt the face, surely. Boom, straight into the eyes. Ah, God. They love that, though. You just go, hey, Grandpa, you want to try this? Just got this for Christmas. Oh, yeah, thank you for that. I was being chased by a zombie. It was real. Our trip to Portugal using only videos my mum took. Okay. That's a... The last two, my personal favorites, the water bottle and the back of the seat. Love that one. They also love hitting the line it up, bang. Line it up, take the bloody shot, bang. They smack that record button. Good bit of cobble. That's selfie, more cobble. Okay, who's that angle for? That one's quite nice. And that one too. She really loved that riverboat cruise, she really did. Forget about the view, guys, I'm right here. Bang, record. Guys, you know what you should do? Pick up your phone right now, or laptop or TV screen, I don't care, and go like this. Bang, minimize the video. Bang, hit the subscribe button. Do that for me. Yeah, loving the cruise. Wind in the hair. Wow, that was pretty good, and then I've just got a foot in there. Wow, that one's okay. I think that one was going to your dad. That's where that one was going. That's just recording someone behind. Look, little ugly ass couples. Little ugly ass couple eating opposite us, ruining the view of the bush. That's a good one. Nice rail. That could have been anything. That could have been Mars. Maybe she zoomed into Mars on that one. Menu. Countryside views. Love it. A local, maybe. Always just feels like she's secretly recording. Every video is just done on secret except for hers. She's doing pretty good so far.
Hooray!
Oh, right. To be fair, you're at least a couple meters in front, so how could she tell? I was gonna say, what is wrong with this? And then it just hits. Yeah, that's me back there, by the way. I don't do flips on the ground. I do a trampoline. I'm a trampolinist. That's what I do. Okay, this is a video from court hearing, back when they had to do it over Zoom.
Mr. Ponton, I believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings. You might want to.
What makes you think that? That's an assumption, isn't it? This happened to me because I did a meeting that wasn't very serious with friends. Put on a bunny rabbit filter, forgot I had it on, and Zoom keeps that on. So the next one I hopped into, which was serious, boom, there I am, Bugs Bunny. 1 second, camera malfunction. Don't worry about that.
Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to. I'm prepared to go forward with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say not guilty. It's an adorable kitten. How could he be guilty? Court adjourned. Don't worry about it. He's fine. Let him free. Does this count? I'm reasonably sure that whoever lives at this residential address was attempting to use Google but accidentally set up a business. What is in energy drinks? 4.8 stars. 4 reviews, mind you. Yeah, I think you might be right. I think that's exactly what it is. I think what this is a grandparent who had just seen their grandchild have a Monster Energy, and they were like, I've heard all over the internet that is doing all worlds of harm to you. That is terrible for you. That is turning you into an alien. That's radioactive. I know it is. It's shrinking the balls. Guys, we've got some boomers in the comments. Booners. Moonbeam ice cream taking up the boo jeans. No, boomers. Energy drinks are Satan. Do not drink. Yes, my nephew overdrived on Red Bull. He almost died. I told him he needs to drink Folgers instead. Overdrived. Overdose. Yeah. I don't know what Folgers is. I don't know if they know they can turn caps lock off. I don't know. Old people trying to use technology.
Command.
I already did, you. Cancel.
I didn't understand.
Got the patience of a saint. Absolute saint.
Please try again.
Cancel. Where's the speaker in this? Cancel. Cancel. Cancel.
Please say a command.
Oh, Jesus.
Cancel.
You mother electronic stupid sucker. You dumb.
I didn't understand you.
Oh, I know
Next
you didn't
time,
understand
if
me.
you want to call, say the command call.
No, I think he handled it well, and he kept his calm, and he got the message across, which is the main thing, you know.
Dylan, this is Cheryl, your grandma. Don't eat that maple.
They always introduce themselves. This is Grandma, by the way. This is Cheryl, your grandma. And they'll end the thing with Grandma, by the way, just so you know.
Walnut scone. I got to thinking, I didn't remember it was called walnut, and I looked and it's got walnuts in it. So the cranberry one doesn't, and the cinnamon chip one doesn't, but maybe you better just be safe and not eat any of the 3 because they're all manufactured in the same place. Give me a call back. Bye.
Give me a call back. I need to make sure he's still alive. I'm assuming he's got a nut allergy.
Tap it, hurry.
Okay. Oh my God!
Dirty, maybe in the tea.
What is it?
What are you wearing?
Grandma! Wow! You're supposed to be a Buckeye! What the hell?
That doesn't light up.
You're on Facebook!
Oh, is she not supposed to be in a Michigan gear or something? I'm too English for this.
It's all over Facebook, by the way.
Are you kidding me? Oh, wait a minute! There is no... Oh! When did you guys all... Go Michigan!
Pure shock.
You guys are traitors. Oh!
You were with the team!
At the shit house! You got the coach and everything.
That's so funny.
Yeah. But this one right here is really, really disgusting.
Yes.
Wow. You got the hat and everything.
Yeah, well, explain.
Yeah.
You got a question in her whole life. She's like, I don't remember that. I don't remember that, but that is me. And I look damn good in that photo too.
That's you, is that not?
When was it taken? She thinks it's real.
Yeah. Yeah. Why did you do that?
When did you switch her over to the Michigan?
Yeah.
You don't remember this? Never. We took that together. You guys took it at that cat house. No.
Oh, she got it. Is that AI nonsense? Is that what that is? Yes, it is, Grandma. Yes, it is. AI might be the boomers' arch nemesis, genuinely. You just catch them watching, you know, those videos where it's like, oh, those bunnies on the trampoline, that got me. I think, hang on, right here, look at this. My grandma's reaction to the AI videos, except she doesn't know they're AI. You could show this to me on the TV and I'd be like, wow, that's beautiful.
Oh,
just guffed in the air. Just
Damn,
pooped.
horse, you get up there. Oh. Oh, hell.
That one wasn't even real. The horse just disintegrated into the trampoline. Like, that damn horse got up there and got down. Damn. What's next?
Damn.
That
kind of fucking lit.
Why did it? That's how you know it's AI. They always just put some random shit in. AI's like, yeah, just make it piss on the screen as well. How about that? Make the hedgehog piss everywhere.
Oh, shit. He decided to flip. Oh, he put holes in it.
I think your grandma is concerned, but not for the right reasons. Not concerned about AI here because she's none the wiser. She's concerned about animals getting smarter. She's thinking, damn, they know how to do that now. Animals are figuring out trampolines. God, they're gonna take us down next.
Oh shit! A moose's big ass.
A moose is
he gonna
big
break
ass.
it there. Oh, there goes a fucking pig.
That's just not real.
Oh, she gonna flip. Oh, he gonna break pizza.
Please tell me you figured this one
He's
out.
happy. Oh, he gonna.
A red panda, please.
That's pretty.
A red panda.
Only comment, that's pretty. That one's pretty. So maybe she thinks this is like someone's got together and just put all these things on a trampoline. Maybe that's what she thinks. So she's not like, oh, it's got to be AI. She's like, oh, some studios is just putting animals on trampolines.
I want to see where that is.
It's clearly that's like I've never seen something more AI. It's not real.
That's like something out of Avatar if it wasn't as good as it is. That's how clearly fake that is. I want the coordinates to that place right now.
You think that's real?
Where is it?
And he is deep in that video too. What? Look at that.
Where does it say? Listen.
It's clearly fake. It's.
Would you be?
Look how he's right. He's watched this whole thing, whatever this is, the most beautiful places on the planet, and none of them are real. He's been making a list, jotting them down. Like, yeah, I'm gonna go to that one. Oh, the Dragon's Cave. It's got dragon scales instead of wolves. Yeah, I'm going to that one. That must be real.
So I can hear where it is, and I'm gonna look it up on Google Earth.
It's too symmetrical. There's all these gradients here. It's a noise of mess. It's just AI. You can see this replicating right there. Dad, why are you?
No, he's in the he's in the nerve center now. All right, let's find this bloody waterfall. Let's prove this dipshit wrong. That can't be AI. It looks too real. Bunnies on a trampoline. Brilliant.
I'm stubborn about this.
One half of it is right, but they like put the mirror on it to make it a reflection of
Mom, I don't even think any of
She's like, yeah, well, no, one half of it's real. They've reflected it. That's what it is. None of it's AI. It's just half of it's reflected. Don't worry, honey. It is real.
that is real. I think all of that's fake. You're not gonna find it, Dad.
Why is she so adamant that it's real?
AI video.
Oh
Falling for
God, it's actually AI is actually dangerous for the older generation. It's some of them even get me, and I'm like, I should be well adversed in this stuff. This should never trick me. I'm that chronically online. I should not be getting tricked by AI. Like this monkey that grabbed an umbrella and then flew away for a bit. I was like, what? How? And then I was like, oh, hang on. Of course that's not possible. I know it's not possible. That's AI. These things are just gonna get boomers over and over again. Are you home? No, why? I can talk though. I was gonna call, but someone just walked into my door. It looks real, it does. He said he's lost. The door was cracked open, I was just napping. Call 011-911. He asked if he could stay for a bit. What hall are you in? He's sitting at my desk. I mean, these look so real. That looks so real. That would probably get me for a bit. If this wasn't a trend and I saw it, I'd be like, why have you let that man in? What number? He's not causing any harm. He's just eating his chips. Come on, he's just looking around. I feel bad, like... Okay, units route. Are you joking? What's that? Okay, units en route. Okay, dispatch, just pulling around the corner now. That's right. I've got shooters everywhere, all over that dorm, honey. And they're on their way. Mum, it's AI. Nope. Help, the police are outside my dorm. Literally, what do I do? She actually did. But I mean, the mum did the right thing. Mum acted quickly, swiftly, did her thing. That is all your fault.
Mom, can you go ahead and tell me what your For You page looks like?
These are the things I get every time on TikTok. It knows me so well.
Go ahead and swipe.
The head nod out of beat as well. Chicken, banana. Chicken, banana. It's like, you know how kids love Baby Shark? It's like boomers love AI animal things just like that. That's their Baby Shark.
Alright.
You know, she's seen that 100 times before as well, because she even got it on lock. She's like, oh no, it's just AI slop. The For You page is just AI slop.
Just said that she doesn't know if this is AI or not. What? What are you talking about? Mom, I was like, look at a toucan in the water going. He's in bubble.
Your mum's just there like, people are freaking awesome. You kidding me? People are awesome. Toucan in the deep blue.
No, Mom, that's AI. There's no way they put a toucan in an oxygen bottle.
I gotta be honest, it does always get me for a split second, and then I'm like, whoa, how they? Oh, of course, it's AI.
What is it?
Grandma's an
It's a
AI
rainbow
victim.
sunset in Hawaii.
That's a rainbow sunset.
How do you know? That's not. Everything I show you, you say that.
Because if it seems too good to be true, it is. It's AI. If it seems that crazy, it's AI. It always is. My grandma posted a TikTok by accident.
What's going on here? Okay, what did you do? What did you do?
I don't understand.
Go
Like,
watch the
how is
video.
Celine sending you this stuff?
Go, no, because Nanny sends me stuff. Okay, go to the click it.
Oh, I fucking follow that guy. Yeah, 851 views, and it's this fucking picture of her.
Posting a video is quite. I mean, you got to press a lot of buttons to do it. You got to. She's found a sound as well, and it's sexy, and I know it. You got to press the plus button, press the record button, finish recording, add an audio at the top. Maybe let's just assume that audio was already there. Press next, press post. That's how many steps there are. She's done that. And apparently it went viral. Let's find the video now. Here we go. 78,000 likes. Look at it. Oh, it's a photo. She took a photo and uploaded a photo. I do sometimes see this sort of stuff on my For You page, and I'm like, is one of their kids running these accounts and posting this because they know it's funny, or was this an accident? And it was an accident. As if she called herself Grandma Ruthie as well. Making an account, she's like, yeah, well, I'm Grandma Ruthie, aren't I? So that'll be my name on here. Speaking of boomers on TikTok, they always find filters like this, don't they? Oi! Rude! Put it down! No! You know what? I deserve that for making this video. Fair enough. You got me. The boomers strike back. 1-1. But I will come out on top by the end of this video. Let me make that clear.
My name is Lou, and I put my bed frame up for free on Facebook Marketplace. DJ, hit that track.
And it's a performance.
Now I have turned it into a PowerPoint and also a musical. And because it's being filmed for national TV, I've decided to leave her full name and Facebook profile picture in, because I don't give a f***. Is the bed frame still available? Yes, it is. Gay emoji. Can I please negotiate the price? No.
What's with all the emojis? Negotiate the money bag. I ain't writing price, that's too long.
It's free. You're on a hard bargain, Lucia, but that's just not the way Marketplace working. I'm like, okay, how about half price just for you, Eileen? How much now? Still free. Dance, dance, dance. You are the best. Party, party. Here's my address. Wow, that's a long, long way from my place now. How about a small discount? I said,
Eileen, I don't think you're getting it. This is my dad haggling at yard sales. What's that? It's 50p. I'll give you 75. Deal. Gotcha. 15p off. That's 25p extra, Dad. Sure it is.
I can't be clear, it's free to pick up. Could you drive it to me, please? What the No, please, no, please, no, please, no, please. I don't own a car. Why didn't you say so? I can drive. See you tomorrow at 5.
No way.
Very, very early the next morning, I received this message from Eileen. Lucia, I'm out the front. Sent at 5 a.m.
Wow. So when she said I see you at 5, she meant 5 a.m. 5 a.m. she's there.
Said see you at 5.
Yeah, this is really fucking
Please
annoying.
come out and let me in. I should have known not to trust you. Axe, pickaxe, fire.
Oh, wow.
Should have known you didn't care. Vomit, fire. I show up on time. Are you dead? Please. Where is bed? I was like, finding Coney, it's where is bed? How was I supposed to know that what you meant was 5 a.m.? Knock, knock, knock. Let me in. No, it's not an ideal time for you to get the bed frame. What time then? I'm like, could you come back at 8? But I'm outside. Yeah, my housemates are sleeping. Should I just knock? This is getting
It was all a robbery. It was all a robbery all along. All along after all. I should have known. Never trust an Eileen, guys. Never trust an Eileen. My dad's bad with technology. My dad made a TikTok account and made the username his name and social security number. How? What? Fair enough. Just lay it all out. We don't have social security numbers in the UK. Is that bad to give that out? Because I'm not sure. Old people Facebook. It's with great sadness. Really? In my heart that my 49-year-old son Shane died this morning. They think this is crying. That's a lot. That's crying with laughter. I wonder if anyone told them or was just like, nah, just probably not right. I'll wait a week. Give it a week. At least. Shane's gone. Shane's in the mud. We need to leave it a bit. Be a bit respectful. My chlamydia is in full God, boomers versus typos, am I right? My chlamydia is in full bloom. Show me that pussy. Puppy. Show me the puppies. A big thank you to Devon, Robert, Bill, and BV for having my daughters cleaned out. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you again. Love you guys. I think you meant gutters. Thanks for cleaning my daughters out. Thank you for Devon, Robert, and Bill for absolutely railing my daughters. I really appreciate it. Love you guys. Why post it on Facebook? Why? That's something I never understand. I know. I'm going to announce this to the world. Thank you for cleaning out my gutters. I love you. I love you. Seriously, thank you. I love you. You guys are amazing. Facebook needs to hear this. How are boomers this mind-numbingly dumb? Rude. Is the price negotiable? I did not write the above statement. I can't even spell negotiable. I've been hacked. I wish whoever is doing this would get a life. Is this still available? Hacker, get a life, scumbag. It's not a hacker, lol. When you click on the comment section, pre-written comment option.
There is a monster walking the streets of Portland. Half man, half frog, all cops are bastards. The future of law enforcement bothering. The thing is that some people are wearing frog costumes at protests.
I don't know, I
Silly
wanna
little
like that.
inflatable frog costumes. And you might think, that doesn't sound important or scary at all. You might think that's
That
nothing.
singing bit,
Just
that was a
a
little
pretty
much for-
unremarkable fact in the grand scheme of things. But that's what I thought too. No, take it from the sober word of Andy No, noted. That can't be right. Who fact-checked this? Jonathan, did we double-check on the... Okay, noted journalist, I guess, Andy No. Now, longtime viewers of this channel will remember Andy because one time he was accosted by Antifa guys who wielded biological weapons against him. I'm using the term biological weapon here to mean a weapon that is made of biological matter because they threw a milkshake at him. And maybe also those milkshakes were made of concrete if you ignore that they absolutely were not, and that's dumb. Andy No is not the type of person to exaggerate a threat to make a political point. So you can trust him when he says something seemingly out of pocket, like, now that the local and national press have started to cover the Portland ICE area round the clock in reaction to the president, Antifa have devised a plan where they are encouraging one another to come in animal costumes. In my experience, nobody involved in such things needs any encouragement to come in an animal costume. I might cut that joke. I've been to protests in the past, and these animal costumes are not a new development. People wear them to every protest or public gathering or concert or any Halloween because they're like fun little costumes that get people's attention. And that seems like an easier explanation than being the result of some devious plot. But why are they making people wear these fucking costumes, I hear you ask? The costumes serve the function of masking the violent extremism to make the direct action appear like a family-friendly gathering on camera and to whitewash the past ultra-violence. All that past ultra-violence happening just out of frame. What you can't see from the photos and videos is all of the violence which is definitely happening, and furthermore is ultra. You can't see it because everyone's too distracted by the frogman. The violence, and trust me, there's a lot of it. The violence is around. It can no longer be categorized merely as violence. In fact, it is now ultra violence. And that's a real word, not slang from A Clockwork Orange. It's a technical term which denotes when mega violence and dragon violence battle mode combine with Titanus the carrier violence. There, of course, is violence being done here, but it's not from Antifa frogmen. It's from the ICE agents that they are protesting, who are quite literally assaulting and kidnapping people. Like, that's what their job is. That's what they're there to do at best. And that's putting aside all of the ways that they abuse their authority. Even the legitimate use of their authority serves a violent, racist function. To wit, one will note that left out of No's characteristically stellar analysis is that the main reason for the sudden uptick in the popularity of these specific inflatable suits as a protest tactic is because they help repel pepper balls. Pepper balls are ordnance used by law enforcement, which are essentially little pellets of pepper spray that shatter and release their payload on impact. You can imagine that a big pellet designed to be fired from what is basically a handheld cannon and shatter upon impacting the human body kind of fucking hurts. So wearing a big fucking inflatable suit makes that hurt a lot less. Don't worry though, they found a clever workaround for that one. They just kind of spray the pepper spray directly into the intake fan for the inflatable suit, trapping the person inside in like a pepper spray hell. The good guys, ladies and germs, that's how come the frog costume in particular got popular, in solidarity with the guy they did that to. Akin to how if one fucks with even one New Yorker, they fuck with all New Yorkers, as seen in the hit film Spider-Man.
You mess with one of us, you mess with all of us!
And given that context, maybe it's just me, but it actually does make this whole thing a lot less frightening, which is weird, because it actually wasn't frightening at all to begin with. These are silly frog costumes that we're talking about. In 2019, Antifa devised a similar plot by giving out free milkshakes at a protest. But they couldn't contain their bloodlust and nearly killed me when they saw me. Again, I covered this at the time. I just want to ask you this. Do you think, in your heart of heart, like, do you really truly believe that having a milkshake thrown at your head could be honestly characterized as almost killing someone? Like, do you think that if someone fails to contain their bloodlust, the result of that would be them throwing a liquid dessert at you? Like, because I don't feel a lot of bloodlust myself, but I've always taken it to be a more serious emotion than that. Now, I don't want to pretend like violence was not done here. It was. No claims that he suffered a brain bleed as a result of this attack, and at least one journalist has seen medical records to verify this. And I don't want to give the impression that I think it's okay to assault people if the assault happens to be a very silly one. And I do disapprove of throwing dairy products at people, even. Like, I don't think those are helpful actions under most circumstances. That being said, though, No's whole deal, the entire thing he does is show up and document resistance to fascism to the benefit of fascists who obviously want information on people resisting them. He recently went to the White House to discuss Antifa and their scary frog costumes with the president.
Andy Ngo has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa thugs for his work in Andy is a very serious person, too, I have to tell you.
In 2019, Ngo was let go from Quillette after video emerged of him palling around with Patriot Prayer, laughing along and joking around, being a little pal as they planned and instigated an attack on a supposed Antifa rally. This was also discovered after Ngo had claimed that Antifa instigated this. So that does call into question his journalistic reliability. Or it would, you know, if he had any. Boom, got him, fucking got him. That context does make a milkshaking seem a little less violent. Don't you think you would want to protect yourself if there was a guy snooping around whose far-right fans had a history of making death threats against the people he covers? The guy whose whole purpose for showing up is to lie about you and claim that you are a dangerous criminal? Do you see how that could be like a spooky thing which one might seek to protect themselves from through whatever very silly methods are available to them? If you're following along, throwing a milkshake at someone, that's attempted murder. Firing ordnance laced with pepper spray at someone? That's law and order. Wearing a suit that protects you from that ordinance, well, you're now an accessory to ultra-violence, because people might look at you when you do that and they see you and it's distracting and it makes the protest seem family friendly and it's actually violent now to appear friendly. Is everyone following this okay? I hope it doesn't come across as stupid mush-brain nonsense made up on the spot by fascists who don't give a shit if anything they say is consistent. I wouldn't want it to seem like that. In 2020, they mobilized a fake wall of moms where female Antifa supporters and members wore yellow shirts to act as human body shields, while violent rioters behind them hurled projectile weapons, presumably milkshakes. What was fake about it, Andy? Were they not real moms? Was it a fake wall? Looks like a real wall to me. I thought you guys liked building walls. Antifa uses violent tactics, you see, like having people shield others from attack, which is violence. And using dastardly yellow shirts to confuse and dazzle the mind. That just proves that their self-defense was premeditated. They hurled projectile weapons, which is bad and evil to do. But also, if you were to protect yourself from a projectile weapon, say a small sphere of concentrated chemical weapons like pepper spray, that would also be evil and bad, but only when Antifa does it. And you know, as a fascist dipshit, News at 11, why am I talking about this? Why do I talk about anything ever? Why not just fall over and let the earth slowly reclaim me? Well, it would be one thing to say that the media shouldn't focus on the silly stuff at these protests because that distracts from the violence that the protesters are definitely doing somewhere, trust me, bro. That would still be stupid fascist apologetics, but it would at least make sense from the perspective of a stupid fascist apologist. But that's not what Noah is saying. He's saying that the tactic of wearing a silly costume is itself a dangerous, violent tactic because its purpose is to distract people while the violence is done elsewhere, which may or may not be ultra-violence. This is all a coordinated campaign where the silly costume guys and the ultra-violence doers are working in tandem. So both of those groups should be treated the same way. You can essentially react to someone wearing one of these costumes as though they're committing ultra-violence. In this framing, there are no non-violent means of protest. Any non-violent tactic is done to support and facilitate violence being done somewhere else. If any one Antifa guy, as defined by No, is ever violent, that means that anyone he deems to be their comrade is therefore participating in and culpable for that same violence. And because they're both woke or whatever, that means trans people are violent, and therefore Democrats are violent, etc., so on and so forth. They need not actually implicate any of these individual groups in any particular instance of violence, ultra or otherwise. By lumping all of these groups under the same banner, all of their enemies share liability for anything another one of their enemies does. Take, for example, the fear of urban crime that conservatives constantly harp on about now. That fear of urban crime was, in fact, the pretense that allowed the Trump regime to invade Portland in the first place, necessitating this protest. These cities, these urban cities, are so dangerous. Nobody can walk down the street without being immediately robbed, killed, and canceled. Every city in North America right now is up in flames. It's just a lawless hellscape where gangs and thugs rule over a terrified citizenry. Please note the effort to distinguish between citizens and criminals. Criminals are not citizens in this schema. Something must be done about all this urban crime. It's urban, this crime. It's happening in these urban areas, urbanly. Here's a fun little thought exercise for you. Play along at home if you like. If I were to describe a person as looking urban, what kind of person do you imagine? Do you perhaps think of Carl Urban?
Al Pacino.
Of James Urbaniak? Hell, I live in an herb. Do you picture lily white little me? Let me ask you another question. If I were to describe music as having an urban sound, what kind of music springs to mind? Urban Dictionary, who ought to know what the word urban means, give one definition of urban as black people. You see, it's the urban cities where this urban crime is urbaning. The cities are where law and order are urbanly breaking down and chaos reigns. the cities where most people of
That's
color
okay.
and specifically black people happen to live.
Because,
That's
like,
where the
someone's like a little
urban
bit
crime is happening urbanly, done by urbans
don't like
with
that.
their urban culture and urban music and
it's just weird.
urban.
think.
Of course, this crime wave that they're talking about is like imaginary. Violent crime has been decreasing for decades in cities and everywhere else for that matter.
Unfair.
But that doesn't matter even a little bit. If facts mattered to these shit for brains, they wouldn't think that black people were more likely to commit crimes in the first place. It's a real racist thing to think. And I know we're all pretty sensitive about calling things racist these days. Like that word gets thrown around a lot. But I think this one fits the bill. And if you'd like to argue that it doesn't, don't. My point here, and I'm certain I have one, aside from just generally like, oh wow, that's a really racist thing they're all just doing, is they already have a reason that they can use to over-police and repress communities where there just so happen to be a lot of black people. They have cemented in the minds of a particular kind of racist that black people are just innately criminal, that places where black people live are crime places. They don't got to say shit, they can just say city, urban, blah, blah, blah. And their key demo of white racists will nod along, like, because they already low-key kind of think that way. But, like, if they wanted to attack, say, gay people, who also tend to live in cities, they couldn't quite use that language, right? Unless those gay people were themselves black, in which case, game on. Go for it, I guess. I mean, I don't mean you don't have my permission to do it, because the particular way that gay people are demonized has very little to do with overtly violent crime. People have not been primed to associate gay people or socialists or environmentalists or many other groups that the right don't like with being like in immediate danger of being mugged. If anything, they're often demonized in the exact opposite way, as weak, pathetic soy jacks who pick fights they can't possibly win against the Chads they oppose. Why then the Chads can't seem to defeat them is a paradox left unexplored. The right must therefore create an association between these groups and violence in order to justify the repressive steps they wish to take. And luckily for them, they've already put in the legwork into depicting black people this way. They can just lump their enemies together under some extremely shallow pretext. Doesn't matter what it is. You know, the overarching socialist conspiracy that controls all of their enemies, all of them are working together. They're all united in this vast, confusing plot for no benefit to themselves or one another. And I saw a gay guy and a black guy in the same room one time, and my no good grandkids complain when I say anything bad about either group, so obviously they're in cahoots. In this process, all of their enemies cease to be different types of people and are congealed into simply the enemy. Anything bad that one of your enemies does, or you pretended they did, shows how bad and dangerous all of your enemies are, and how necessary you are to get rid of them.
And I am the only one that can save this nation because you know they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way, and I will never be moving.
You can see this most obviously in the way that they demonize migrants. The migrants are bringing urban crime to the border, which isn't even urban. That's how bad it's getting. Our urban crime is now rural. And if that doesn't work, they'll just say that the migrants are black. So you should obviously be scared of them. They will say with a straight face that Somali warlords have taken over Minnesota. And I don't think that's true. Because I think I'd have heard about it if that were true. Those dastardly democrats love urban crime. They want more of that to happen because of their goals. And the Democrats also support those filthy queers in theory, not in practice. And so the urban crime done by unnamed urban individuals is part of the same treasonous plot to undermine the social fabric that queer people represent. It's a scheme to make life worse for some reason. Now, none of this makes any sense, obviously. It's inconsistent and just wildly dumb. But I really can't hammer this point home hard enough. Like, you really need to hear this part, which is that nothing about that matters. That they could not care less that it doesn't make sense. They kind of like that it doesn't make sense. If it's confusing and inconsistent and impenetrable, that makes it really hard to talk about or criticize, and they delight in decohering the conversation so you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about anymore. They love to make stupid, trivially wrong distinctions so that you waste your whole fucking day showing them why they're wrong. They don't give a shit. All that matters is that if what they're saying were true, it would justify whatever they wanted to do in the first place, and therefore it must be true. Even when it doesn't make sense, in fact, especially when it doesn't make sense, they just decide that it's true. I made a whole video about that. You can click the little nubbin. I got a nubbin about it. Bigots of all stripes are very familiar with this type of tactic. It's difficult to get normal people on board if you're being honest about bigoted beliefs. Like if you just walked up to a random person and said, "How do you do, my fellow white? Don't you agree with me that other racial groups are inferior subhumans up top?" They will not high-five you for this. They're going to find this behavior off-putting. You're going to look like a stupid asshole, naturally, because you are a stupid asshole. And this should be pretty obvious, but it is worth saying out loud. The things bigots believe aren't true, like kind of by definition. There's no way to have an honest discussion based on the evidence without that becoming just totally clear. And none of this is to suggest that bigots of any kind are innocent victims of someone else's trickery or that they're not morally culpable for their own beliefs and actions which follow from those beliefs. I would actually go so far as to suggest that in most cases, there's a sort of willful self-delusion where people buy into clearly bogus nonsense in order to get the psychological and social benefits of doing so. Getting access to like powerful social groups and privilege is just more important to some people than like thinking critically, which doesn't give them anything. I do it all the time and I'm miserable. But why am I talking about bigotry, which represents a paltry 80% of the phenomenon I'm discussing? Well, because it's kind of the most extreme example here, and it demonstrates something important. People who do this kind of thing don't care if you can show them what they believe is wrong, even when it's super easy to show it's wrong. Like in the case of most bigotries, they will not budge. Like a strong tolerance for cognitive dissonance is a prerequisite for bigotry. If that weren't the case, all that would be required to cure bigots would be for like counter evidence to exist and for you to present it to them. And in your experience, how does that usually go? If someone believes, for example, that like black people are genetically inferior to white people, does learning that there is more genetic diversity among African people than there is among all other people of the world combined change that view? Does learning that there's more genetic diversity within racial groups than between racial groups make them rethink their racist ideology even a little bit? Like, does it even put a dent in it? Or do you think they'll just have some knee-jerk emotional response that allows them to continue believing the comforting falsehood of their own superiority and prevents them having to do anything to reflect on their own bad behavior? Leave your answers in the form of a haiku in the comments section. We don't even need to go that far though, right? Like, it's so obvious that they're deluding themselves. Like, if they were acting rationally, all that would be required to cut that shit out is for them to meet the target of their prejudice, and upon doing so, they'd think, hey, wait a minute, that's just a normal person. I fucked up. I shouldn't have done all that bigotry stuff. I just picked a real basket of oopsie daisies. If someone thinks, for example, that women are not as smart as men, they have committed to ignoring evidence to the contrary. They would have to do that in order to hold such a belief. More or less half of people are women. These people have met women. They would have spent their whole life inundated with lived experience which should demonstrate to them the natural parity between men and women in this regard, but it doesn't. Because like, it's not a rational, reasonable belief. It's not subject to logic. It is a process of motivated reasoning. It is a claim one puts forth despite the evidence, not because of the evidence. We tend to think of most bigotry as motivated primarily by hate, but that's kind of backwards. Usually the thing which incites bigotry is the powerful guys wanted to take some shit, so they made up some shit to justify that, and that's where the hate comes from. Do you see the pattern? You wanted to do something, but in order to do it, you had to pretend like the people you were doing it to deserved it. Anything which contradicts their narrative is easily dismissed, and anything which enforces their narrative is held close. If a racialized person commits a crime, or realistically is just accused of doing so, well, there you go. Every damn time, am I right, folks? They're just inherently criminal. But if a racialized person commits a science, well, then they're the exception that proves the rule. In fact, by allowing for exceptions, I've just proven how double true my beliefs must be, because obviously, if I were irrational, I would simply deny the existence of exceptions. So if you think about it, anything which seems to prove me wrong actually proves me even righter. To participate in this process, one must value whatever one gets from bigotry over reason, over evidence and truth. And any argument they provide for their belief is a post facto rationalization to justify it to you. It's kind of silly to assume that rational thought or evidence would matter to the people who have specifically chosen to ignore both. And just like a bigot requires their target to conform to the bigoted narrative in their mind, so too does the right require all of their other enemies to conform to that narrative that they've created about them. That they are not individual groups comprised of individual people with their own thoughts and agendas. They're all simply part of the nebulous negotiable other, the eternal, faceless, shifting enemy which surrounds them at all times. And the best part of this strategy is that you get everything, right? Like, you can still mock any of your individual targets for their weak, pathetic, inferior nature, while actively fear-mongering about the danger they pose when united under the spooky banner you imagined they belonged to. One could describe this as a sort of shifting rhetorical focus where the enemy is at once too strong and too weak. And that seems like a paradox to anyone who thinks about it, so they don't. Everyone they don't like is categorically the same, and all of their enemies are working together to destroy them. All of them, all of these cringe lords, these bug men, they're all inferior and beta. I have already portrayed them as the soy Wojak. The only reason these weaklings pose a threat to them, the best guys, the master guys, is through massive collaboration. They're a big invading horde descending on civilization. They're like zombies or zerglings or some shit from Helldivers probably. I don't know, I never played it. So the bad guys need to cooperate with one another in order to defeat white Christian hegemonic authority. Hence, any cooperation between groups of people that they are already predisposed to dislike serves as proof, in the mind of a fascist dipshit, of that group's complicity with the nonsense conspiracy they scared themselves into believing. Why else would different groups of people support one another? Why would they do that unless it benefited them somehow? Why would they have kindness in their hearts? No. It's a trick. It's a plot. They're scheming. They're scheming to get us. No one's nice. There's no such thing as being nice, because if there were, I would have to be nice. You can think of this as a sort of syncretic prejudice, where all of the prejudices they hold apply equally to every group they dislike, because all of those groups are just the enemy. And bit by bit, that enemy becomes like everyone else, like the whole rest of the world. Anyone who isn't explicitly aligned with them is the enemy. There's just no other way that can go. Because, like, if you imagine that there's this all-powerful and wholly evil force, the only reason not to oppose it is if you're in league with it. Which is why so many of these people will describe their enemies in explicitly satanic terms. They will say, like, the devil is making people do all of this, all of the things they don't like. Because you have to oppose the devil. He's like the most evil guy. He's always doing evil stuff. If you don't oppose the devil, God's gonna get you. God fucking hates that guy. It's like the one guy he doesn't like. So basically, for these guys, like, they imagine that everyone in the world hates their guts, like everyone else that isn't them unites and puts aside all of their differences in order to destroy them specifically. And they never stop at all to say, like, what does that say about us? If everyone in the world is willing to put aside all conflict and focus on destroying you, do you really think you're the good guy in that scenario? Or are you the aliens from Independence Day? Side note, obviously they don't think that they're the good guys. They like to imagine themselves as powerful bad guys, because all of this is a infantile power fantasy for them. They just think they get to be the biggest, most powerful guys, and so they can do whatever they want. And they like that they kind of look evil because they think it's scary, but it's not. It's actually just pathetic. My point is that even in their imagination, everyone agrees that they suck shit and hates their guts. And I get why they're paranoid about that, to be honest, because, like, they do suck shit, and everyone does hate their guts. And it makes sense why they're worried about people attacking them everywhere they go, because they do spend their whole day, every day, trying to hurt people. And of course everyone is pissed off about that. Of course everyone wants to defend themselves from that. It is such a self-fulfilling prophecy. These chicken shits believe they have to crush and dominate everyone else on the grounds that they might be a threat in disguise, just waiting to kick their asses in the future, just the very second they let their guard down. And as a result, they do, in fact, make everyone want to kick their asses. But none of that requires this elaborate web of conspiracies they've concocted. There is, of course, organized resistance to fascist violence, but that organized resistance is insufficient to explain the totality of how many people hate these assholes and agree that Andy No in particular sucks ass. How many people want to stop these assholes from fucking up their communities or hurting their loved ones? You don't need George Soros or the New World Order or Hamas to cut you a check. There's an intrinsic motivating factor there, which is that if we all work together, if we all stand as one, there's a possibility that maybe Andy No will shut up for like 10 minutes. That we won't have to listen to Andy No talk for like 10 fucking minutes. It's just a blissful silence where the space isn't just filled with the noise of Andy No talking. What a world we could live in. Hey, thanks for watching. I hope I said something coherent. If you liked it, thanks. Thank you for liking it. Normally at this point I would ask that you like and subscribe, but you know, that feels too transactional. Liking it is enough. that you liking it, enjoying it that's good enough for me. I mean, if you want to do the other stuff, that
I don't see a reason for us to use that word ever, no. And the context to use it is
No, honestly, I just want to ask the question, and I'll give you a context myself, because that has been used against myself.
Change my mind on why white people should say the N-word.
Well, I didn't say white people should say the N-word. The question was this.
Change my mind on white people should say the N-word. How's it working out, Jillian? Aren't these people great? Your frenzies? I saw one or two clips of this where it's pretty interesting. So we basically have two racists, right? But it's two racists who are at different tiers of racist, right? On the road to pure Hitler. So while one is a little bit further, the other has some concerns. And the concern here happens to be one Nick Fuentes, who, if you don't know, Steven Crowder recently brought onto his show. And in so doing, he wanted to normalize Nick Fuentes for the rest of the world. You know, just a couple of super heterosexual bros broing out, doing hetero stuff together. And they also, you know, spent a long time with Steven Crowder being like, you're not a Nazi, right? And then he was like, no. And he's like, you're not a white supremacist, right? And he's like, no. And he's like, okay, so you don't want to exterminate the Jews, right? And he's like, no. And then it was like, okay, well, then there you have it, everyone. I mean, I think you have been misunderstood, because I asked the question. I asked it as clear as day, and you didn't say yes. So it's over, right?
And to be fair, you said I played a clip out of context as far as a montage. As far as I know, this is the only show that always links to entire clips and references. I don't know if you do that with your show. We have a bibliography every day. It takes hours of work. So we don't do that, and I want...
By the way, that's so ridiculous, because I've gone to the, hey, by the way, links in the comments section of Crowder videos before to find out what his sources actually said, and it's just basically a dump, right? Like, all they do is just dump as many things as they can, hoping that, like, yeah, that counts. Sometimes they don't even have the links to the studies that he said, like, will be in the link section, but you can, if you hunt down, eventually sometimes find the things that he's referencing, then you can go through the studies and realize they didn't actually even understand them, that they actually drew the wrong conclusions. They just copied and pasted little parts of them and then put them on the screen and then been like, yeah, links in bio, you got it.
I wanted to be very much fair. I think you're kind of doing that, and you just added, and really keep going. I didn't hear him say that.
Well,
I heard him say,
he absolutely did. He said they have to pretend like they don't want you to. That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, if we change one thing, right, in the context of male-female sexual dynamics, I think that it's very understandable, and I wouldn't wholesale disavow this one, because my question is, do you think that blankly disavowing people, which I don't do, I disagree with views across the board. I've had communists, I've had imams who've called for my death on the show. I didn't have him back, to be clear. On the show, I was like, oh, he really wants to kill me. Probably won't have him back.
Not Sam Cedar, though. Yeah. I mean, that would be a nightmare.
We'll give them the same respect. Yeah, not a great idea. I will give them all the same respect. Do you think that blankly disavowing a person is better than clarifying their statement?
Okay, so that person is a Nazi, just so we're clear. He's talking about Nick Fuentes, and she takes issue with the fact that he basically is trying to normalize them.
And understanding where they come from so that you can present a case as to why not. Understand the why so you can explain why not. That's my view, and we may disagree.
Okay, first of all, when you disavow someone, you deny responsibility for it and acceptance of it.
Right.
It's not saying you can't talk to that person, which you're like, Jillian Michaels is trying to tell me who I can talk to. That didn't happen. Jillian Michaels is trying to tell, is trying to cancel, I don't know, A, B, C, or D. Also didn't happen. But when you platform someone like this, first of all, disavowing, I do think is important with somebody who says things like, this is so insane. Women shouldn't be allowed to vote. Women are whores who shouldn't be in politics. Who calls J.D. Vance
I don't think Steven disagrees with any of these takes. You know, not freshly divorced, but divorced Steven Crowder. Just sitting there like, I don't know. I got some thoughts on no-fault divorce. I gotta say, yeah. Not totally fair.
A race traitor for marrying an Indian woman. Yes, I would disavow that. And what I mean by that is the literal definition of the word, which is, this is not a part of who I am. Now, if you want to understand him, that's that's absolutely up to you, and that's a very different conversation. And if you feel like you can effectively cross-examine him, which, but honestly, Stephen, I don't think you did. I think that you gave him.
Yeah, to be clear, he did not. But it's kind of funny. Even for right-wing standards, it's still like, I mean, it'd be one thing if you brought him on and you were like, hey, by the way, Mr. Fuentes, I think it's fundamentally fucked and profoundly fucked, a lot of the takes that you have. I have a list of them here. We can go through them one by one, unless you want to start disavowing them and profusely apologizing to the communities that you have consistently dehumanized. But no, it wasn't that. It was like, hey, by the way, a lot of people have some opinions about you. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, they can think what they want. Yeah, but you're a good guy. I'm a good guy. Yeah, I'm a good guy. It's like, all right, okay. Yeah, that's the show. Wrap it up. You know, let's go grab some sushi.
The layups like you gave me, and then that was it. I think you led the witness, and it's like,
did you watch the 2-hour interview?
Oh,
I watched the whole frickin' 2.5-hour interview.
Yeah.
Already classic debate bro there, though, right? Well, I mean, did you
water it up?
Saw it. Like, did you see all of it? Okay, well, if you missed 10 minutes, you probably missed the part where I really, really held his feet to the fire. Yeah, totally. I went hard.
So
I watched the whole thing. You want to talk about which part of it? Like,
well,
how about the Stalin piece? Like, you want to talk about that one?
Yeah, we absolutely can. But before that, why?
Yeah.
And this is what I'm trying to maybe provide some perspective on, because you've had this happen with you, going on Matt Walsh's show, and you'll have the same thing appearing here. And I've said
That
things
wasn't
that
on Matt Walsh's show. He was kind enough to come on mine.
Sorry, when you sat down with Matt Walsh.
He's so bad at this, by the way. She's not even saying anything
Oh my God.
that intense to him. Like, hey, by the way, fucking shame on you for platforming a Nazi. It's not that. It's basically like, you understand that you can both disavow someone or their beliefs and still speak to them. Like, there's a big difference between, say, you bringing him on, being like, I don't agree with any of the things that he thinks, but I want to know why exactly it is so many people find him so captivating. That's why I want to have the conversation. That's different than bringing him on and being like, you're not a racist, right? Correct, I'm not a racist. Okay, well, hey, the world, here it is, breaking exclusive, Louder with Crowder. Nick Fuentes, he apparently is not a racist.
People said, okay, you're sitting down, you're a traitor, right? People in the lesbian community would say that. People will say you're sitting down with a Nazi with me. People said that.
Wait, sorry, are you a Nazi? Wait, sorry. I want to the math there. He's like, all right, so you happen to be I don't like to say the word, but part of the L. You know the rest, right? So as a member of that community, obviously, you know, the lesbians, they're not fond of you because, again, of more of your right-wing politics and stuff like that. So in my case, you understand this is very similar, right? I mean, I too am called a Nazi.
I wonder if there's something.
It's like, yeah. Wait, what? Are you saying as a member of the Nazi community, they call you an outsider or a race traitor? Or are you not Nazi enough? Is that it?
About Donald Trump. So the tactic that the left uses is you need to make really clear that that person isn't you and disavow them. And that, by proxy, falsely sets a premise that there's any association. I don't have any association with your worldview any more than I do with Nick Fuentes or Imam Chowdhury or the communists I sit down with. Well, I wouldn't disavow you. I would disagree. I would disagree. That's my approach.
I think what we're doing is we're arguing over semantics. When you disavow someone, you're saying, I don't agree, I don't condone.
Yeah,
that is the literal definition of the word. And I personally...
I like how she's just trying to have, like, you know, not even a very political conversation. One that you would have with a child where you're just trying to explain to them. Right. So, sorry, maybe you don't understand what I mean here. Disavow, it's not a difficult thing to do. I'm not I'm not canceling you. I'm not canceling him. No, there's no canceling here. All right. I'm not saying or telling you what you can or cannot do. I'm just telling you that you as a person have the choice and ability to reject that person's particular brand of hatred. You could do that if you wanted. We're talking maybe about two different things here.
I think it's important that if the right ever, I mean, we can talk about what's going on with this. This is being weaponized against the right very effectively. And, you know, we could talk all about that, but at the end of the day, you know, if you agree with him, that's one thing. If you don't agree with him, I would strongly suggest you say that. And I've watched some of your things.
And can I
I've
respond to
never
that?
heard
I
you-
would strongly suggest,
Yeah.
and this is one thing we say, it's been used against the right. And I hear that a lot. And here's the thing. Whether it's Kanye West, whether it's Nala Ray, who now has a missions work, or sorry, a ministry, people who are new, I know you don't claim to be a conservative, people who are new to a fundamental worldview, who maybe don't have an understanding of.
No, this is not a higher calling. This is not a complicated issue. Can you say that you're not really down with the Nazi project? Can you say that? If the answer is no, that's fine. But then we have an answer. Then it means that you're fucking with that, right? That you're kind of into it. Then okay, fine. But that's at least then you're being honest to both yourself and the world. And if you can't, I mean, hey, I think we have our answer. But you're like, well, I mean, this is bigger than all of that. All right, some people just simply can't understand when they get into these spaces, you know, the ideological principles of conservatism in relation to, again, speech, how we are able to facilitate these conversations and actually move forward as a society. It's like, no, dude, are you pro or anti-Nazi? Easy.
It should refrain from telling men who they should disavow or who should
refrain from telling men. You cannot tell a man who to disavow. Only he may be
permitted and who shouldn't. I think it's more productive to listen for a while before you take the pulpit. And that is my perspective.
I've listened for quite some time, and I appreciate your perspective.
Man, it's got to be an enormous amount of patience you got to have to be in the right-wing grift, especially as a woman who is a member of the LGBTQ plus community. Because, like, you're getting actively condescended to by Stephen Grant. He's not even being subtle about it. He thinks he's being nice, by the way. This is him putting on his, like, oh, don't worry, I'm not going to behave as I do to my ex-wife kind of thing. But it's basically like, I think you should probably learn a little bit more, sweetie, before you speak. How's that sound? Actually, that's a little crass, right? Well, but why don't I put it in more broad terms about, we'll say, the project, broadly speaking.
What about the conservative
Since 2024, Jillian, I mean, that's when you said you voted for Trump, and you kind of compared him a little bit to Hitler after the election, so I wouldn't say that you're very experienced
When
here.
did I compare Trump to Hitler after the 2024 election?
After him winning, I could find it, you had a quote where, and again, you can clarify this, where you said...
Absolutely find it. I went to the inauguration.
Yeah, well, it was taken out of context, then I guess by people saying that you compared him to
I
Hitler.
never compared Trump to Hitler. That did not happen, and I'm also not a white nationalist.
I know you're not a white nationalist.
Well, that didn't work out. Steven. I take it your team isn't feeding you information. I take it you're just going pretty, impromptu here. A little bit of improv, because Jesus Christ. Wow. You're not exactly on nightmare mode either. Like, this is still, it seems like she's being really nice to you. She's being very patient, like, okay, yeah, I have no idea where you got that from. I was at the goddamn inauguration.
So I know you're not a white nationalist.
In 2016, I absolutely thought that he was, and I've been very clear about that. And I
thought that he was what?
Hitlerian.
Oh, okay.
And,
sorry, I was wrong about the time.
And I have come forward
Okay.
and said how I was misguided and misled and had believed Russia, and all these different things. In 2020, I didn't vote because I started to see some very scary things on the left. And I really didn't know which was the better.
By the way, this is
very
actually
scary.
a really important lesson to anyone who's thinking of becoming like a token anytime into the future. They're still going to hold against you, by they I mean the right wing, the fact that you at one point were not 100% like a born MAGA cultist. Like that's always going to be a thing, right? Like they always invoke the fact that Dave Rubin at one point worked for TYT, was a liberal, you know, and then they'll use that whenever he steps out of line, right? Like when you're not allowed to go past a certain point. Like right now, Steven's getting mad being called out for the whole Nick Fuentes thing. So he's basically saying like, you know, I mean, you're not really, you know, a lifelong member of the project. So you should probably learn a little bit here.
Choice at that time, because Biden was presenting himself as a moderate. Then I was like, you know what, I'm sitting this one out. That's my vote. I don't really know which one of these is a better choice. And then in 2024, by that time of the course of 4 years, I'd been paying pretty close attention, and I felt that Trump was a better choice. Now, obviously, I leaned more into Kennedy, and we can get into why. And I probably would have been more for DeSantis. I'm being honest. I lived in Florida for 3 years. Think he's doing a pretty good job over there. A less divisive character, which makes it easier to defend some of these points. Which, you know, maybe you think, I think DeSantis would have done a good job.
Him going so I was right, he just did it a different time, and I thought, is that something like that's fucking bullshit? No, he was just flatly incorrect. Yeah, oh yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, but like, I mean, at that point, I guess, take what you can, fake it till you make it, right? A win is a win, if you say it's a win, just out loud, right? Oh, we're essentially talking about the exact same thing then. Yeah, no, we fundamentally agree. And it's like, no, we don't agree. Why are you saying that? No, yeah, we pretty much fundamentally agree. I guess we're just basically talking semantics here, right? Little details, stuff like that.
So, yeah.
I think he's a good governor. And I do stand corrected. It was 2016. Like you said, that's the quote I'm remembering where you said something about when Hitler's elected, like, yeah, he's batshit crazy, but let's just see what he's going to do. Like, I can't, I'm not there, I'm not going to go on board. That was, so to be fair, that was a comparison, just to be clear, of Trump and Hitler. That was a while ago, it's 2016, but that was a Hitlerian comparison.
Years ago, and...
you have to get back to your original point. I think you're just trying to get a win at any cost now. His original point was that, like, you probably don't know what you're talking about because you haven't been MAGA as long as me. I have been MAGA longer, so I know more than you. So yeah, I'm allowed to talk to Nick Fuentes and not be questioned about it.
But you're like, after the election, that's this year. So
well, no, I just corrected 2016, right? Yeah.
I understand, but there's been a complete evolution. So you're saying like you're new to this and you just said this. It's like, and I'm just illustrating an 8-year journey that you've gotten incorrect.
Well, no, hold on a second. But 2020, you didn't vote. And then you said Donald Trump was the lesser of two evils. And I know that you've said you're not conservative, so that's fair. But then advising conservatives on what they need to do, I mean, that's what I would say is...
I'll be honest, at this point, even if I was pretending to be on there just to fuck with them, I would eventually have to be...
Of course, liberals are...
I'm on your show. You invited me. You brought me here to talk about shit. So, yeah, if you didn't hear or want to hear what I want to say, that's cool. I'll go. But...
You want to talk about used against the right? I mean, feminism is responsible for the failures of almost all the ills that we deal with Western civilization. And
no elaboration.
Wow, that's one hell of a broad statement. Feminism is responsible for most, if not all, the ills of Western civilization. I mean, I wouldn't challenge it. I would just be like, go on. No, please tell me more. Yes, I need to be educated on these females.
The reason that young Gen Z men voted for Trump, it's not taxes. And they're not big fans of people who are new to it saying, hey, sorry, go ahead.
I think it's a myriad of issues.
There are a few, but that's a big one. That's a really big one.
I think also, Stephen, there's a U-shaped curve with everything, right? So you go in from women can't vote to women are completely emasculating men. Of course, like both are wrong. I'm sure we can agree on that.
No, men have no you can tell like men have no agency.
No. Silence. Sorry. I lost myself. Go on, speak. You're allowed to speak.
I don't think that it's wrong to say that women are emasculating men. And if you were to talk about the 19th Amendment, I would ask you, why do you think the vast majority of women were against women's suffrage back then?
fucking like
I bet
self responsibility.
you didn't know that things had
I love
gotten
it.
this bad, did you? I think that's what's going on here, honestly, more than anything.
Basically-
Because, like, you know, you can be someone who's like, oh, I used to be what I thought was like left-leaning. I was part of the LGBTQ plus community, and then, like, you know, I had a lot of friends who were liberal, and I thought that's who I was. But then as time went on, there were certain topics that I would talk about, and you know, I didn't think that they were very welcoming or accepting, and maybe at times even annoying. And so then I started to look to what does the other side offer. And since then, I mean, I've been really welcomed and embraced by so many different people who want to have me on their shows and you know, utilize me. I am assuming because they absolutely are very, very interested in everything that I have to say, and in having conversations where they don't try to shut down my ideas and opinions. But like, they're pushing everything in a very distinct direction right now, and I'm talking about the totality of the right. Doesn't matter if they are pundits, YouTubers, podcasters, etc. They are moving the project in the Overton window on their side specifically very, very far right. And like, yeah, the end result is going to end up, you start getting all the way down the pathway. I mean, you can start going past the Asmongold, and then you get yourself to the Nick Fuentes, and then there's not really much further to go. But that's where the whole project is headed. And in between that, if you were suddenly told, or you believed the myth, that every single person on the right just cares about free speech, conversations, debates, and being welcoming and opening, and then we can actually discuss these kind of topics. Well, I think right now, Jillian Michaels is realizing in real time, he doesn't want that at all. Even mild, very mild pushback. She's not like, you should probably be ashamed of yourself for having, you know, platformed and basically promoted a neo-Nazi, and I think that's gross. Instead, it's basically like, look, I don't think that there's anything wrong with you speaking to who you want to speak to. I'm not trying to control you. I'm just saying you can also speak to someone and disavow their project, especially if the project happens to be, you know, unadulterated fascism. That's something you can do. And now, oof, it's just completely falling apart.
We can get into another show on that one.
No, I think it's important because that's the context. Because I don't want to do it with.
So you're saying you don't think women should be able to vote? What does that have to do with anything? I think women should be able to vote. You don't?
No, I don't think that as long as selective service exists, a draft exists, I think that only those in the draft should vote. So if women want the draft.
Okay.
So
big strong man. Tell me
about
more. Do you think this would have been like actually married Steven's opinion? I wonder if like Steven Crowder wasn't as divorced as he is, if he would be quite you know, is this a newer development? Did he always think that women shouldn't be able to vote, but he kind of did it in the most cowardly way? Again, everything he does, like, right, why even mince words? Why be there like this? I mean, like, oh, well, you know, I just think that, you know, as long as the traffic exists, then women, you know, and they don't participate properly. And I guess, like, come on, dude, just fucking wear it with your chest.
Draft, sure. If women want equal rights, absolutely. There was a period of time in this country where men couldn't vote because it was a privilege, not a right, that they had to fulfill certain obligations that women didn't. For example, the draft. For example, being property owners. For example,
being white.
Clean up your room.
That was, yeah, that was
I hate concern.
pretty important.
Like, I hate anybody.
Remember 100 years ago?
Hard one
that
to
was awesome.
get if you aren't.
They did things. That was cool.
So,
Get duty, mandatory. Yes, we do.
We have a current ongoing draft?
We have selective service where if I don't register for it, if an American male doesn't register for it,
no,
that's a
she's
crime.
like already. She's made you look like.
And you forego your vote, but women don't have to. So the context and the point. Let me just finish the point. The point is the context of, hey, look, this is why there's a problem with the 19th Amendment. It was a very large vote-buying scam early on. Now, we discuss it in full context on the show. I've created a 5-point solution on who should be allowed to vote. The shorthand, the bumper sticker.
Sorry, I have to learn about this.
And they'll be like, okay, so put women up for the draft. And like, well,
these
women
are new
are fit
terms to me. The Selective Service System is an independent agency of the United States government that maintains a database of registered U.S.
And
male
then when-
citizens
then
that
you
the
start
U.S.
to
residents potentially
don't find,
subject to military conscription.
Like, what the
i.e.
fucking
the
do-
draft. Although the U.S. military is currently an all-volunteer force, registration is still required for contingency planning and preparation for 2 types of draft: a general draft based on registration lists of males aged 18 to 25 years old, and a special skills draft based on professional licensing lists of workers in specified healthcare occupations elections. In the event of either type of the draft, the selective service system would send out induction notices, adjudicate claims for defendants or exceptions, and assign draftees classifications as contentious objectors to alternative service work. What the fuck is he talking about? He's just talking about the way the entire system for a draft is structured, and that, yeah, if the U.S. was to do a mandatory conscription military service draft, this is the list that they would go after, and males who are eligible for this have to be on the registration list, but it doesn't go past that. What the fuck does any of this have to do with women voting or being able to vote?
Women shouldn't vote is something that I wouldn't agree with wholesale as a statement. But when people use that to then tar and feather someone's entire reputation as though their views are completely unreasonable, that's what the left does. So yes, most women wouldn't vote if we reformed voting back to the way it was throughout all of humanity. But a lot of men wouldn't vote either.
People think
that's not an argument for anything. You can apply that to anything.
Just said that ridiculous.
Like, hey, do you think slavery is bad, Stephen? do you oppose slavery?
Okay, well, we may need a separate show for that topic. I obviously disagree with you. There are many reasons I disagree with you. That's not the only reason people are taking umbrage with Nick Fuentes. And since your concern is a woman telling you, hey, this is alarming, I didn't actually tell you, but I suggested it as a strategy for conservatives. There are plenty of male conservatives who feel this way. Many.
Feel which way, just to be clear?
That feel Nick Fuentes should be disavowed. Very famously, Charlie Kirk, for example, called him vermin and vile. So Charlie's a male conservative. Let's take me out of the equation. He was wrong?
I'm not Charlie Kirk.
Wait. But we've been told that you are all Charlie Kirk. You've all been saying that since his death. Over and over and over. People have been changing their social media profiles and avatars. Shoe on Head did it. It feels now like a pledge of loyalty. But what happened to that? The second the test is actually being held, like you are held to any standard, suddenly, immediately, his first response, I am not Charlie Kirk? Jesus.
Charlie Kirk can do it. Yeah, Charlie Kirk can do whatever he wants.
Is a woman should never do such a thing.
No,
but I'm telling you, many men have
partially,
done
I should say, yes. Men are very tired of young men, if you want to reach them, because you're talking about reaching people. The reason that I address the 19th Amendment and the quotes is because you took two examples, right, to be clear. Two examples. You said, for example, there's a U curve, and you said that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, and we go to women are emasculating men, right? And you said, and both of those are wrong. And I just wanted to be clear, because I think what happens a lot is people soften their views, and people have accused Nick of doing that. I want to make it really clear that I'm not doing it. I don't think that either one of those, if you take the context in which they're taken, are impermissible views. I don't
think you're softening your views at all.
No, I definitely am.
I understand your views.
I mean, yeah, I have views that would be significantly to the right, obviously, of your own. And I think we can disagree in understanding the why. Women telling men what to do and how to be men, which has been going on for a long time, is a problem. You're going to turn people off because that's why young Gen Z men broke away from the Democrat Party. It's a huge reason why,